Chapter 2, Part 3.
Before Nelson S. Pillar trams slowed, shunted, changed trolley, started for Blackrock, Kingstown and Dalkey, Klonskia, Rathgar and Terenure, Palmerston Park and Upper Rathmines, Sandamount Green, Rathmines, Ringsend and Sandamount Tower, Harold S. Cross. The Horse Dublin United Tramway Company S. timekeeper bawled them off. Rathgar and Terenure. Come on, Sandamount Green. Right and left parallel clanging, ringing, a double-decker and a single-deck moved from their railheads, swerved to the down line, glided parallel. Start Palmerston Park. Under the porch of the General Post Office, shoeblacks called and polished. Parked in North Prince S. Street, His Majesty S. Vermilion mail cars, bearing on their sides the royal initials, E. R. Received loudly flung sacks of letters, postcards, letter cards, parcels, insured and paid, for local, provincial, British and overseas delivery. Gross-booted draymen rolled barrels dull-thudding out of Prince S. stores and bumped them up on the brewery float. On the brewery float, bumped dull-thudding barrels rolled by gross-booted draymen out of Prince S. stores. There it is, Red Murray said. Alexander Keys. Just cut it out, will you? Mr. Bloom said, and I'll take it round to the telegraph office. The door of Rutledge S. office creaked again. Davy Stevens, minute in a large cape coat, a small felt hat crowning his ringlets, passed out with a roll of papers under his cape, a King S. courier. Red Murray S. long shears sliced out the advertisement from the newspaper in 4 clean strokes. Scissors and paste. I'll go through the printing works, Mr. Bloom said, taking the cut square. Of course, if he wants a par, Red Murray said earnestly, a pen behind his ear, we can do him one. Right, Mr. Bloom said with a nod. I'll rub that in. We. Red Murray touched Mr. Bloom's arm with the shears and whispered, Braden. Mr. Bloom turned and saw the liveried porter raise his lettered cap as a stately figure entered between the newsboards of the Weekly Freeman and National Press and the Freeman S. Journal and National Press. Dull-thudding Guinness S. barrels. It passed statelily up the staircase, steered by an umbrella, a solemn beard-framed face. The broadcloth back ascended each step, back. All his brains are in the nape of his neck, Simon Dedalus says. Welts of flesh behind on him. Fat folds of neck, fat neck, fat neck. Don T, you think his face is like our Savior. Red Murray whispered. The door of Rutledge S. office whispered, E. Cree. They always build one door opposite another for the wind to. Way in, way out. Our Savior, beard-framed oval face, talking in the dusk. Mary Martha, steered by an umbrella sword to the footlights, Mario the tenor, or like Mario, Mr. Bloom said. Yes, Red Murray agreed, but Mario was said to be the picture of our Savior. Jesus Mario with rowdy cheeks, doublet and spindle legs. Hand on his heart, in Martha, Coom thou lost one, Coom thou dear one. His Grace phoned down twice this morning, Red Murray said gravely. They watched the knees, legs, boots vanish. Neck. A telegram boy stepped in nimbly, threw an envelope on the counter and stepped off post-haste with a word. Freeman, Mr. Bloom said slowly. Well, he is one of our saviors also. A meek smile accompanied him as he lifted the counter flap, as he passed in through a side door and along the warm, dark stairs and passage, along the now reverberating boards. But will he save the circulation? Thumping. Thumping, he pushed in the glass swing door and entered, stepping over strewn packing paper. Through a lane of clanking drums, he made his way towards Nanetti S. reading closet. Hines here too, account of the funeral probably. Thumping. Thump. This morning the remains of the late Mr. Patrick Dignam. Machines. Smash a man to atoms if they got him caught. Rule the world today. His machineries are pegging away too. Like these got out of hand, fermenting, working away, tearing away. And that old gray rat tearing to get in. Mr. Bloom halted behind the foreman's spare body, admiring a glossy crown. Strange he never saw his real country. Ireland my country, member for College Green. He boomed that workaday worker tack for all it was worth. It's the ads and side features sell a weekly, not the stale news in the official gazette. Queen Anne is dead, published by authority in the year 1000 and domain situate in the townland of Rosenallies, barony of Tinnahinch. To all whom it may concern, schedule pursuant to statute showing return of number of mules and jennets exported from Ballina. Nature notes. Cartoons. Phil Blake S. Weekly Pat and Bull Story. Uncle Toby S. Page for Tiny Tots. Country Bumpkin S. Queries. Dear Mr. Editor, what is a good cure for flatulence? ID like that part. Learn a lot teaching others. The personal note. M. AP mainly all pictures. Shapely bathers on Golden Strand. World's biggest balloon. Double marriage of sisters celebrated. 2 bridegrooms laughing heartily at each other. Caproni 2 printer, more Irish than the Irish. The machines clanked in 3 for time. Thump, thump, thump. Now if he got paralyzed there and no one knew how to stop them, they de-clank on and on the same, print it over and over and up and back. Monkadoodle the whole thing. Want a cool head? Well, get it into the evening edition, Councillor Hines said, soon be calling him my Lord Mayor. Long John is backing him, they say. The foreman, without answering, scribbled press on a corner of the sheet and made a sign to a typesetter. He handed the sheet silently over the dirty glass screen. Right, thanks, Hines said, moving off. Mr. Bloom stood in his way. If you want to draw, the cashier is just going to lunch, he said, pointing backward with his thumb. Did you? Hines asked. Mr. Bloom said. Look sharp and you'll catch him. Thanks, old man, Hines said. I'll tap him too. He hurried on eagerly towards the Freeman S. Journal. 3 bob I lent him in Meagher S. 3 weeks. Third hint. Mr. Bloom laid his cutting on Mr. Nanetti's desk. Excuse me, Counselor, he said. This ad, you see. Keys, you remember. Mr. Nanetti considered the cutting a while and nodded. He wants it in for July, Mr. Bloom said. The foreman moved his pencil towards it. But wait, Mr. Bloom said. He wants it changed. Keys, you see. He wants 2 keys at the top. Hell of a racket they make. He doesn't hear it, Nanan. Iron nerves. Maybe he understands what the foreman turned round to hear patiently, and lifting an elbow, began to scratch slowly in the armpit of his alpaca jacket. Like that, Mr. Bloom said, crossing his forefingers at the top. Let him take that in first. Mr. Bloom, glancing sideways up from the cross he had made, saw the foreman's sallow face, think he has a touch of jaundice, and beyond the obedient reels feeding in huge webs of paper. Clank it, miles of it unreeled. What becomes of it after? Oh, wrap up meat, parcels, various uses, 1001 things. Slipping his words deftly into the pauses of the clanking, he drew swiftly on the scarred woodwork. Like that, see, 2 crossed keys here, a circle. Then hear the name. Alexander Keyes, tea, wine and spirit merchant, so on. Better not teach him his own business. You know yourself, Counselor, just what he wants. Then round the top in leaded, the House of Keys. You see, do you think that's a good idea? The foreman moved his scratching hand to his lower ribs and scratched there quietly. The idea, Mr. Bloom said, is the House of Keys. You know, Counselor, the Manx Parliament, innuendo of Home Rule. Tourists, you know, from the Isle of Man. Catches the eye, you see. Can you do that? I could ask him perhaps about how to pronounce that voglio, but then if he didn't know, only make it awkward for him. Better not. We can do that, the foreman said. Have you the design? I can get it, Mr. Bloom said. It was in a Kilkenny paper. He has a house there too. I'll just run out and ask him. Well, you can do that and just a little par calling attention. You know the usual. High-class licensed premises. Longfelt want, so on. The foreman thought for an instant. We can do that, he said. Let him give us a 3 months renewal. A typesetter brought him a limp gallopage. He began to check it silently. Mr. Bloom stood by, hearing the loud throbs of cranks, watching the silent typesetters at their cases. Want to be sure of his spelling. Proof fever. Martin Cunningham forgot to give us his spelling bee conundrum this morning. It is amusing to view the unpar 1R alleled embara 2Rs is it. Double S meant of a harassed peddler while gauging the symmetry with a Y of a peeled pear under a cemetery wall. Silly, isn't it? Cemetery put in of course on account of the symmetry. I should have said when he clapped on his topper, "Thank you." I ought to have said something about an old hat or something. No, I could have said, "Looks as good as new now, see his fizz then." SLLT. The nethermost deck of the first machine jogged forward its flyboard with SLLT, the first batch of quire-folded papers. SLLT. Almost human the way at SLLT to call attention, doing its level best to speak. That door too, SLLT creaking, asking to be shut. Everything speaks in its own way. SLLT. The foreman handed back the gallopage suddenly, saying, "Wait." Whereas the Archbishop's letter, it has to be repeated in the telegraph. Whereas what is his name? He looked about him round his loud unanswering machines. "Monks, sir," a voice asked from the casting box. "Aye, whereas monks, monks." Mr. Bloom took up his cutting. "Time to get out." "Then I'll get the design, Mr. Nanetti," he said, "and you'll give it a good place I know." "Monks, yes, sir, 3 months renewal." "Want to get some wind off my chest first, try it anyhow. Rub in August, good idea, horse show month." Ballsbridge, tourists over for the show. He walked on through the case room passing an old man, bowed, spectacled, aproned. Old Monks, the dayfather. Queer lot of stuff he must have put through his hands in his time. Obituary notices, pubs ads, speeches, divorce suits, found drowned. Nearing the end of his tether now. Sober, serious man with a bit in the savings bank, I say. Wife a good cook and washer. Daughter working the machine in the parlor. Plain Jane, no damn nonsense. He stayed in his walk to watch a typesetter neatly distributing type. Reads it backwards first. Quickly he does it. Must require some practice that. Mangi DK Serta P. Poor Papa with his Haggadah book, reading backwards with his finger to me. Pesach. Next year in Jerusalem. Dear, oh dear. All that long business about that brought us out of the land of Egypt and into the house of bondage, alleluia. Shema Israel Adonai Elohenu. No, that's the other. Then the 12 brothers, Jacob's sons. And then the lamb and the cat and the dog and the stick and the water and the butcher. And then the angel of death kills the butcher, and he kills the ox, and the dog kills the cat. Sounds a bit silly till you come to look into it well. Justice it means, but it's everybody eating everyone else. That is what life is after all. How quickly he does that job. Practice makes perfect. Seems to see with his fingers. Mr. Bloom passed on out of the clanking noises through the gallery onto the landing. Now am I going to tram it out all the way and then catch him out perhaps? Better phone him up first. Number, yes, same as Citron's house. 2844. He went down the house staircase. Who the deuce scrawled all over those walls with matches? Looks as if they did it for a bet. Heavy greasy smell there always is in those works. Lukewarm glue in Tom's next door when I was there. He took out his handkerchief to dab his nose. Citron lemon. Ah, the soap I put there. Lose it out of that pocket. Putting back his handkerchief, he took out the soap and stowed it away, buttoned, into the hip pocket of his trousers. What perfume does your wife use? I could go home still, tram, something I forgot, just to see before dressing. No, here. No, a sudden screech of laughter came from the Evening Telegraph office. Know who that is? What's up? Pop in a minute to phone. End Lambert it is. He entered softly. The ghost walks, Professor MacHugh murmured softly, biscuitfully to the dusty window pane. Mr. Dedalus, staring from the empty fireplace at End Lambert's quizzing face, asked of it sourly, "Agonizing Christ, wouldn't it give you a heartburn on your arse?" End Lambert, seated on the table, read on. Or again, note the meanderings of some purling rill as it babbles on its way, though quarreling with the stony obstacles, to the tumbling waters of Neptune's blue domain, mid mossy banks, fanned by gentlest zephyrs, played on by the glorious sunlight, or neath the shadows cast o'er its pensive bosom by the overarching leafage of the giants of the forest. "What about that, Simon?" he asked over the fringe of his newspaper. "How's that for high?" Changing his drink, Mr. Dedalus said. And Lambert, laughing, struck the newspaper on his knees, repeating, "The pensive bosom and the overarching leafage. Oh, boys! Oh, boys!" And Xenophon looked upon Marathon, Mr. Dedalus said, looking again on the fireplace and to the window, and Marathon looked on the sea. "That will do," Professor MacHugh cried from the window. "I don't want to hear any more of the stuff." He ate off the crescent of water biscuit he had been nibbling, and hungered, made ready to nibble the biscuit in his other hand. "Highfalutin stuff. Bladderbags. And Lambert is taking a day off, I see. Rather upsets a man's day, a funeral does. He has influence, they say. Old Chatterton, the vice-chancellor, is his granduncle or his great-granduncle. Close on 90, they say. Subleader for his death written this long time perhaps, living to spite them, might go first himself. Johnny, make room for your uncle, the Right Honorable Hedges Eyre Chatterton. Dare say he writes him an odd shaky check or two on gale days. Windfall when he kicks out. Alleluia, just another spasm," and Lambert said. "What is it?" Mr. Bloom asked. "A recently discovered fragment of Cicero," Professor MacHugh answered with pomp of tone. "Our lovely land." "Whose land?" Mr. Bloom said simply. "Most pertinent question," the professor said between his chews, with an accent on the whose. "Dan Dawson's land," Mr. Dedalus said. "Is it his speech last night?" Mr. Bloom asked, and Lambert nodded. "But listen to this," he said. The doorknob hit Mr. Bloom in the small of the back as the door was pushed in. "Excuse me, J. O'Mall said, entering. Mr. Bloom moved nimbly aside. "I beg yours," he said. "Good day, Jack, come in." "Come in, good day. How are you, Dedalus?" "Well, and yourself, J. O'Mall shook his head. "Cleverest fellow at the junior bar he used to be. Decline, poor chap. That hectic flush spells finis for a man. Touch and go with him. What's in the wind, I wonder? Money worry? Or again if we but climb the serried mountain peaks? You ray looking extra. Is the editor to be seen, J. O'Mall asked, looking towards the inner door. "Very much so," Professor MacHugh said. "To be seen and heard. He's in his sanctum with Lenehan, J. O'Mall strolled to the sloping desk and began to turn back the pink pages of the file. Practice dwindling. A might have been losing heart, gambling. Debts of honor, reaping the whirlwind, used to get good retainers from D. and T. Fitzgerald, their wigs to show the gray matter. Brains on their sleeve like the statue in Glasnevin. Believe he does some literary work for the Express with Gabriel Conroy. Well-read fellow. Miles Crawford began on the Independent. Funny the way those newspaper men veer about when they get wind of a new opening. Weathercocks. Hot and cold in the same breath. Wouldn't he know which to believe? One story good till you hear the next. Go for one another bald-headed in the papers and then all blows over. Hail fellow well met the next moment. "Ah, listen to this for God's sake," and Lambert pleaded. "Or again if we but climb the serried mountain peaks." Bombast, the professor broke in testily. "Enough of the inflated windbag. Peaks," and Lambert went on, towering high on high to bathe our souls as it were. "Bathe his lips," Mr. Dedalus said. "Blessed and eternal God, yes. Is he taking anything for it?" As Tweer, in the peerless panorama of Ireland's portfolio, unmatched, despite their well-praised prototypes in other vaunted prize regions, for very beauty, of bosky grove and undulating plain and luscious pasture land of vernal green, steeped in the transcendent translucent glow of our mild mysterious Irish twilight. The moon, Professor MacHugh said. He forgot Hamlet. That mantles the vista far and wide, and wait till the glowing orb of the moon shine forth to irradiate her silver effulgence. Oh, Mr. Dedalus cried, giving vent to a hopeless groan. Shite and onions. That'll do, end. Life is too short. He took off his silk hat and, blowing out impatiently his bushy mustache, Welsh-combed his hair with raking fingers. End Lambert tossed the newspaper aside, chuckling with delight. An instant after, a hoarse bark of laughter burst over Professor MacHugh's unshaven, black-spectacled face. Doughy daw, he cried. All very fine to jeer at it now in cold print, but it goes down like hot cake, that stuff. He was in the bakery line too, wasn't he? Why they call him Doughy daw. Feathered his nest well anyhow. Daughter engaged to that chap in the Inland Revenue Office with the motor. Hooked that nicely. Entertainment's open house. Big blowout. Wetherup always said that. Get a grip of them by the stomach. The inner door was opened violently, and a scarlet-beaked face, crested by a comb of feathery hair, thrust itself in. The bold blue eyes stared about them, and the harsh voice asked, "What is it?" And here comes the sham squire himself. Professor MacHugh said grandly, "Gettin' out that, you bloody old pedagogue," the editor said in recognition. "Come in," Mr. Dedalus said, putting on his hat. "I must get a drink after that." "Drink?" the editor cried. "No drinks served before Mass." "Quite right too," Mr. Dedalus said, going out. "Come on, End." End Lambert sidled down from the table. The editor's blue eyes roved towards Mr. Bloom's face, shadowed by a smile. "Will you join us, Miles?" End Lambert asked. "North Cork militia." The editor cried, striding to the mantelpiece. "We won every time. North Cork and Spanish officers." "Where was that, Miles?" End Lambert asked with a reflective glance at his toe-caps. "In Ohio." The editor shouted. "So it was, begad," End Lambert agreed. Passing out, he whispered to J. O'Malley, incipient jigs, sad case. "Ohio," the editor crowed in high treble from his uplifted scarlet face. "My Ohio." "A perfect critic," the professor said, "long, short, and long." He took a reel of dental floss from his waistcoat pocket and, breaking off a piece, twanged it smartly between two and two of his resonant, unwashed teeth. Bing bang, bang bang. Mr. Bloom, seeing the coast clear, made for the inner door. "Just a moment, Mr. Crawford," he said. "I just want to phone about an ad." He went in. "What about that leader this evening?" Professor MacHugh asked, coming to the editor and laying a firm hand on his shoulder. "That'll be all right," Miles Crawford said more calmly. "Never you fret." "Hello, Jack, that's all right. Good day, Miles J. O'Malley said, letting the pages he held slip limply back on the file. "Is that Canada swindle case on today?" The telephone word inside, 28, no 20. 44, yes. Lenihan came out of the inner office with Sport-S tissues. "Who wants a dead cert for the Gold Cup?" he asked, scepter with O. "Madden up." He tossed the tissues onto the table. Screams of newsboys barefoot in the hall rushed near, and the door was flung open. "Hush," Lenihan said. "I hear feet-stoops." Professor MacHugh strode across the room and seized the cringing urchin by the collar as the others scampered out of the hall and down the steps. The tissues rustled up in the draft, floated softly in the air blue scrawls, and under the table came to earth. "It wasn't me, sir. It was the big fellow shoved me, sir." "Throw him out and shut the door," the editor said. "There's a hurricane blowing." Lenihan began to paw the tissues up from the floor, grunting as he stooped twice. "Waiting for the racing special, sir," the newsboy said. "It was Pat Farrell shoved me, sir." He pointed to two faces peering in round the doorframe. "Him, sir." "Out of this with you," Professor MacHugh said gruffly. He hustled the boy out and banged the door to. J. O'Malley turned the files crackingly over, murmuring, seeking. Continued on page 6, column 4. "Yes, Evening Telegraph here," Mr. Bloom phoned from the inner office. "Is the boss?" Yes, telegraph. To where? Aha, which auction rooms? Aha, I see, right. I'll catch him. The bell whirred again as he rang off. He came in quickly and bumped against Lenehan, who was struggling up with the second tissue. Pardon, monsieur, Lenehan said, clutching him for an instant and making a grimace. My fault, Mr. Bloom said, suffering his grip. Are you hurt? I am in a hurry. Knee, Lenehan said. He made a comic face and whined, rubbing his knee, the accumulation of the anno domini. Sorry, Mr. Bloom said. He went to the door and, holding it ajar, paused. J. O'Malley slapped the heavy pages over. The noise of two shrill voices, a mouth organ, echoed in the bare hallway from the newsboys squatted on the doorsteps. We are the boys of Wexford who fought with heart and hand. I am just running round to Bachelor S. Walk, Mr. Bloom said. About this ad of Keys S. want to fix it up. They tell me he S. round there in Dillon S. He looked indecisively for a moment at their faces. The editor who, leaning against the mantel-shelf, had propped his head on his hand, suddenly stretched forth an arm amply. Begone. He said, the world is before you. Back in no time, Mr. Bloom said, hurrying out. J. O'Malley took the tissues from Lenehan's hand and read them, blowing them apart gently, without comment. He'll get that advertisement, the professor said, staring through his black-rimmed spectacles over the cross-blind. Look at the young scamps after him. Show. Where? Lenehan cried, running to the window. Both smiled over the cross-blind at the file of capering newsboys in Mr. Bloom's wake, the last zigzagging white on the breeze a mocking kite, a tail of white bowknots. Look at the young guttersnipe behind him hue and cry, Lenehan said, and you'll kick. Oh, my rib risible, taking off his flat spogs and the walk. Small nines, steal upon larks. He began to mazurka in swift caricature across the floor on sliding feet past the fireplace to J. O'Malley, who placed the tissues in his receiving hands. What's that? Miles Crawford said with a start. Where are the other two gone? Who? The professor said, turning. They ray gone round to the Oval for a drink. Paddy Hooper is there with Jack Hall. Came over last night. Come on then, Miles Crawford said. Where's my hat? He walked jerkily into the office behind, parting the vent of his jacket, jingling his keys in his back pocket. They jingled then in the air and against the wood as he locked his desk drawer. He's pretty well on, Professor MacHugh said in a low voice. Seems to be, J. O'Malley said, taking out a cigarette case and murmuring meditation, but it is not always as it seems. Who has the most matches? He offered a cigarette to the professor and took one himself. Lenehan promptly struck a match for them and lit their cigarettes in turn. J. O'Malley opened his case again and offered it. Thank ye voos, Lenehan said, helping himself. The editor came from the inner office, a straw hat awry on his brow. He declaimed in song, pointing sternly at Professor MacHugh. 'Twas rank and fame that tempted thee, 'twas empire charmed thy heart. The professor grinned, locking his long lips. You bloody old Roman Empire. Miles Crawford said. He took a cigarette from the open case. Lenehan, lighting it for him with quick grace, said, Silence for my brand new riddle. Imperium Romanum, J. O'Malley said gently. It sounds nobler than British or Brixton. The word reminds one somehow of fat in the fire. Miles Crawford blew his first puff violently towards the ceiling. That's it, he said. We are the fat. You and I are the fat in the fire. We haven't got the chance of a snowball in hell. Wait a moment, Professor MacHugh said, raising two quiet claws. We mustn't be led away by words, by sounds of words. We think of Rome, imperial, imperious, imperative. He extended elocutionary arms from frayed, stained shirt cuffs, pausing. What was their civilization? Vast, I allow, but vile. Cloaky sewers. The Jews in the wilderness and on the mountaintop said, It is meet to be here. Let us build an altar to Jehovah. The Roman, like the Englishman who follows in his footsteps, brought to every new shore on which he set his foot. On our shore he never set it, only his cloacal obsession. He gazed about him in his toga and he said, "It is meet to be here. Let us construct a water closet." Which they accordingly did do, Lenehan said. Our old ancient ancestors, as we read in the first chapter of Guinness S., were partial to the running stream. They were nature's gentlemen, J. O'Malley murmured, but we have also Roman law. And Pontius Pilate is its prophet, Professor MacHugh responded. Do you know that story about Chief Baron Paul's? J. O'Mall asked. It was at the Royal University dinner. Everything was going swimmingly. First my riddle, Lenehan said. Are you ready? Mr. O'Madden Burke, tall and copious gray of Donegal tweed, came in from the hallway. Stephen Dedalus behind him uncovered as he entered. Intres mes enfants. Lenehan cried. I escort a suppliant, Mr. O'Madden Burke said melodiously. Youth led by experience visits notoriety. How do you do? The editor said, holding out a hand. Come in. Your governor is just gone. Lenehan said to all, silence. What opera resembles a railway line? Reflect, ponder, excogitate, reply. Stephen handed over the typed sheets, pointing to the title and signature. Who? The editor asked, bit torn off. Mr. Garrett Deasy, Stephen said. That old Pelters, the editor said, who tore it, was he short taken? On swift sail flaming from storm and south he comes, pale vampire, mouth to my mouth. Good day, Stephen, the professor said, coming to peer over their shoulders, foot and mouth. Are you turned? Bullock befriending Bard. Good day, sir, Stephen answered, blushing. The letter is not mine. Mr. Garrett Deasy asked me to. Oh, I know him, Miles Crawford said, and I knew his wife too. The bloodiest old Tartar God ever made. By Jesus, she had the foot and mouth disease and no mistake. The night she threw the soup in the waiter's face in the Star and Garter. Oh ho! A woman brought sin into the world. For Helen, the runaway wife of Menelaus, 10 years the Greeks. O'Rourke, Prince of Breffni. Is he a widower? Stephen asked. I a grass one, Miles Crawford said, his eye running down the typescript. Emperor's horses. Habsburg. An Irishman saved his life on the ramparts of Vienna. Dante you forget. Maximilian Karl O'Donnell, Graf von Tyrconnell in Ireland, sent his heir over to make the king an Austrian field marshal now. Going to be trouble there one day. Wild geese. Oh yes, every time. Dante you forget that. The moot point is, did he forget it, J.J.? O'Malley said quietly, turning a horseshoe paperweight. Saving princes is a thank you job. Professor MacHugh turned on him. And if not, he said, I'll tell you how it was, Miles Crawford began. A Hungarian it was one day. We were always loyal to lost causes, the professor said. Success for us is the death of the intellect and of the imagination. We were never loyal to the successful, we serve them. I teach the blatant Latin language. I speak the tongue of a race the acme of whose mentality is the maxim. Time is money, material domination, dominus. Lord, where is the spirituality? Lord Jesus. Lord Salisbury, a sofa in a West End club, but the Greek. A smile of light brightened his dark-rimmed eyes, lengthened his long lips. The Greek, he said again. Kyrios, shining word. The vowels the Semite and the Saxon know not. Kyrie, the radiance of the intellect. I ought to profess Greek, the language of the mind. Kyrie eleison. The closet maker and the cloak-maker will never be lords of our spirit. We are liege subjects of the Catholic chivalry of Europe that foundered at Trafalgar, and of the empire of the spirit, not an imperium, that went under with the Athenian fleets at Aegispotami. Yes, yes, they went under. Pyrrhus, misled by an oracle, made a last attempt to retrieve the fortunes of Greece. Loyal to a lost cause, he strode away from them towards the window. They went forth to battle, Mr. O'Madden Burke said grayly, but they always fell. Boo-hoo, Lenehan wept with a little noise, owing to a brick received in the latter half of the matinee. Poor Pyrrhus. He whispered then near Stephen's ear. There's a ponderous pundit Mac Hugh who wears goggles of ebony hue. As he mostly sees double to wear them why trouble? I can see the Joe Miller. Can you? In mourning for Sallust, Mulligan says. Whose mother is beastly dead. Miles Crawford crammed the sheets into a side pocket. That LL be all right, he said. I'll read the rest after. That LL be all right. Lenehan extended his hands in protest. But my riddle, he said, what opera is like a railway line? Opera, Mr. O'Madden Burke's sphinx face re-riddled. Lenehan announced gladly, the Rose of Castile. See the wheeze, Rose of Castile, G. He poked Mr. O'Madden Burke mildly in the spleen. Mr. O'Madden Burke fell back with grace on his umbrella, feigning a gasp. Help. He sighed, I feel a strong weakness. Lenehan, rising to tiptoe, fanned his face rapidly with the rustling tissues. The professor, returning by way of the files, swept his hand across Stephen S. and Mr. O'Madden Burke's loose ties. Paris, past and present, he said. You look like communards. Like fellows who had blown up the Bastille, J.J. O'Malley said in quiet mockery. Or was it you shot the Lord Lieutenant of Finland between you? You look as though you had done the deed. General Bobrikov. We were only thinking about it, Stephen said. All the talents, Miles Crawford said. Law, the classics. The turf, Lenehan put in. Literature, the press. If Bloom were here, the professor said. The gentle art of advertisement. And Madame Bloom, Mr. O'Madden Burke added. The vocal muse. Dublin S. prime favorite. Lenehan gave a loud cough, a hum. He said very softly, oh, for a fresh of breath air, I caught a cold in the park. The gate was open. The editor laid a nervous hand on Stephen S.'s shoulder. I want you to write something for me, he said. Something with a bite in it. You can do it. I see it in your face. In the lexicon of youth, see it in your face, see it in your eye. Lazy, idle little schemer. Foot and mouth disease. The editor cried in scornful invective. Great nationalist meeting in Boris-Ossory. All balls, bulldozing the public. Give them something with a bite in it. Put us all into it, damn its soul. Father, Son, and Holy Ghost and Jakes M. Carthy. We can all supply mental pabulum, Mr. O'Madden Burke said. Stephen raised his eyes to the bold, unheeding stare. He wants you for the press gang, J. O'Malley said. You can do it, Miles Crawford repeated, clenching his hand in emphasis. Wait a minute. We LL paralyze Europe, as Ignatius Gallagher used to say when he was on the Choron, doing billiard marking in the Clarence. Gallagher, that was a pressman for you. That was a pen. You know how he made his mark, I'll tell you. That was the smartest piece of journalism ever known. That was in 81, 6th of May, time of the Invincibles, murder in the Phoenix Park before you were born, I suppose. I'll show you. He pushed past them to the files. Look at here, he said, turning. The New York World cabled for a special. Remember that time? Professor Mac Hugh nodded. New York World, the editor said, excitedly pushing back his straw hat. Where it took place. Tim Kelly, or Kavanagh, I mean. Joe Brady and the rest of them. Where Skin the Goat drove the car. Whole route, see. Skin the Goat, Mr. O'Madden Burke said. Fitzharris. He has that cabman-s shelter, they say, down there at Butt Bridge. Hollowhan told me. You know Hollowhan, hop and carry one, is it? Miles Crawford said. And poor Gumley is down there too, so he told me, minding stones for the corporation. A night watchman. Stephen turned in surprise. Gumley, he said, you don't say so. A friend of my father's, is it? Never mind Gumley, Miles Crawford cried angrily. Let Gumley mind the stones, see they don't run away. Look at here, what did Ignatius Gallagher do? I'll tell you. Inspiration of genius. Cabled right away. Have you Weekly Freeman of 17 March? Right, have you got that? He flung back pages of the files and stuck his finger on a point. Take page 4, advertisement for Bransom's coffee, let us say. Have you got that? Right. The telephone word. I'll answer it, the professor said, going. B is Parkgate. Good. His finger leaped and struck point after point, vibrating. T is Viceregal Lodge. C is where murder took place. K is Knockmaroon Gate. The loose flesh of his neck shook like a cock-s wattles. An old Stark Dickey jutted up, and with a rude gesture he thrust it back into his waistcoat. Hello, Evening Telegraph here. Hello, who's there? Yes. Yes, yes. F to P is the route. Skin the Goat drove the car for an alibi. Inchicore, Roundtown, Windy Arbor, Palmerston Park, Rainlog. FABP got that. X is Davy S. Public House in Upper Leeson Street. The professor came to the inner door. Bloom is at the telephone, he said. Tell him go to hell, the editor said promptly. X is Davy S. Public House, C. Clever, Lenehan said. Very. Gave it to them on a hot plate, Miles Crawford said, the whole bloody history. Nightmare from which you will never awake. I saw it, the editor said proudly. I was present. Dick Adams, the bestarted bloody corkman the Lord ever put the breath of life in, and myself. Lenehan bowed to a shape of air, announcing, Madam, I am Adam. And able was I ere I saw Elba. History. Miles Crawford cried. The old woman of Princess Street was there first. There was weeping and gnashing of teeth over that. Out of an advertisement. Gregor Gray made the design for it. That gave him the leg up. Then Paddy Hooper worked Tay Pay, who took him on to the Star. Now he got in with Blumenfeld. That press. That talent, Payet, he was all their daddies. The father of scare journalism, Lenehan confirmed, and the brother-in-law of Chris Cullinan. Hello, are you there? Yes, he is here still. Come across yourself. Where do you find a pressman like that now, eh? The editor cried. He flung the pages down. Clam de ver, Lenehan said to Mr. O'Madden Burke. Very smart, Mr. O'Madden Burke said. Professor MacHugh came from the inner office. Talking about the Invincibles, he said. Did you see that some hawkers were up before the recorder? Oh yes, J.J. O'Malley said eagerly. Lady Dudley was walking home through the park to see all the trees that were blown down by that cyclone last year, and thought she'd buy a view of Dublin. And it turned out to be a commemoration postcard of Joe Brady or Number 1 or Skin the Goat. Right outside the Viceregal Lodge. Imagine. They ray only in the hook and eye department, Miles Crawford said. Pshaw, press in the bar. Where have you a man now at the bar like those fellows, like Whiteside, like Isaac Butt, like silver-tongued O'Hagan? Bloody nonsense. Pshaw, only in the halfpenny place. His mouth continued to twitch unspeaking in nervous curls of disdain. Would anyone wish that mouth for her kiss? How do you know? Why did you write it then? Mouth south. Is the mouth south some way, or the south of mouth? Must be some. South pout out shout druth, rhymes, two men dressed the same, looking the same, 2 by 2. He saw them 3 by 3, approaching girls in green, in rose, in russet, entwining per el air perso, in mauve, in purple, quella pacifica aurea fiamma, gold of oriflamme, de rimerar f pi ardenti. But I old men, penitent, leaden-footed, under darkneath the night. Mouth south, tomb womb. Speak up for yourself, Mr. O'Madden Burke said. J.J. O'Malley, smiling palely, took up the gauge. My dear Miles, he said, flinging his cigarette aside, you put a false construction on my words. I hold no brief, as at present advised, for the third profession qua profession, but your cork legs are running away with you. Why not bring in Henry Grattan, and Flood, and Demosthenes, and Edmund Burke? Ignatius Gallagher we all know, and his Chapelizod boss, Harmsworth of the Farthing Press, and his American cousin of the Bowery gutter sheet, not to mention Paddy Kelly S. Budget, Pew S. Occurrences, and our watchful friend the Skibbereen Eagle. Why bring in a master of forensic eloquence like Whiteside? Sufficient for the day is the newspaper thereof. Grattan and Flood wrote for this very paper, the editor cried in his face. Irish volunteers. Where are you now? Established 1763, Dr. Lucas. Who have you now like John Philpott Curran, Pishaw? Well, J. O'Malley said Bush KC, for example. Bush. The editor said, well, yes, Bush, yes. He has a strain of it in his blood. Kendall Bush, or I mean Seymour Bush. He would have been on the bench long ago, the professor said, only 4. But no matter. J. O'Malley turned to Stephen and said quietly and slowly, one of the most polished periods I think I ever listened to in my life fell from the lips of Seymour Bush. It was in that case of fratricide, the child's murder case. Bush defended him, and in the porches of mine ear did pour. By the way, how did he find that out? He died in his sleep. Or the other story, Beast with Two Backs. What was that? The professor asked. He spoke on the law of evidence, J. O'Malley said, of Roman justice as contrasted with the earlier Mosaic code, the Lex Talionis, and he cited the Moses of Michelangelo in the Vatican. A few well-chosen words, Lenehan prefaced. Silence. Pause, J. O'Malley took out his cigarette case. False lull, something quite ordinary. Messenger took out his matchbox thoughtfully and lit his cigar. I have often thought since, on looking back over that strange time, that it was that small act, trivial in itself, that striking of that match, that determined the whole aftercourse of both our lives. J. O'Malley resumed, molding his words. He said of it, that stony effigy in frozen music, horned and terrible, of the human form divine, that eternal symbol of wisdom and of prophecy which, if aught that the imagination or the hand of sculptor has wrought in marble of soul transfigured and of soul transfiguring deserves to live. His slim hand with a wave graced echo and fall. Fine, Miles Crawford said at once. The divine afflatus, Mr. O'Madden Burke said. You like it, J. O'Malley asked Stephen. Stephen, his blood wooed by grace of language and gesture, blushed. He took a cigarette from the case. J. O'Malley offered his case to Miles Crawford. Lenehan lit their cigarettes as before and took his trophy, saying, Muchibus thankibus. Professor Magenes was speaking to me about you, J. O'Malley said to Stephen. What do you think really of that hermetic crowd, the opal hush poets? The master mystic. That Blavatsky woman started it. She was a nice old bag of tricks. A.E. has been telling some Yankee interviewer that you came to him in the small hours of the morning to ask him about planes of consciousness. Magenes thinks you must have been pulling A.E.'s leg. He is a man of the very highest morale, Magenes, speaking about me. What did he say? What did he say about me? Dante asked. No thanks, Professor MacHugh said, waving the cigarette case aside. Wait a moment. Let me say one thing. The finest display of oratory I ever heard was a speech made by John F. Taylor at the College Historical Society. Mr. Justice Fitzgibbon, the present Lord Justice of Appeal, had spoken, and the paper under debate was an essay new for those days, advocating the revival of the Irish tongue. He turned towards Miles Crawford and said, You know Gerald Fitzgibbon. Then you can imagine the style of his discourse. He is sitting with Tim Healy. J. O'Malley said, rumor has it, on the Trinity College Estates Commission. He is sitting with a sweet thing, Miles Crawford said in a child's frock. Go on. Well. It was the speech, mark you, the professor said, of a finished orator, full of courteous haughtiness and pouring in chastened diction, I will not say the vials of his wrath, but pouring the proud man's contumely upon the new movement. It was then a new movement. We were weak, therefore worthless. He closed his long, thin lips an instant, but, eager to be on, raised an outspanned hand to his spectacles, and with trembling thumb and ring finger touching lightly the black rims, steadied them to a new focus. In ferial tone he addressed J. O'Malley. Taylor had come there, you must know, from a sickbed. That he had prepared his speech I do not believe, for there was not even one shorthandwriter in the hall. His dark, lean face had a growth of shaggy beard round it. He wore a loose white silk neckcloth, and altogether he looked, though he was not a dying man. His gaze turned at once but slowly from J.J. O'Malley's towards Stephen's face and then bent at once to the ground, seeking. His unglazed linen collar appeared behind his bent head, soiled by his withering hair. Still seeking, he said. When Fitzgibbon's speech had ended, John F. Taylor rose to reply. Briefly, as well as I can bring them to mind, his words were these. He raised his head firmly. His eyes bethought themselves once more. Witless shellfish swam in the gross lenses to and fro, seeking outlet. He began, Mr. Chairman, ladies and gentlemen, great was my admiration in listening to the remarks addressed to the youth of Ireland a moment since by my learned friend. It seemed to me that I had been transported into a country far away from this country, into an age remote from this age, that I stood in ancient Egypt, and that I was listening to the speech of some high priest of that land addressed to the youthful Moses. His listeners held their cigarettes poised to hear, their smokes ascending in frail stalks that flowered with his speech, and let our crooked smokes, noble words coming. Look out, could you try your hand at it yourself? And it seemed to me that I heard the voice of that Egyptian high priest raised in a tone of like haughtiness and like pride. I heard his words, and their meaning was revealed to me. It was revealed to me that those things are good which yet are corrupted, which neither if they were supremely good nor, unless they were good, could be corrupted. Ah, curse you! That is St. Augustine. Why will you Jews not accept our culture, our religion, and our language? You are a tribe of nomad herdsmen. We are a mighty people. You have no cities nor no wealth. Our cities are hives of humanity, and our galleys, trireme and quadrireme, laden with all manner merchandise, furrow the waters of the known globe. You have but emerged from primitive conditions. We have a literature, a priesthood, an age-long history, and a polity. Nile. Child, man, effigy. By the Nile bank the babe Maries kneel, cradle of bulrushes. A man supple in combat, stone-horned, stone-bearded, heart of stone. You pray to a local and obscure idol. Our temples, majestic and mysterious, are the abodes of Isis and Osiris, of Horus and Amun-Ra. Yours serfdom, awe and humbleness, ours thunder and the seas. Israel is weak and few are her children. Egypt is an host and terrible are her arms. Vagrants and day laborers are you called. The world trembles at our name. A dumb belch of hunger cleft his speech. He lifted his voice above it boldly. But ladies and gentlemen, had the youthful Moses listened to and accepted that view of life, had he bowed his head and bowed his will and bowed his spirit before that arrogant admonition, he would never have brought the chosen people out of their house of bondage, nor followed the pillar of the cloud by day. He would never have spoken with the Eternal amid lightnings on Sinai's mountaintop, nor ever have come down with the light of inspiration shining in his countenance and bearing in his arms the tables of the law, graven in the language of the outlaw. He ceased and looked at them, enjoying a silence. J. O'Malley said not without regret, and yet he died without having entered the land of promise. A sudden at the moment, though from lingering illness often previously expectorated demise, Lenehan added. And with a great future behind him. The troop of bare feet was heard rushing along the hallway and pattering up the staircase. That is oratory, the professor said uncontradicted. Gone with the wind, hosts at Mullaghmast and Tara of the kings, miles of ears of porches. The tribune's words howled and scattered to the four winds, a people sheltered within his voice, dead noise. Akashic records of all that ever anywhere wherever was. Love and laud him, me no more, I have money. Gentlemen, Stephen said, as the next motion on the agenda paper, may I suggest that the House do now adjourn? You take my breath away. It is not perchance a French compliment. Mr. O'Madden Burke asked. 'Tis the hour, methinks, when the wine-jug, metaphorically speaking, is most grateful in ye ancient hostelry. That it be and hereby is resolutely resolved. All that are in favor say aye, Lenehan announced. The contrary no I declare it carried. To which particular boozing shed, my casting vote is Mooney S. He led the way, admonishing, we will sternly refuse to partake of strong waters, will we not? Yes, we will not, by no manner of means. Mr. O'Madden Burke, following close, said with an ally-s lunge of his umbrella, lay on, Macduff. Chip of the old block, the editor cried, clapping Stephen on the shoulder, let us go. Where are those blasted keys? He fumbled in his pocket, pulling out the crushed typesheets, foot and mouth. I know that LL be all right, that LL go in. Where are they? That S all right. He thrust the sheets back and went into the inner office. J.J. O'Malley, about to follow him in, said quietly to Stephen, I hope you will live to see it published. Miles, one moment. He went into the inner office, closing the door behind him. Come along, Stephen, the professor said. That is fine, isn't it? It has the prophetic vision, fuit ilium. The sack of windy Troy, kingdoms of this world, the masters of the Mediterranean are fellaheen today. The first newsboy came pattering down the stairs at their heels and rushed out into the street, yelling, racing special. Dublin, I have much, much to learn. They turned to the left along Abbey Street. I have a vision too, Stephen said. Yes. The professor said, skipping to get into step. Crawford will follow. Another newsboy shot past them, yelling as he ran, racing special. Dubliners, 2 Dublin Vestals, Stephen said, elderly and pious, have lived 50 and 53 years in Fumbly Lane. Where is that? The professor asked. Off Blackbit, Stephen said, damp night reeking of hungry dough. Against the wall, face glistering tallow under her fustian shawl, frantic hearts. Akasic records, quicker darlint on now. Dare it, let there be life. They want to see the views of Dublin from the top of Nelson S. Pillar. They save up 3 and 10pence in a red tin letterbox money box. They shake out the 3-penny bits and 6pences and coax out the pennies with the blade of a knife. 2 and 3 in silver and 1 and 7 in coppers. They put on their bonnets and best clothes and take their umbrellas for fear it may come on to rain. Wise virgins, Professor Mac-Hugh said. They buy 1 and 4penceworth of brawn and 4 slices of panloaf at the North City Diningrooms in Marlborough Street from Miss Kate Collins, proprietress. They purchase 4 and 20 ripe plums from a girl at the foot of Nelson S. Pillar, to take off the thirst of the brawn. They give 2 3-penny bits to the gentleman at the turnstile and begin to waddle slowly up the winding staircase, grunting, encouraging each other, afraid of the dark, panting, one asking the other, have you the brawn, praising God and the Blessed Virgin, threatening to come down, peeping at the air slits. Glory be to God, they had no idea it was that high. Their names are Ann Kearns and Florence MacCabe. Ann Kearns has the lumbago for which she rubs on lured water, given her by a lady who got a bottleful from a passionist father. Florence MacCabe takes a crubine and a bottle of double X for supper every Saturday. Antithesis, the professor said, nodding twice. Vestal virgins, I can see them. What keeping our friend? He turned. A bevy of scampering newsboys rushed down the steps, scattering in all directions, yelling, their white papers fluttering. Hard after them, Miles Crawford appeared on the steps, his hat aureoling his scarlet face, talking with J. O'Malley. Come along, the professor cried, waving his arm. He set off again to walk by Stephen's side. Yes, he said, I see them. Mr. Bloom, breathless, caught in a whirl of wild newsboys near the offices of the Irish Catholic and Dublin Penny Journal, called, Mr. Crawford. A moment, telegraph, racing special. What is it? Miles Crawford said, falling back a pace. A newsboy cried in Mr. Bloom's face, terrible tragedy in Rathmines. A child bit by a bellows. Just this ad, Mr. Bloom said, pushing through towards the steps, puffing and taking the cutting from his pocket. I spoke with Mr. Keyes just now. He LL give a renewal for 2 months, he says. After he LLC. But he wants a par to call attention in the Telegraph too, the Saturday Pink. And he wants it copied if it's not too late. I told Councillor Nanetti from the Kilkenny people. I can have access to it in the National Library. House of Keys, Don Tuc. His name is Keys. It's a play on the name, but he practically promised he'd give the renewal. But he wants just a little puff. What will I tell him, Mr. Crawford? Will you tell him he can kiss my arse? Miles Crawford said, throwing out his arm for emphasis. Tell him that straight from the stable. A bit nervy. Look out for squalls, all off for a drink, arm in arm. Lenehan's yachting cap on the cadge beyond. Usual blarney. Wonder is that young Daedalus the moving spirit. Has a good pair of boots on him today. Last time I saw him he had his heels on view. Been walking in muck somewhere. Careless chap. What was he doing in Irishtown? Well, Mr. Bloom said, his eyes returning, if I can get the design I suppose it's worth a short par. He give the ad, I think. I'll tell him. He can kiss my royal Irish arse, Miles Crawford cried loudly over his shoulder. Any time he likes, tell him. While Mr. Bloom stood weighing the point and about to smile, he strode on jerkily. Nulla bona, Jack, he said, raising his hand to his chin. I am up to here. I've been through the hoop myself. I was looking for a fellow to back a bill for me no later than last week. Sorry, Jack. You must take the will for the deed. With a heart and a half if I could raise the wind anyhow. J.J. O'Malley pulled a long face and walked on silently. They caught up on the others and walked abreast. When they have eaten the brawn and the bread and wiped their 20 fingers in the paper, the bread was wrapped and they go nearer to the railings. Something for you, the professor explained to Miles Crawford. 2 old Dublin women on the top of Nelson's pillar. That's new, Miles Crawford said. That's copy. Out for the waxies, Dargle. 2 old trickies, what? But they are afraid the pillar will fall, Stephen went on. They see the roofs and argue about where the different churches are. Rathmine's Blue Dome, Adam and Eve S., St. Lawrence O'Toole S., but it makes them giddy to look so they pull up their skirts. Easy all, Miles Crawford said. No poetic license. We ray in the archdiocese here, and settle down on their striped petticoats, peering up at the statue of the one-handled adulterer. One-handled adulterer, the professor cried, I like that. I see the idea. I see what you mean. It gives them a crick in their necks, Stephen said, and they are too tired to look up or down or to speak. They put the bag of plums between them and eat the plums out of it, one after another, wiping off with their handkerchiefs the plum juice that dribbles out of their mouths and spitting the plumstones slowly out between the railings. He gave a sudden loud young laugh as a close. Lenehan and Mr. O'Madden Burke, hearing, turned, beckoned, and led on across towards Mooney's finished. Miles Crawford said, So long as they do no worse. You remind me of Antisthenes, the professor said, a disciple of Gorgias, the sophist. It is said of him that none could tell if he were bitterer against others or against himself. He was the son of a noble and a bondwoman, and he wrote a book in which he took away the palm of beauty from Argive Helen and handed it to poor Penelope. Poor Penelope. Penelope rich, they made ready to cross O'Connell Street. At various points along the 8 lines tramcars with motionless trolleys stood in their tracks, bound for or from Rathmines, Rathfarnham, Blackrock, Kingstown and Dalkey, Sandymount Green, Ringsend and Sandymount Tower, Donnybrook, Palmerston Park and Upper Rathmines all still, becalmed in short circuit. Hackney cars, cabs, delivery wagons, mail vans, private broughams, aerated mineral water floats with rattling crates of bottles, rattled, rolled, horse-drawn rapidly. But what do you call it? Miles Crawford asked. Where did they get the plums? Call it, wait, the professor said, opening his long lips wide to reflect. Call it, let me see. Call it Deus nobis HC Osha fecit. No, Stephen said. I call it a Pisgah site of Palestine or the parable of the plums. I see, the professor said. He laughed richly. I see, he said again with new pleasure. Moses and the Promised Land. We gave him that idea, he added to JJ. O'Malley, JJ. O'Malley sent a weary sidelong glance towards the statue and held his peace. I see, the professor said. He halted on Sir John Gray's pavement island and peered aloft at Nelson through the meshes of his wry smile. One-handled adulterer, he said, smiling grimly. That tickles me, I must say. Tickled the old ones too, Miles Crawford said, if the God Almighty's truth was known. Pineapple rock, lemon platt, butter scotch. A sugar-sticky girl shoveling scoopfuls of creams for a Christian brother, some school treat. Bad for their tummies, lozenge and comfit manufacturer to His Majesty the King, God. Save our, sitting on his throne sucking red jujubes white. A somber YMC. A young man, watchful among the warm, sweet fumes of Graham Lemon S, placed a throwaway in a hand of Mr. Bloom. Heart-to-heart talks. Blues me, no blood of the lamb. His slow feet walked him riverward reading. Are you saved? All are washed in the blood of the lamb. God wants blood victim. Birth, hymen, martyr, war, foundation of a building, sacrifice, kidney burnt offering, druids' altars. Elijah is coming. Dr. John Alexander Dowie, restorer of the church in Zion, is coming. Is coming, is coming. Is coming, all heartily welcome, paying game. Tory and Alexander last year. Polygamy. His wife will put the stopper on that. Where was that ad? Some Birmingham firm, the luminous crucifix. Our Savior. Wake up in the dead of night and see him on the wall, hanging. Pepper's ghost idea. Iron nails ran in. Phosphorus it must be done with. If you leave a bit of codfish, for instance, I could see the blue-eye silver over it. Night I went down to the pantry and the kitchen. Dante like all the smells in it waiting to rush out. What was it she wanted? The Malaga raisins. Thinking of Spain, before Ruddy was born, the phosphorescence, that blue-eye greeny. Very good for the brain. From Butler's Monument House corner he glanced along Bachelor's Walk. Daedalus' daughter there still outside Dillon's auction rooms. Must be selling off some old furniture. Knew her eyes at once from the father, lobbing about waiting for him. Home always breaks up when the mother goes. 15 children he had, birth every year almost. That S in their theology, or the priest 1T, give the poor woman the confession, the absolution. Increase and multiply. Did you ever hear such an idea? Eat you out of house and home. No families themselves to feed, living on the fat of the land, their butteries and larders. I'd like to see them do the black fast Yom Kippur. Cross buns. One meal and a collation for fear he'd collapse on the altar. A housekeeper of one of those fellows, if you could pick it out of her. Never pick it out of her, like getting SD out of him. Does himself well, no guests, all for number 1. Watching his water, bring your own bread and butter, his reverence, mum's the word. Good Lord, that poor child's dress is in flitters. Underfed she looks too. Potatoes and Marge and potatoes. It's after they feel it, proof of the pudding, undermines the Constitution. As he set foot on O'Connell Bridge, a puffball of smoke plumed up from the parapet. Brewery barge with export stout. England. Sea air sours it, I heard. Be interesting some day, get a pass through Hancock to see the brewery. Regular world in itself. Vats of porter wonderful. Rats get in too. Drink themselves bloated, as big as a collie floating. Dead drunk on the porter. Drink till they puke again like Christians. Imagine drinking that. Rats, vats. Well, of course, if we knew all the things. Looking down, he saw flapping strongly, wheeling between the gaunt quay walls, gulls. Rough weather outside. If I threw myself down, Reuben J.'s son must have swallowed a good bellyful of that sewage. 1 and 8pence too much. HHHHM. It's the droll way he comes out with the things. Knows how to tell a story too. They wheeled lower, looking for grub. Wait, he threw down among them a crumpled paper ball. Elijah 32 feet per sec is calm. Not a bit. The ball bobbed unheeded on the wake of swells, floated under by the bridge piers. Not such damn fools. Also the day I threw that stale cake out of the Aaron S. King picked it up in the wake 50 yards astern. Live by their wits. They wheeled, flapping. The hungry, famished gull flaps o'er the waters dull. That is how poets write the similar sounds. But then Shakespeare has no rhymes, blank verse. The flow of the language it is, the thoughts solemn. Hamlet, I am thy father's spirit doomed for a certain time to walk the earth. 2 apples a penny, 2 for a penny. His gaze passed over the glazed apples serried on her stand. Australians they must be this time of year. Shiny peels, polishes them up with a rag or a handkerchief. Wait, those poor birds. He halted again and bought from the old applewoman 2 Banbury cakes for a penny, and broke the brittle paste and threw its fragments down into the Liffey. See that? The gulls swooped silently, too, then all from their heights pouncing on prey. Gone. Every morsel. Aware of their greed and cunning, he shook the powdery crumb from his hands. They never expected that. Manna, live on fish, fishy flesh they have, all seabirds, gulls, sea-goose. Swans from Anna Liffey swim down here sometimes to preen themselves. No accounting for tastes. Wonder what kind is swan meat. Robinson Crusoe had to live on them. They wheeled flapping weakly. I am not going to throw any more. Penny quite enough. Lot of thanks I get. Not even a call. They spread foot and mouth disease too. If you cram a turkey, say, on chestnut meal, it tastes like that. Eat pig like pig. But then why is it that saltwater fish are not salty? How is that? His eyes sought answer from the river and saw a rowboat rock at anchor on the treacly swells lazily, its plastered board. Kino's trousers, good idea that. Wonder if he pays rent to the corporation. How can you own water really? It is always flowing in a stream, never the same, which in the stream of life we trace. Because life is a stream. All kinds of places are good for ads. That quack doctor for the clap used to be stuck up in all the greenhouses. Never see it now, strictly confidential, Dr. High Franks. Didn't tea cost him a red like Magini, the dancing master self-advertisement? Got fellows to stick them up, or stick them up himself for that matter on the QT. Running in to loosen a button, Flybenite just the place too. Post no bills, post 110 pills, some chap with a dose burning him. If he, oh they. No, I don't believe it, he wouldn't surely. No, Mr. Bloom moved forward, raising his troubled eyes. Think no more about that. After 1. Time ball on the ballast office is down. Dunsink time. Fascinating little book that is of Sir Robert Ball S. Parallax I never exactly understood. There's a priest. Could ask him. Part S Greek. Parallel, parallax. Met him pike hoses she called it till I told her about the transmigration. Oh rocks. Mr. Bloom smiled. Oh rocks at 2 windows of the ballast office. She's right after all. Only big words for ordinary things on account of the sound. She's not exactly witty. Can be rude too. Blurt out what I was thinking. Still, I don't know. She used to say Ben Dollard had a bass barrel-tone voice. He has legs like barrels and you'd think he was singing into a barrel. Now, isn't he that wit? They used to call him Big Ben. Not half as witty as calling him bass barrel-tone. Appetite like an albatross. Get outside of a baron of beef. Powerful man he was at stowing away number 1 bass. Barrel of bass, see. It all works out. A procession of white-smocked sandwichmen marched slowly towards him along the gutter, scarlet sashes across their boards. Bargains. Like that priest they are this morning. We have sinned, we have suffered. He read the scarlet letters on their 5 tall white hats. H.E. L.Y.S. Wisdom Healy S.Y. lagging behind drew a chunk of bread from under his foreboard, crammed it into his mouth and munched as he walked. Our staple food. 3 bob a day walking along the gutters street after street. Just keep skin and bone together, bread and skilly. They are not Boyle. No, M. Glade S. men. Doesn't T bring in any business either. I suggested to him about a transparent show cart with two smart girls sitting inside writing letters, copybooks, envelopes, blotting paper. I bet that would have caught on. Smart girls writing something catch the eye at once. Everyone dying to know what she's writing. Get 20 of them round you if you stare at nothing. Have a finger in the pie. Women too, curiosity. Pillar of salt. Wouldn't he have it, of course, because he didn't think of it himself first. Or the ink bottle I suggested with a false stain of black celluloid. His ideas for ads like Plumtree's potted under the obituaries, cold meat department. You can lick M. What? Our envelopes. Hello, Jones, where are you going? Can stop, Robinson? I am hastening to purchase the only reliable Incaracer cancel, sold by Healy S. Limited, 85 Dame Street. Well out of that ruck I am. Devil of a job it was collecting accounts of those convents. Tranquilla Convent. That was a nice nun there, really sweet face. Wimple suited her small head. Sister. Sister, I am sure she was crossed in love by her eyes. Very hard to bargain with that sort of a woman. I disturbed her at her devotions that morning, but glad to communicate with the outside world. Our great day, she said. Feast of Our Lady of Mount Carmel. Sweet name too, Carmel. She knew I think she knew by the way she. If she had married, she would have changed. I suppose they really were short of money. Fried everything in the best butter all the same. No lard for them. My heart broke eating dripping. They like buttering themselves in and out. Molly tasting it, her veil up. Sister, Pat Claffey, the pawnbroker's daughter. It was a nun they say invented barbed wire. He crossed Westmoreland Street when apostrophe S had plodded by. Rover cyclist shop. Those races are on today. How long ago was that? Year Phil Gilligan died. We were in Lombard Street West. Wait, was in Tom S. got the job in Wisdom Healy S. year we married. 6 years. 9 to 4 he died, yes, that S. right. The big fire at Arnott S. Val Dillon was Lord Mayor. The Glencree dinner. Alderman Robert O'Reilly emptying the port into his soup before the flag fell. Bob lapping it for the inner alderman. Couldn't he hear what the band played? For what we have already received may the Lord make us. Millie was a kiddie then. Molly had that elephant-grey dress with the braided frogs. Mantillered with self-covered buttons. She didn't like it because I sprained my ankle first day she wore choir picnic at the Sugarloaf. As if that. Old Goodwin's tall hat done up with some sticky stuff. Fly's picnic too. Never put a dress on her back like it. Fitted her like a glove, shoulders and hips, just beginning to plump it out well. Rabbit pie we had that day. People looking after her, happier than. Snug little room that was with the red wallpaper. Dockrell S. 1 and 9pence a dozen. Millie S. tubbing night. American soap I bought, elderflower, cozy smell of her bathwater. Funny she looked soaped all over. Shapely too. Now photography. Poor Papa's daguerreotype atelier he told me of. Hereditary taste. He walked along the curbstone, stream of life. What was the name of that priest-looking chap was always squinting in when he passed. Weak eyes, woman. Stopped in Citron S. St. Kevin S. parade. Pen something, Pendennies. My memory is getting. Pen, of course it is years ago. Noise of the trams probably. Well, if he couldn't remember the Dayfather's name that he sees every day. Bartle Arcee was the tenor, just coming out then, seeing her home after practice. Conceited fellow with his waxed-up mustache. Gave her that song Winds That Blow from the South. Windy night that was I went to fetch her there was that lodge meeting on about those lottery tickets after Goodwin's concert in the supper-room or oak-room of the mansion house. He and I behind. Sheet of her music blew out of my hand against the high school railings. Lucky it didn't Thing like that spoils the effect of a night for her. Professor Goodwin linking her in front. Shaky on his pins, poor old sot. his farewell concerts, positively last appearance on any stage, may be for months and may be for never. Remember her laughing at the wind, her blizzard collar up. Corner of Harcourt Road, remember that gust, brr foo. Blew up all her skirts and her boa nearly smothered old Goodwin. She did get flushed in the wind. Remember when we got home raking up the fire and frying up those pieces of lap of mutton for her supper with the chutney sauce she liked. And the mulled rum. Could see her in the bedroom from the hearth unclamping the busk of her stays, white. Swish and soft flop her stays made on the bed. Always warm from her, always liked to let herself out, sitting there after till near 2 taking out her hairpins. Milly tucked up in Betty house, happy, happy. That was the night. Oh, Mr. Bloom, how do you do? Oh, how do you do, Mrs. Breen? No use complaining. How is Molly those times? Haven't seen her for ages. In the pink, Mr. Bloom said gaily. Milly has a position down in Mullingar, you know. Go away. Isn't that grand for her? Yes, in a photographer there. Getting on like a house on fire. How are all your charges? All on the Baker list, Mrs. Breen said. How many has she? No other in sight. You ray in black, I see. You have no, Mr. Bloom said. I have just come from a funeral. Going to crop up all day, I foresee. Who's dead, when and what did he die of? Turn up like a bad penny. Oh dear me, Mrs. Breen said. I hope it wasn't any near relation. May as well get her sympathy. Dignam, Mr. Bloom said. An old friend of mine. He died quite suddenly, poor fellow. Heart trouble, I believe. Funeral was this morning. Your funeral tomorrow while you ray coming through the rye. Diddle diddle dum dum diddle diddle. Sad to lose the old friends, Mrs. Breen womanized said melancholily. Now that's quite enough about that. Just quietly, husband, and your lord and master. Mrs. Breen turned up her 2 large eyes. Hasn't lost them anyhow? Oh, don't be talking, she said. He's a caution to rattlesnakes. He's in there now with his law books finding out the law of libel. He has me heart scolded. Wait till I show you. Hot mockturtle vapor and steam of new-baked jam-puffs, rollipolly poured out from Harrison S. The heavy noonreek tickled the top of Mr. Bloom S. gullet. Wanna make good pastry, butter, best flour, demerara sugar, or they taste it with the hot tea? Or is it from her? A barefoot Arab stood over the grating, breathing in the fumes. Deaden the gnaw of hunger that way. Pleasure or pain is it? Penny dinner. Knife and fork chained to the table. Opening her handbag, chipped leather. Hatpin. Ought to have a guard on those things. Stick it in a chap's eye in the tram. Rummaging, open. Money, please take 1. Devils if they lose 6pence. Raise Cain. Husband barging. Where's the 10 shillings I gave you on Monday? Are you feeding your little brother's family? Soiled handkerchief, medicine bottle, pastille that was fell. What is she? There must be a new moon out, she said. He's always bad then. Do you know what he did last night? Her hand ceased to rummage. Her eyes fixed themselves on him, wide in alarm yet smiling. What? Mr. Bloom asked. Let her speak. Look straight in her eyes. I believe you, trust me. Woke me up in the night, she said. Dream he had a nightmare, ins. Said the ace of spades was walking up the stairs. The ace of spades, Mr. Bloom said. She took a folded postcard from her handbag. Read that, she said. He got it this morning. What is it? Mr. Bloom asked, taking the card. You. Up, she said. Someone taking a rise out of him. It's a great shame for them, whoever he is. Indeed it is, Mr. Bloom said. She took back the card, sighing. And now he's going round to Mr. Minton's office. He's going to take an action for £10,000, he says. She folded the card into her untidy bag and snapped the catch. Same blue serge dress she had 2 years ago, the nap bleaching. Seen its best days. Wispish hair over her ears. And that dowdy toque, 3 old grapes to take the harm out of it. Shabby genteel. She used to be a tasty dresser. lines round her mouth, only a year or so older than Molly. See the eye that woman gave her passing, cruel the unfair sex. He looked still at her, holding back behind his look his discontent. Pungent mockturtle oxtail mulligatawny. I am hungry too. Flakes of pastry on the gusset of her dress, daub of sugary flour stuck to her cheek. Rhubarb tart with liberal fillings, rich fruit interior. Josie Powell that was. In Luke Doyle-s long ago, Dolphin-s barn the charades, change the subject. Do you ever see anything of Mrs. Bove? Mr. Bloom asked. Mina Purifoy, she said. Philip Bove, I was thinking. Playgoers Club. Matcham often thinks of the masterstroke. Did I pull the chain? Yes, the last act. Yes, I just called to ask on the way in, is she over it? She's in the lying-in hospital in Hall Street. Dr. Horn got her in. She's 3 days bad now. Oh, Mr. Bloom said. I am sorry to hear that. Yes, Mrs. Breen said, and a house full of kids at home. It's a very stiff birth, the nurse told me. Oh, Mr. Bloom said. His heavy pitying gaze absorbed her news. His tongue clacked in compassion. DTH. I am sorry to hear that, he said. Poor thing, 3 days. That's terrible for her. Mrs. Breen nodded. She was taken bad on the Tuesday. Mr. Bloom touched her funny bone gently, warning her. Mind, let this man pass. A bony form strode along the curbstone from the river, staring with a rapt gaze into the sunlight through a heavy stringed glass. Tight as a sculpice, a tiny hat gripped his head. From his arm, a folded dust coat, a stick and an umbrella dangled to his stride. Watch him, Mr. Bloom said. He always walks outside the lampposts. Watch, who is he if it's a fair question? Mrs. Breen asked. Is he Dotty? His name is Cashel Boyle O'Connor Fitzmaurice Tisdall Farrell, Mr. Bloom said, smiling. Watch. He has enough of them, she said. Denny's will be like that one of these days. She broke off suddenly. There he is, she said. I must go after him. Goodbye. Remember me to Molly, 1TU. I will, Mr. Bloom said. He watched her dodge through passers towards the shop fronts. Denny's Breen in skimpy frock coat and blue canvas shoes shuffled out of Harrison's, hugging 2 heavy tomes to his ribs. Blown in from the bay, like old times. He suffered her to overtake him without surprise and thrust his dull gray beard towards her, his loose jaw wagging as he spoke earnestly. Meshuggah, off his chump. Mr. Bloom walked on again easily, seeing ahead of him in sunlight the tight sculpies, the dangling stick-umbrella dust coat. Going the 2 days. Watch him. Out he goes again. One way of getting on in the world, and that other old mosey lunatic in those duds. Hard time she must have with him. Up. I'll take my oath that S. Alf Bergen or Richie Gooding wrote it for a lark in the Scotch house, I bet anything. Round to Minton's office. His oyster eyes staring at the postcard. Be a feast for the gods. He passed the Irish Times. There might be other answers lying there. Like to answer them all. Good system for criminals. Code, at their lunch now. Clerk with the glasses, their docent tea know me. Oh, leave them there to simmer. Enough bother wadding through 4 to 4 of them. Wanted, smart lady typist to aid gentlemen in literary work. I called you naughty darling because I do not like that other world. Please tell me what is the meaning. Please tell me what perfume does your wife. Tell me who made the world. The way they spring those questions on you. And the other one, Lizzie Twigg. My literary efforts have had the good fortune to meet with the approval of the eminent poet A.E. Mr. Geo. Russell, no time to do her hair, drinking sloppy tea with a book of poetry. Best paper by long chalks for a small ad. Got the provinces now. Cook and general exc. Cuisine housemaid kept. Wanted live man for spirit counter. Resp. Girl RC wishes to hear of post in fruit or pork shop. James Carlyle made that. 6.5% dividend. Made a big deal on Coates' shares. Cockney, cunning old Scotch hunks, all the toady news. Our gracious and popular vicereign. Bought the Irish field now. Lady Mountcashel has quite recovered after her confinement and rode out with the Ward Union staghounds at the enlargement yesterday at Rathof. Uneatable fox, pot hunters too. Fear injects juices make it tender enough for them. Riding astride, sit her horse like a man, weight-carrying huntress. No side saddle or pillion for her, not for Joe. First to the meet and in at the death. Strong as a brood mare some of those horsey women. Swagger around livery stables. Toss off a glass of brandy neat while you say knife. That one at the Grosvenor this morning. Up with her on the car, wish-swish. Stonewall or five-barred gate put her mount to it. Think that pug-nosed driver did it out of spite. Who is this she was like? Oh yes, Mrs. Miriam Dandrade that sold me her old wraps and black underclothes in the Shelbourne Hotel. Divorced Spanish-American. Didn't he take a feather out of her my handling them, as if I was her clothes horse. Saw her in the viceregal party when Stubbs the park ranger got me in with Wellen of the Express, scavenging what the quality left. High tea. Mayonnaise I poured on the plums thinking it was custard. Her ears ought to have tingled for a few weeks after. Want to be a bull for her. Born courtesan. No nursery work for her, thanks, poor Mrs. Purifoy. Methodist husband. Method in his madness. Saffron bun and milk and soda lunch in the educational dairy. YMC. A eating with a stopwatch, 32 chews to the minute. And still his mutton chop whiskers grew. Supposed to be well connected. Theodore S. cousin in Dublin Castle. One Tony relative in every family. Hearty annuals he presents her with. Saw him out at the three jolly topers marching along bareheaded and his eldest boy carrying one in a market net. The squalors. Poor thing, then having to give the breast year after year all hours of the night. Selfish those TTS are. Dog in the manger. Only one lump of sugar in my tea, if you please. He stood at Fleet Street crossing. Luncheon interval. A sixpenny at row S. Must look up that ad in the National Library. An eightpenny in the Burton. Better, on my way. He walked on past Bolton S. Westmoreland House. T. I forgot to tap Tom Kernan. SSS. DTH. 3 days imagine groaning on a bed with a vinegared handkerchief round her forehead, her belly swollen out. Phew. Dreadful simply. Child S head too big, forceps. Doubled up inside her trying to butt its way out blindly, groping for the way out. Kill me that would. Lucky Molly got over hers lightly. They ought to invent something to stop that. Life with hard labor. Twilight sleep idea, Queen Victoria was given that. 9 she had. A good layer. Old woman that lived in a shoe she had so many children. Suppose he was consumptive. Time someone thought about it, instead of gassing about the what was it, the pensive bosom of the silver effulgence. Flapdoodle to feed fools on. They could easily have big establishments whole thing, quite painless out of all the taxes, give every child born 5 quid at compound interest up to 21.5%, is 100 shillings, and 5 tiresome pounds multiply by 20 decimal system. Encourage people to put by money save 110, and a bit 21 years want to work it out on paper come to a tidy sum more than you think. Not stillborn, of course. They are not even registered, trouble for nothing. Funny sight 2 of them together, their bellies out. Molly and Mrs. Moisel, mothers meeting. Thesis retires for the time being, then returns. How flat they look all of a sudden after, peaceful eyes. Weight off their mind. Old Mrs. Thornton was a jolly old soul. All my bobbies, she said. The spoon of pap in her mouth before she fed them. Oh, that Numnium. Got her hand crushed by old Tom Wall's son. His first beau to the public. Head like a prize pumpkin. Snuffy Dr. Murrin. People knocking them up at all hours. For God's sake, doctor, wife in her throes. Then keep them waiting months for their fee. To attendance on your wife. No gratitude in people. Humane doctors, most of them. Before the huge high door of the Irish House of Parliament, a flock of pigeons flew. Their little frolic after meals. Who will we do it on? I pick the fellow in black. Here goes. Here's good luck. Must be thrilling from the air. Up John, myself and Owen Goldberg up in the trees near Goose Green playing the monkeys. Mackerel they called me. A squad of constables debouched from College Street, marching in Indian file. Goose step. Food-heated faces, sweating helmets, patting their truncheons. After their feed with a good load of fat soup under their belts. Policeman's lot is oft a happy one. They split up in groups and scattered, saluting towards their beats. Let out to graze. Best moment to attack one in pudding time. A punch in his dinner. A squad of others, marching irregularly, rounded Trinity railings making for the station, bound for their troughs. Prepare to receive cavalry. Prepare to receive soup. He crossed under Tommy Moore's roguish finger. They did right to put him up over a urinal, meeting of the waters. Ought to be places for women, running into cake shops. Settle my hat straight. There is not in this wide world a valley. Great song of Julia Morkan S. Kept her voice up to the very last. Pupil of Michael Balfe S. Wasn't she? He gazed after the last broad tunic, nasty customers to tackle. Jack Power could a tale unfold. Father a G-man. If a fellow gave them trouble being lagged, they let him have it hot and heavy in the bridewell. Can T blame them after all with the job they have, especially the young hornies? That horse policeman, the day Joe Chamberlain was given his degree in Trinity, he got a run for his money. My word, he did. His horse's hoofs clattering after us down Abbey Street. Lucky I had the presence of mind to dive into Manning S. or I was souped. He did come a wallop, by George. Must have cracked his skull on the cobblestones. I oughtn't to have got myself swept along with those medicals, and the Trinity jibs in their mortarboards, looking for trouble. Still I got to know that young Dixon who dressed that sting for me in the Mater, and now he s in Hall Street where Mrs. Purifoy. Wheels within wheels. Police whistle in my ears still. All skedaddled, why he fixed on me, give me in charge. Right here it began, up the Boers, 3 cheers for DeWet. We hang Joe Chamberlain on a sour apple tree. Silly billies, mob of young cubs yelling their guts out. Vinegar Hill. The Butter Exchange Band. Few years' time, half of them magistrates and civil servants. War comes on, into the army helter-skelter, same fellows used to. Whether on the scaffold high, never know who you ray talking to. Corny Kelleher, he has Harvey Duff in his eye. Like that Peter or Denny's or James Carey that blew the gaff on the Invincibles. Member of the corporation too. Egging raw youths on to get in the know, all the time drawing Secret Service pay from the castle. Drop him like a hot potato. Why those plainclothes men are always courting slavies. Easily twig a man used to uniform. Square pushing up against a back door, maul her a bit, then the next thing on the menu. And who is the gentleman does be visiting there? Was the young master saying anything? Peeping Tom through the keyhole. Decoy duck, hot-blooded young student fooling round her fat arms ironing. Are those yours, Mary? I don't wear such things. Stop or I'll tell the missus on you, out half the night. There are great times coming, Mary. Wait till you see. Ah, gelong with your great times coming. Barmaids too, tobacco shop girls. James Stephen's idea was the best. He knew them, circles of 10 so that a fellow couldn't tee round on more than his own ring. Sinn Fein. Back out you get the knife, hidden hand stay in. The firing squad. Turnkey's daughter got him out of Richmond, off from Lusk, putting up in the Buckingham Palace Hotel under their very noses. Garibaldi, you must have a certain fascination. Parnell. Arthur Griffith is a square-headed fellow, but he has no go in him for the mob. Or gas about our lovely land. Gammon and spinach. Dublin Bakery Company Esterum. Debating societies. That republicanism is the best form of government. that the language question should take precedence of the economic question. Have your daughters inveigling them to your house. Stuff them up with meat and drink, Michaelmas goose. Here's a good lump of thyme seasoning under the apron for you. Have another quart of goose grease before it gets too cold. Half-fed enthusiasts. Penny roll and a walk with the band. No grace for the carver. The thought that the other chap pays best sauce in the world. Make themselves thoroughly at home. Show us over those apricots, meaning peaches, the not far distant day. Home rule sun rising up in the northwest. His smile faded as he walked, a heavy cloud hiding the sun slowly, shadowing Trinity's surly front. Trams passed one another, ingoing, outgoing, clanging. Useless words. Things go on same day after day. Squads of police marching out back, trams in, out. Those two loonies mooching about. Dignam carted off. Mina Purifoy's swollen belly on a bed groaning to have a child tugged out of her. One born every second somewhere. Other dying every second. Since I fed the birds 5 minutes, 300 kicked the bucket. Other 300 born washing the blood off. All are washed in the blood of the lamb, bawling Maya. Cityful passing away, other cityful coming, passing away too, other coming on, passing on. Houses, lines of houses, streets, miles of pavements, piled up bricks, stones. Changing hands, this owner, that, landlord never dies they say. Other steps into his shoes when he gets his notice to quit. They buy the place up with gold and still they have all the gold. Swindle in it somewhere. Piled up in cities, worn away age after age. Pyramids in sand, built on bread and onions. Slaves Chinese wall, Babylon big stones left. Round towers, rest rubble sprawling suburbs Jera built. Kerwin-s mushroom houses built of breeze. Shelter for the night, no one is anything. This is the very worst hour of the day. Vitality, dull gloomy, hate this hour. Feel as if I had been eaten and spewed. Provost's house, the Reverend Dr. Salmon, tinned salmon, well tinned in there. Like a mortuary chapel, wouldn't he live in it if they paid me? Hope they have liver and bacon today. Nature abhors a vacuum. The sun freed itself slowly and lit glints of light among the silverware opposite in Walter Sexton's window by which John Howard Parnell passed, unseeing. There he is, the brother. Image of him, haunting face, now that's a coincidence. Course hundreds of times you think of a person and Don T meet him, like a man walking in his sleep. No one knows him. Must be a corporation meeting today. They say he never put on the city marshal's uniform since he got the job. Charlie Kavanagh used to come out on his high horse, cocked hat, puffed, powdered and shaved. Look at the woebegone walk of him, eating a bad egg, poached eyes on ghost. I have a pain. Great man's brother, his brother's brother. He look nice on the city charger. Drop into the DBC probably for his coffee, play chess there. His brother used men as pawns. Let them all go to pot, afraid to pass a remark on him, freeze them up with that eye of his. That's the fascination, the name, all a bit touched. Mad Fanny and his other sister Mrs. Dickinson driving about with scarlet harness. Bolt upright like Surgeon M. Ardle. Still David Sheehy beat him for South Meath. Apply for the Chiltern Hundreds and retire into public life. The Patriot's banquet. Eating orange apples in the park. Simon Dedalus said when they put him in Parliament that Parnell would come back from the grave and lead him out of the House of Commons by the arm. Of the two-headed octopus, one of whose heads is the head upon which the ends of the world have forgotten to come, while the other speaks with a Scotch accent. The tentacles. They passed from behind Mr. Bloom along the curbstone. Beard and bicycle, young woman, and there he is too. Now that's really a coincidence. Second time. Coming events cast their shadows before, with the approval of the eminent poet Mr. G. Russell, that might be Lizzie Twigg with him, eh? What does that mean? Initials perhaps. Albert Edward Arthur Edmund Alphonsus Eb Ed L. Esquire. What was he saying? The ends of the world with a Scotch accent, tentacles, octopus. Something occult, symbolism holding forth, she's taking it all in. Not saying a word, to aid gentlemen in literary work. His eyes followed the high figure in homespun, beard and bicycle, a listening woman at his side. Coming from the vegetarian, only wegabobbles and fruit, Don T eat a beefsteak. If you do, the eyes of that cow will pursue you through all eternity. They say it as healthier. Wind and watery though. Tried it, keep you on the run all day. Bad as a bloater. Dreams all night. Why do they call that thing they gave me nutsteak? Nutarians. Fruitarians. To give you the idea you are eating rump steak. Absurd. Salty too. They cook in soda, keep you sitting by the tap all night. Her stockings are loose over her ankles. I detest that, so tasteless. Those literary ethereal people, they are all. Dreamy, cloudy, symbolistic. Aesthetes they are. I wouldn't be surprised if it was that kind of food you see produces the like waves of the brain, the poetical. For example, one of those policemen sweating Irish stew into their shirts, you couldn't squeeze a line of poetry out of him. Don't know what poetry is even. Must be in a certain mood. The dreamy cloudy gull waves the water's dull. He crossed at Nassau Street corner and stood before the window of Yeats and Son, pricing the fieldglasses. Or will I drop into Old Harris S and have a chat with young Sinclair, well-mannered fellow. Probably at his lunch. Must get those old glasses of mine set right. Goer's lenses 6 guineas. Germans making their way everywhere. Sell on easy terms to capture trade. Undercutting. Might chance on a pair in the railway lost property office. Astonishing the things people leave behind them in trains and cloakrooms. What do they be thinking about? Women too. Incredible. Last year traveling to Ennis had to pick up that farmer's daughter's bag and hand it to her at Limerick Junction. Unclaimed money too. There's a little watch up there on the roof of the bank to test those glasses by. His lids came down on the lower rims of his irids. Can't see it? If you imagine it there you can almost see it. Can't see it? He faced about and standing between the awnings held out his right hand at arm's length towards the sun. Wanted to try that often. Yes, completely. The tip of his little finger blotted out the sun's disk. Must be the focus where the rays cross. If I had black glasses. Interesting. There was a lot of talk about those sunspots when we were in Lombard Street West, looking up from the back garden. Terrific explosions they are. There will be a total eclipse this year, autumn sometime. Now that I come to think of it, that ball falls at Greenwich time. The clock is worked by an electric wire from Dunsink. Must go out there some first Saturday of the month. If I could get an introduction to Professor Joly or learn up something about his family. That would do too. Man always feels complimented. Flattery where least expected. Nobleman proud to be descended from some king's mistress. His foremother, lay it on with a trowel, cap in hand goes through the land. Not go in and blurt out what you know you ray not to, what's parallax, show this gentleman the door. Ah. His hand fell to his side again, never know anything about it, waste of time. Gas balls spinning about, crossing each other, passing. Same old ding-dong always, gas, then solid, then whirled, then cold, then dead shell drifting around frozen rock like that pineapple rock. The moon, must be a new moon out, she said. I believe there is. He went on by La Maison Claire. Wait, the full moon was the night we were Sunday fortnight exactly, there is a new moon. Walking down by the Talca, not bad for a Fairview moon, she was humming. The young May moon she's beaming, love, he other side of her, elbow, arm. He, glowermess lamp is gleaming, love, touch. Fingers asking, answer. Yes, stop. If it was, must. Mr. Bloom quick breathing slowly or walking past Adam Court. With a keep quiet relief his eyes took note, this is the street here middle of the day of Bob Doran S. Bottle Shoulders. On his annual bend, M. Coy said, they drink in order to say or do something or chercher la femme. Up in the coombe with chummies and streetwalkers, and then the rest of the year sober as a judge. Yes, thought so. Sloping into the Empire, gone, plain soda would do him good. Where Pat Kinsella had his harp theater before Whitbread ran the Queen's broth of a boy. Dion Boucicault business with his harvest moon face in a pokey bonnet. 3 purty maids from school. How time flies, eh? Showing long red pantaloons under his skirts. Drinkers drinking, laugh spluttering their drink against their breath. More power, Pat coarse red. Fun for drunkards, guffaw and smoke. Take off that white hat, his parboiled eyes, where is he now? Beggar somewhere, the harp that once did starve us all, I was happier then. Or was that I, or am I now I, 28 I was. She 23. When we left Lombard Street West something changed. Could never like it again after Ruddy. Can tea bring back time, like holding water in your hand? Would you go back to then? Just beginning then, would you? Are you not happy in your home, you poor little naughty boy? Wants to sew on buttons for me. I must answer, write it in the library. Grafton Street gay with housed awnings lured his senses. Muslin prints, silk dames and dowagers, jingle of harnesses, hoof thuds lorrying in the baking causeway. Thick feet that woman has in the white stockings. Hope the rain mucks them up on her. Countrybred chawbackin, all the beef to the heels were in. Always gives a woman clumsy feet. Molly looks out of plumb. He passed, dallying, the windows of Brown Thomas silk mercers. Cascades of ribbons, flimsy china silks. A tilted urn poured from its mouth a flood of blood-hued poplin, lustrous blood. The Huguenots brought that here. La Cosa Santa, Tara Tara. Great chorus that, Tari Tara, must be washed in rainwater. Mayor beer, Tara, bomb bomb bomb, pincushions. I am a long time threatening to buy one, sticking them all over the place. Needles in window curtains. He bared slightly his left forearm. Scrape, nearly gone, not today anyhow. Must go back for that lotion. For her birthday perhaps, June Juliog September 8th. Nearly 3 months off. Then she mightn't tea like it. Women 1T pick up pins. Say it cuts low. Gleaming silks, petticoats on slim brass rails, rays of flat silk stockings. Useless to go back. Had to be, tell me all, high voices. Sunwarm silk, jingling harnesses, all for a woman, home and houses, silkwebs, silver, rich fruit spicy from Jaffa. Agendeth netting, wealth of the world, a warm human plumpness settled down on his brain. His brain yielded, perfume of embraces all him assailed. With hungered flesh obscurely, he mutely craved to adore. Duke Street, here we are, must eat. The Burton, feel better then. He turned Cumbridge-s corner, still pursued. Jingling hoof thuds, perfumed bodies warm, full. All kissed, yielded, in deep summer fields, tangled pressed grass, in trickling hallways of tenements, along sofas, creaking beds. Jack love, darling, kiss me, Reggie. My boy, love. His heart astir he pushed in the door of the Burton restaurant. Stink gripped his trembling breath. Pungent meat juice, slush of greens, see the animals feed. Men, men, men. Perched on high stools by the bar, hats shoved back, at the tables calling for more bread, no charge, swilling, wolfing gobfuls of sloppy food, their eyes bulging, wiping wetted mustaches. A pallid suit-faced young man polished his tumbler knife, fork, and spoon with his napkin. New set of microbes. A man with an infant-s sauce-stained napkin tucked round him shoveled gurgling soup down his gullet. A man spitting back on his plate, half-masticated gristle, gums, no teeth to chew it, chump-chop from the grill. Bolting to get it over, sad Booser-s eyes, bitten off more than he can chew. Am I like that? See ourselves as others see us. Hungry man is an angry man. Working tooth and jaw, Don T. O. A bone. That last pagan king of Ireland, Cormac in the school poem, choked himself at Sleddy southward of the Boyne. Wonder what he was eating. Something galoptious. St. Patrick converted him to Christianity. Couldn't he swallow it all, however? Roast beef and cabbage, one stew, smells of men. Spat on sawdust, Swedish warmish cigarette smoke, reek of plug, spilt beer, men as beery piss, the stale of ferment. His gorge rose. Couldn't he eat a morsel here? Fellow sharpening knife and fork to eat all before him, old chap picking his toodles. Slight spasm, full, chewing the cud, before and after, grace after meals. Look on this picture, then on that. Scoffing up stew gravy with sopping sippets of bread. Lick it off the plate, man. Get out of this. He gazed round the stooled and tabled eaters, tightening the wings of his nose. 2 stouts here. 1 corned in cabbage. That fellow ramming a knifeful of cabbage down as if his life depended on it. Good stroke. Give me the fidgets to look. Safer to eat from his 3 hands. Tear it limb from limb. Second nature to him. Born with a silver knife in his mouth. That's witty, I think. Or no, silver means born rich, born with a knife. But then the illusion is lost. An ill-girt server gathered sticky clattering plates. Rock, the head bailiff, standing at the bar, blew the foamy crown from his tankard. Well up, it splashed yellow near his boot. A diner, knife and fork upright, elbows on table, ready for a second helping, stared towards the food lift across his stained square of newspaper. Other chap telling him something with his mouth full. Sympathetic listener. Table talk. I much hummen thur unster bunk unmunchday. Ha. Did you faith? Mr. Bloom raised 2 fingers doubtfully to his lips. His eyes said, not here. Don't see him. Out, I hate dirty eaters. He backed towards the door. Get a light snack in Davy Byon's stopgap. Keep me going, had a good breakfast. Roast and mashed here. Pint of stout. Every fellow for his own tooth and nail. Gulp. Grub gulp, gobstuff. He came out into clearer air and turned back towards Grafton Street. Eat or be eaten. Kill. Kill. Suppose that communal kitchen, years to come perhaps. All trotting down with porringers and tomikins to be filled. Devour contents in the street. John Howard Parnell example, the provost of Trinity. Every mother's son don t talk of your provosts, and provost of Trinity women and children, cabmen, priests, parsons, field marshals, archbishops. From Aylesbury Road, Clyde Road, artisans' dwellings, North Dublin Union, Lord Mayor in his gingerbread coach, old Queen in a bath chair. My plate's empty. After you with our incorporated drinking cup. Like Sir Philip Crampton's fountain. Rub off the microbes with your handkerchief. Next chap rubs on a new batch with his. Father O'Flynn would make hares of them all. Have rows all the same. All for number 1. Children fighting for the scrapings of the pot. Want a soup pot as big as the Phoenix Park. Harpooning flitches and hindquarters out of it. Hate people all round you. City Arms Hotel table DHT she called it. Soup, joint and sweet. Never know whose thoughts you ray chewing. Then who wash up all the plates and forks. Might be all feeding on tabloids that time. Teeth getting worse and worse. After all there a lot in that vegetarian fine flavor of things from the earth. Garlic, of course, it stinks after Italian organ grinders, crisp of onions, mushrooms, truffles. Pain to the animal too. Pluck and draw fowl. Wretched brutes there at the cattle market waiting for the Polacks to split their skulls open. Moo. Poor trembling calves, meh, staggering bob. Bubble and squeak, butcher's buckets, wobbly lights, give us that brisket off the hook. Plup, rawhead and bloody bones. Flayed glass-eyed sheep hung from their haunches, sheep snouts bloody-papered, sniveling nosegem on sawdust. Top and lashers going out. Don T. maul them pieces, young one. Hot fresh blood they prescribe for decline. Blood always needed, insidious. Lick it up smoking hot, thick, sugary. Famished ghosts. Ah, I am hungry. He entered Davy Byon's. Moral pub. He doesn't tea chat, stands a drink now and then. But in leap year once in 4, cashed a check for me once. What will I take now? He drew his watch. Let me see now, Shandigaff. Hello, Bloom, Nosy Flynn said from his nook. Hello, Flynn, how things? Tip-top, let me see. I'll take a glass of burgundy and... Let me see, sardines on the shelves, almost taste them by looking. Sandwich, ham and his descendants mustard and bread there, potted meats. What is home without Plumtree's potted meat? Incomplete. What a stupid ad. Under the obituary notices they stuck it, all up a Plumtree. Dignam s potted meat. Cannibals would with lemon and rice. White missionary too salty, like pickled pork. Expect the chief consumes the parts of honor. Ought to be tough from exercise. His wives in a row to watch the effect. There was a right royal old nigger, who ate or something the somethings of the Reverend Mr. MacTrigger, with it an abode of bliss. Lord knows what concoction, calls moldy tripes windpipes faked and minced up, puzzle find the meat. Kosher, no meat and milk together, hygiene that was what they call now. Yom Kippur fast spring cleaning of inside, peace and war depend on some fellow's digestion, religions. Christmas turkeys and geese, slaughter of innocents, eat, drink, and be merry. Then casual wards full after, heads bandaged, cheese digests all but itself. Mitty cheese, have you a cheese sandwich? Yes, sir. Like a few olives too if they had them. Italian I prefer. Good glass of burgundy take away that. Lubricate, a nice salad cool as a cucumber Tom Kernan can dress, puts gusto into it. Pure olive oil. Millie served me that cutlet with a sprig of parsley, take 1 Spanish onion. God made food, the devil the cooks, deviled crab, wife well. Quite well, thanks. A cheese sandwich then, gorgonzola have you? Yes, sir. Nosy Flynn sipped his grog, doing any singing those times. Look at his mouth, could whistle in his own ear, flap ears to match. Music, knows as much about it as my coachman, still better tell him. Does no harm, free ad, she's engaged for a big tour end of this month. You may have heard perhaps, no that's the style, who's getting it up. The curate served, how much is that? 7d, sir. Thank you, sir. Mr. Bloom cut his sandwich into slender strips, Mr. MacTrigger. Easier than the dreamy creamy stuff. His 500 wives had the time of their lives. Mustard, sir, thank you. He studded under each lifted strip yellow blobs. Their lives, I have it. It grew bigger and bigger and bigger. Getting it up, he said. Well, it's like a company idea, you see. Part shares and part profits. Now I remember, Nosy Flynn said, putting his hand in his pocket to scratch his groin. Who is this was telling me? Isn't tea blazes boilin' mixed up in it? A warm shock of air heat of mustard hanched on Mr. Bloom's heart. He raised his eyes and met the stare of a bilious clock. 2 pub clock 5 minutes fast, time going on. Hands moving, 2 not yet. His midriff yearned then upward, sank within him, yearned more longingly. Wine. He smell-sipped the cordial juice and bidding his throat strongly to speed it, set his wineglass delicately down. Yes, he said, he's the organizer in point of fact. No fear, no brains. Nosy Flynn snuffled and scratched. Flea having a good square meal. He had a good slice of luck, Jack Mooney was telling me. Over that boxing match Myler Keogh won again that soldier in the Portobello barracks. By God, he had the little kipper down in the County Carlow, he was telling me. Hope that dewdrop doesn't tea come down into his glass. No, snuffled it up. For near a month, man, before it came off. Sucking duck eggs, by God, till further orders. Keep him off the booze, see. Oh, by God, Blazes is a hairy chap. Davy Byan came forward from the hind bar in tucked shirt sleeves, cleaning his lips with 2 wipes of his napkin. Herring's blush. Whose smile upon each feature plays with such and such replete. Too much fat on the parsnips. And here's himself and pepper on him, Nosy Flynn said. Can you give us a good one for the Gold Cup? I am off that, Mr. Flynn, Davy Byan answered. I never put anything on a horse. You ray right there, Nosey Flynn said. Mr. Bloom ate his strips of sandwich, fresh, clean bread, with relish of disgust pungent mustard, the feedy savor of green cheese. Sips of his wine soothed his palate. Not logwood, that. Tastes fuller this weather with the chill off. Nice quiet bar, nice piece of wood in that counter. Nicely planed, like the way it curves there. I wouldn't do anything at all in that line, Davy Byan said. It ruined many a man, the same horses. Vintner's sweepstake, licensed for the sale of beer, wine and spirits for consumption on the premises. Heads I win, tails you lose. True for you, Nosey Flynn said, unless you ray in the know. There's no straight sport going now. Lenehan gets some good ones. He giving scepter today. Zinfandel the favorite, Lord Howard de Walden won at Epsom. Morny Cannon is riding him. I could have got 7-1 against St. Amand a fortnight before. That's so, Davy Byan said. He went towards the window and, taking up the Petticash book, scanned its pages. I could, faith, Nosey Flynn said, snuffling. That was a rare bit of horseflesh. St. Frusquin was her sire. She won in a thunderstorm, Rothschild filly, with wadding in her ears. Blue jacket and yellow cap. Bad luck to Big Ben Dollard and his John O'Gaunt. He put me off it. He drank resignedly from his tumbler, running his fingers down the flutes. He said, sighing. Mr. Bloom, champing standing, looked upon his sigh. Nosey numbskull. Will I tell him that horse Lenehan? He knows already. Better let him forget. Go and lose more. Fool and his money. Dewdrop coming down again. Cold nose he have kissing a woman. Still they might like. Prickly beards they like. Dogs cold noses. Old Mrs. Riordan with the rumbling stomach Skye Terrier in the City Arms Hotel. Molly fondling him in her lap. Oh, the big doggibo wasi. Wine-soaked and softened rolled pith of bread mustered a moment mawkish cheese. Nice wine it is. Taste it better because I am not thirsty. Bath of course does that, just a bite or two. Then about 6 o'clock I can. 6. Time will be gone then, she. Mild fire of wine kindled his veins. I wanted that badly, felt so off color. His eyes unhungrily saw shelves of tins, sardines, gaudy lobsters' claws. All the odd things people pick up for food. Out of shells, periwinkles with a pin off trees, snails out of the ground the French eat, out of the sea with bait on a hook. Silly fish learn nothing in 1,000 years. If you didn't know risky putting anything into your mouth. Poisonous berries, Johnny Maggeries. Roundness you think good, gaudy color warns you off. One fellow told another and so on. Try it on the dog first, led on by the smell or the look, tempting fruit. Ice cones, cream, instinct. Orangegroves, for instance, need artificial irrigation, Blaebtreustrasse. Yes, but what about oysters? Unsightly like a clot of phlegm, filthy shells. Devil to open them too. Who found them out? Garbage, sewage they feed on. Fizz and red bank oysters, effect on the sexual, Aphrodite. He was in the red bank this morning. Was he oysters old fish at table perhaps he young flesh in bed no June has no oysters. But there are people like things high. Tainted game, jugged hare, first catch your hare. Chinese eating eggs 50 years old, blue and green again. Dinner of 30 courses. Each dish harmless might mix inside. Idea for a poison mystery. That Archduke Leopold, was it no yes, or was it Otto, one of those Habsburgs? Or who was it used to eat the scruff off his own head? Cheapest lunch in town. Of course aristocrats, then the others copy to be in the fashion. Millie too rock oil and flour. Raw pastry I like myself. Half the catch of oysters they throw back in the sea to keep up the price. Cheap no one would buy. Caviar do the grand, hawk in green glasses. Swell blowout, lady this, powdered bosom pearls. The light, Ciar me de la Ciar me. They want special dishes to pretend they ray. Hermit with a platter of pulse keep down the stings of the flesh. Know me, come eat with me. Royal sturgeon, high sheriff, coffee, the butcher. Right to venisons of the forest from his ex, send him back the half of a cow. Spread I saw down in the master of the rolls kitchen area. White-hatted chef like a rabbi, combustible duck. Curly cabbage, la Duchesse de Parme. Just as well to write it on the bill of fare so you can know what you've eaten. Too many drugs spoil the broth. I know it myself, doozing it with Edward's desiccated soup, geese stuffed silly for them. Lobsters boiled alive. Do take some ptarmigan. Wouldn't he mind being a waiter in a swell hotel? Tips, evening dress, half-naked ladies. May I tempt you to a little more filleted lemon sole, Miss Dubedat? Yes, Dubedad. And she did bedad. Huguenot name, I expect that. A Miss Dubedat lived in Killarney, I remember. Du de la is French. Still at S, the same fish, perhaps old Mickey Hanlon of Moore Street, ripped the guts out of making money hand over fist finger in fish's gills. Can T write his name on a check? Think he was painting the landscape with his mouth twisted. Mu killa ha ignorant as a kish of brogues, worth 50,000 pounds. Stuck on the pane, 2 flies buzzed, stuck. Glowing wine on his palate lingered, swallowed. Crushing in the winepress grapes of Burgundy. Sun as heated is. Seems to a secret touch telling me memory. Touched his sense, moistened, remembered. Hidden under wild ferns on Houth below us, bay sleeping. Sky, no sound. The sky, the bay purple by the lion's head, green by Drumleck. Yellow-green towards Sutton. Fields of undersea, the lines faint brown in grass-buried cities. Pillowed on my coat she had her hair, earwigs in the heather scrub my hand under her nape. Ull toss me all. Oh wonder, cool soft with ointments her hand touched me, caressed. Her eyes upon me did not turn away. Ravished over her I lay, full lips full open, kissed her mouth. Yum, softly she gave me in my mouth the seed cake warm and chewed. Mawkish pulp her mouth had mumbled sweetser of her spittle. Joy, I ate it, joy. Young life her lips that gave me pouting. Soft, warm, sticky, gumjily lips. Flowers her eyes were, take me willing eyes. Pebbles fell, she lay still. A goat, no one. High on Ben Houth rhododendrons, a nanny-goat walking sure-footed, dropping currants. Screened under ferns she laughed warm-folded. Wildly I lay on her, kissed her. Eyes, her lips, her stretched neck beating, woman-s breasts full in her blouse of nun-s veiling, fat nipples upright. Hot I tongued her. She kissed me, I was kissed. All yielding she tossed my hair. Kissed, she kissed me and me now. Stuck, the flies buzzed. His downcast eyes followed the silent veining of the oaken slab. Beauty, it curves, curves are beauty. Shapely goddesses, Venus, Juno, curves the world admires. Can see them library museum standing in the round hall, naked goddesses. Aids to digestion. They don't care what man looks, all to see, never speaking. I mean to say to fellows like Flynn, suppose she did Pygmalion and Galatea, what would she say first? Mortal. Put you in your proper place. Quaffing nectar at mess with God's golden dishes, all ambrosial. Not like a tanner lunch we have, boiled mutton, carrots and turnips, bottle of Allsop. Nectar, imagine it drinking electricity, God's food. Lovely forms of women sculpt Junonian, immortal lovely. And we stuffing food in one hole and out behind. Food, chyle, blood, dung, earth, food. Have to feed it like stoking an engine. They have no never looked. ILL look today. Keeper 1 TC. Bend down, let something fall, see if she. Dribbling a quiet message from his bladder came to go to do not to do there to do. A man and ready he drained his glass to the lees and walked. To men too they gave themselves, manly conscious, lay with men lovers. A youth enjoyed her to the yard. When the sound of his boots had ceased, Davy Byan said from his book, "What is this he is? Isn't he in the insurance line?" "He out of that long ago," Nosey Flynn said. "He does canvassing for the Freeman. I know him well to see," Davy Byan said. Is he in trouble? Trouble, Nosey Flynn said. Not that I heard of. Why, I noticed he was in mourning. Was he? Nosey Flynn said. So he was, faith. I asked him how was all at home. You ray right by God, so he was. I never broached the subject, Davy Byan said humanely. If I see a gentleman is in trouble that way, it only brings it up fresh in their minds. It's not the wife anyhow, Nosey Flynn said. I met him the day before yesterday, and he coming out of that Irish farm dairy John Wise Nolan's wife has in Henry Street with a jar of cream in his hand, taking it home to his better half. She is well nourished, I tell you. Plovers on toast. And is he doing for the freeman? Davy Byan said. Nosey Flynn pursed his lips. He doesn't tea buy cream on the ads he picks up. You can make bacon of that. How so? Davy Byan asked, coming from his book. Nosey Flynn made swift passes in the air with juggling fingers. He winked. He in the craft, he said. Do you tell me so? Davy Byan said. Very much so, Nosey Flynn said. Ancient free and accepted order. He an excellent brother. Light life and love by God. They give him a leg up. I was told that by a well I won tea say who. Is that a fact? Oh, it's a fine order, Nosey Flynn said. They stick to you when you ray down. I know a fellow was trying to get into it, but they ray as close as damn it. By God, they did right to keep the women out of it. Davy Byan smiled and nodded all in one. Chach. There was one woman, Nosey Flynn said, hid herself in a clock to find out what they do be doing. But be damned, but they smelt her out and swore her in on the spot a master mason. That was one of the Saint Ledgers of Donril. Davy Byan, sated after his yawn, said with tear-washed eyes, and is that a fact? Decent quiet man he is. I often saw him in here, and I never once saw him, over the line. God Almighty couldn't make him drunk, Nosey Flynn said firmly. Slips off when the fun gets too hot. Didn't you see him look at his watch? You wearin' tea there. If you ask him to have a drink first thing, he outs with the watch to see what he ought to imbibe. Declare to God he does. There are some like that, Davy Byan said. He a safe man, I say. He not too bad, Nosey Flynn said, snuffling it up. He been known to put his hand down too to help a fellow. Give the devil his due. Oh, Bloom has his good points, but there's one thing he'll never do. His hand scrawled a dry pen signature beside his grog. I know, Davy Byan said. Nothing in black and white, Nosey Flynn said. Paddy Leonard and Bantam Leon came in. Tom Rockford followed frowning, a plaining hand on his claret waistcoat. Day, Mr. Byan. Day, gentlemen. They paused at the counter. Who's standing? Paddy Leonard asked. I am sitting anyhow, Nosey Flynn answered. Well, what'll it be? Paddy Leonard asked. I'll take a stone ginger, Bantam Leon said. How much? Paddy Leonard cried. Since when, for God's sake? What's yours, Tom? How is the main drainage? Nosey Flynn asked, sipping. For answer, Tom Rockford pressed his hand to his breastbone and hiccuped. Would I trouble you for a glass of fresh water, Mr. Byan? He said, certainly, sir. Paddy Leonard eyed his alemates. Lord love a duck, he said. Look at what I am standing drinks to. Cold water and ginger pop. Two fellows that would suck whiskey off a sore leg. He has some bloody horse up his sleeve for the gold cup. A dead snip. Zinfandel is it? Nosey Flynn asked. Tom Rockford spilt powder from a twisted paper into the water set before him. That cursed dyspepsia, he said before drinking. Bread soda is very good, Davy Byan said. Tom Rockford nodded and drank. Is it Zinfandel? Say nothing. Bantam Leon winked. I am going to plunge 5 bob on my own. Tell us if you ray worth your salt and be damned to you, Paddy Leonard said. Who gave it to you? Mr. Bloom on his way out raised 3 fingers in greeting. So long, Nosey Flynn said. The others turned. That's the man now that gave it to me, Bantam Leon whispered. PRRWHT. Paddy Leonard said with scorn. Mr. Byan, sir, we'll take 2 of your small Jamesons after that and Stone Ginger, Davy Byan added civilly. I, Paddy Leonard said, a sucking bottle for the baby. Mr. Bloom walked towards Dawson Street, his tongue brushing his teeth smooth. Something green it would have to be. Spinach, say. Then with those R&T-gen rays searchlight you could. At Duke Lane, a ravenous terrier choked up a sick knuckly cud on the cobblestones and lapped it with new zest. Surfeit returned with thanks, having fully digested the contents. First sweet, then savory. Mr. Bloom coasted warily, ruminants, his second course. Their upper jaw they move. Wonder if Tom Rockford will do anything with that invention of his. Wasting time explaining it to Flynn's mouth. Lean people long mouths. Ought to be a hall or a place where inventors could go in and invent free. Course then, you'd have all the cranks pestering. He hummed, prolonging in solemn echo the closes of the bars. Don Giovanni, a sen artico m invidesti, feel better, Burgundy. Good pick-me-up, who distilled first, some chap in the blues. Dutch courage. That Kilkenny people in the National Library now I must. Bare clean close stools waiting in the window of William Miller, plumber, turned back his thoughts. They could, and watch it all the way down, swallow a pin sometimes come out of the ribs years after, tour round the body changing biliary duct spleen squirting liver gastric juice coils of intestines like pipes. But the poor buffer would have to stand all the time with his insides entrails on show. Science a sen artico, what does that tico mean? Tonight perhaps. Don Giovanni, thou hast me invited to come to supper tonight, the rum-dum. Dos antigo properly. Keys 2 months if I get Nanetti to. That LL be £2.10, about £2.8. 3 Hines owes me. 2.11. Prescott S. Dyeworks van over there. If I get Billy Prescott S. ad, 2.15. 5 guineas about. On the pig S. back. Could buy one of those silk petticoats for Molly, color of her new garters. Today, not think. To the south then, what about English watering places, Brighton, Margate? Piers by moonlight, her voice floating out, those lovely seaside girls. Against John Long S. a drowsing loafer lounged in heavy thought, gnawing a crusted knuckle. Handy man wants job, small wages. Will eat anything. Mr. Bloom turned at Gray S. confectioner S. window of unbought tarts and passed the Reverend Thomas Cannellan S. bookstore. Why I left the Church of Rome. Bird's nest. Women run him. They say they used to give pauper children soup to change to Protestants in the time of the potato blight. Society over the way Papa went to for the conversion of poor Jews. Same bait. Why we left the Church of Rome. A blind stripling stood tapping the curbstone with his slender cane. No tram in sight. Wants to cross. Do you want to cross? Mr. Bloom asked. The blind stripling did not answer. His wall face frowned weakly. He moved his head uncertainly. You ray in Dawson Street, Mr. Bloom said. Molesworth Street is opposite. Do you want to cross? There's nothing in the way. The cane moved out trembling to the left. Mr. Bloom's eye followed its line and saw again the Dyeworks van drawn up before Drago S., where I saw his brilliantined hair just when I was. Horse drooping, driver and John Long S. slaking his drouth. There's a van there, Mr. Bloom said, but it's not moving. I'll see you across. Do you want to go to Molesworth Street? Yes, the stripling answered. Come, Mr. Bloom said. He touched the thin elbow gently, then took the limp-seeing hand to guide it forward. Say something to him. Better not do the condescending. They mistrust what you tell them. Pass a common remark. The rain kept off. No answer, stains on his coat. Slobbers his food, I suppose. Tastes all different for him. Have to be spoon-fed first. Like a child's hand his hand, like Millie S. was, sensitive. Sizing me up I dare say from my hand. Wonder if he has a name. Van. Keep his cane clear of the horse's legs. Tired drudge get his doze. That's right, clear. Behind a bull in front of a horse. Thanks, sir, knows I am a man. Voice right now, first turn to the left. The blind stripling tapped the curbstone and went on his way, drawing his cane back, feeling again. Mr. Bloom walked behind the eyeless feet, a flat-cut suit of herringbone tweed. Poor young fellow. How on earth did he know that Van was there? Must have felt it. See things in their forehead perhaps, kind of sense of volume. Weight or size of it, something blacker than the dark. Wonder would he feel it if something was removed? Feel a gap. Queer idea of Dublin he must have, tapping his way round by the stones. Could he walk in a beeline if he hadn't that cane? Bloodless pious face like a fellow going in to be a priest. Penrose, that was that chap's name. Look at all the things they can learn to do. Read with their fingers, tune pianos, or we are surprised they have any brains. Why we think a deformed person or a hunchback clever if he says something we might say. Of course the other senses are more. Embroider. Plate baskets, people ought to help. Work basket I could buy for Molly's birthday. Hate sewing might take an objection. Dark men they call them. Sense of smell must be stronger too. Smells on all sides bunched together. Each street different smell. Each person too. Then the spring, the summer, smells, tastes. They say you can taste wines with your eyes shut or a cold in the head. Also smoke in the dark they say get no pleasure. And with a woman, for instance. More shameless not seeing. That girl passing the Stewart Institution, head in the air. Look at me. I have them all on. Must be strange not to see her. Kind of a form in his mind, S.I. The voice, temperatures. When he touches her with his fingers must almost see the lines, the curves. His hands on her hair, for instance. Say it was black, for instance. Good, we call it black. Then passing over her white skin. Different feel, perhaps. Feeling of white, post office. Must answer. Fag today. Send her a postal order 2 shillings, half a crown. Accept my little present. Station her S just here too. Wait. Think over it. With a gentle finger he felt ever so slowly the hair combed back above his ears. Again. Fibers of fine straw. Then gently his finger felt the skin of his right cheek. Downy hair there too. Not smooth enough. The belly is the smoothest. No one about. There he goes into Frederick Street. Perhaps to Levinston's Dancing Academy piano. Might be settling my braces. Walking by Doran's public house, he slid his hand between his waistcoat and trousers and pulling aside his shirt gently, felt a slack fold of his belly. But I know it's whitey yellow. Want to try in the dark to see. He withdrew his hand and pulled his dress to. Poor fellow, quite a boy. Terrible, really terrible. What dreams would he have not seeing? Life a dream for him. Where is the justice being born that way? All those women and children excursion beanfeast burned and drowned in New York. Holocaust. Karma they call that transmigration for sins you did in a past life, the reincarnation met in pike hoses. Dear, dear, dear. Pity of course, but somehow you can cotton on to them some way. Sir Frederick Falconer going into the Freemasons' Hall, solemn as Troy. After his good lunch in Earlsfort Terrace. Old legal cronies cracking a magnum, tailies of the bench and assizes and annals of the Bluecoat School. I sentenced him to 10 years. I suppose he turn up his nose at that stuff I drank. Vintage wine for them, the year marked on a dusty bottle. Has his own ideas of justice in the recorder's court. Well-meaning old man. Police charge sheets crammed with cases get their percentage manufacturing crime. Sends them to the right about. The devil on moneylenders. Gave Reuben J. a great straw-calling. Now he's really what they call a dirty Jew. Power those judges have. Crusty old topers in wigs. Bear with a sore paw, and may the Lord have mercy on your soul. Hello, placard. Murris Bazaar, His Excellency the Lord Lieutenant, 16th. Today it is. In aid of funds for Mercer's hospital. The Messiah was first given for that. Yes, Handel, what about going out there, Ballsbridge? Drop in on Keys. No use sticking to him like a leech. Wear out my welcome. sure to know someone on the gate. Mr. Bloom came to Kildare Street. First I must. Library, straw hat and sunlight, tan shoes. Turn it up trousers, it is. His heart quapped softly. To the right, museum. Goddesses, he swerved to the right, is it? Almost certain. One tea look, wine in my face. Why did I too heady? Yes, it is. The walk not see, get on. Making for the museum gate with long, windy steps, he lifted his eyes. Handsome building. Sir Thomas Deane designed. Not following me, didn't he see me perhaps, light in his eyes? The flutter of his breath came forth in short sighs. Quick, cold statues, quiet there. Safe in a minute, no didn't he see me, after two. Just at the gate, my heart, his eyes beating, looked steadfastly at cream curves of stone. Sir Thomas Deane was the Greek architecture. Look for something his hasty hand went quick into a pocket, took out, read, unfolded agendath netting. Where did I busy looking? He thrust back quick agendath. Afternoon, she said, I am looking for that, yes that. Try all pockets, handker Freeman. Where did I? Ah yes, trousers. Potato purse, where? Hurry, walk quietly, moment more. My heart, his hand looking for the where did I put found in his hip pocket soap lotion, have to call tepid paper stuck. Ah soap there, ah yes. Gate, safe. Urbane to comfort them, the Quaker librarian purred. And we have we not, those priceless pages of Wilhelm Meister? A great poet on a great brother poet. A hesitating soul taking arms against a sea of troubles, torn by conflicting doubts, as one sees in real life. He came a step a syncopace forward on neat's leather creaking, and a step backward a syncopace on the solemn floor. A noiseless attendant setting open the door but slightly made him a noiseless beck. Directly, said he, creaking to go, albeit lingering. The beautiful ineffectual dreamer who comes to grief against hard facts. One always feels that Goethe's judgments are so true, true in the larger analysis. Twickreakingly analysis he corantoed off. Bald, most zealous by the door, he gave his large ear all to the attendant's words, heard them, and was gone. Two left. Monsieur de la Palace, Stephen sneered, was alive 15 minutes before his death. Have you found those 6 brave medicals? John Eglinton asked with elder S. Gall, to write Paradise Lost at your dictation. The sorrows of Satan he calls it. Smile. Smile Cranley S. Smile. First he tickled her, then he patted her, then he passed the female catheter, for he was a medical jolly old Meddy. I feel you would need one more for Hamlet. 7 is dear to the mystic mind. The shining 7 W.B. calls them. Glittered his rufous skull close to his green-capped desk lamp, sought the face bearded amid dark greener shadow and olive hollied. He laughed low, a Caesar-esque laugh of Trinity, unanswered, orchestral Satan, weeping many a rude tear such as angels weep. Id egli avia del cul fato tremenda. He holds my follies hostage, Cranley s 11 true Wicklowmen to free their sireland. Gaptoothed Kathleen, her 4 beautiful green fields, the stranger in her house. And one more to hail him, Ave Rabbi, the Tanachli 12, in the shadow of the glen he cooees for them. My soul's youth I gave him night by night. Godspeed, good hunting, Mulligan has my telegram. Folly, persist. Our young Irish bards, John Eglinton censured, have yet to create a figure which the world will set beside Saxon Shakespeare's Hamlet, though I admire him, as old Ben did, on this side idolatry. All these questions are purely academic, Russell oracled out of his shadow. I mean, whether Hamlet is Shakespeare or James I or Essex. Clergymen's discussions of the historicity of Jesus. Art has to reveal to us ideas, formless spiritual essences. The supreme question about a work of art is out of how deep a life does it spring. The painting of Gustave Moreau is the painting of ideas. The deepest poetry of Shelley, the words of Hamlet bring our minds into contact with the eternal wisdom, Plato's world of ideas. All the rest is the speculation of schoolboys for schoolboys. A. E has been telling some Yankee interviewer, Wall, tarnation strike me. The schoolmen were schoolboys first, Stephen said super politely. Aristotle was once Plato's schoolboy, and has remained so, one should hope, John Eglinton sedately said. One can see him, a model schoolboy with his diploma under his arm. He laughed again at the now smiling bearded face, formless spiritual. Father, Word, and Holy Breath. All Father, the heavenly man. Hiesos Christos, magician of the beautiful, the Logos who suffers in us at every moment. This verily is that. I am the fire upon the altar. I am the sacrificial butter. Dunlop Judge, the noblest Roman of them all, A.E. Arvel, the name ineffable in heaven height. K.H., their master, whose identity is no secret to adepts. Brothers of the Great White Lodge always watching to see if they can help. The Christ with the bride sister, moisture of light, born of an ensouled virgin, repentant Sophia, departed to the plain of Budai. The life esoteric is not for ordinary person. O.P. must work off bad karma first. Mrs. Cooper Oakley once glimpsed our very illustrious sister HPBS Elemental. Oh, fie. Out on tea. Fuetuful. You not in tea to look, Mrs., so you not in tea when a lady s a showing of her elemental. Mr. Best entered, tall, young, mild, light. He bore in his hand with grace a notebook, new, large, clean, bright. That model schoolboy, Stephen said, would find Hamlet's musings about the afterlife of his princely soul, the improbable, insignificant, and undramatic monologue, as shallow as Plato's. John Eglinton, frowning, said, waxing wroth, "Upon my word it makes my blood boil to hear anyone compare Aristotle with Plato. Which of the two," Stephen asked, "would have banished me from his commonwealth? Unsheathe your dagger definitions." Hoarseness is the whatness of all horse. Streams of tendency and eons they worship. God, noise in the street, very peripatetic. Space, what you damn well have to see. Through spaces smaller than red globules of man's blood they creep-crawl after Blake's buttocks into eternity of which this vegetable world is but a shadow. Hold to the now, the here, through which all future plunges to the past. Mr. Best came forward amiable towards his colleague. "Haynes is gone," he said. "Is he?" I was showing him Jubainville's book. He's quite enthusiastic, Dante, you know, about Hyde's love songs of Connet. I couldn't bring him in to hear the discussion. He's gone to Gill's to buy it. Bound the fourth, my booklet, quick to greet the callous public. Writ, I ween, 'twas not my wish in lean unlovely English. The peat smoke is going to his head, John Eglinton opined. We feel in England, penitent thief. Gone, I smoked his baccy, green twinkling stone. An emerald set in the ring of the sea. People do not know how dangerous love songs can be. The auric egg of Russell warned occultly. The movements which work revolutions in the world are born out of the dreams and visions in a peasant's heart on the hillside. For them the earth is not an exploitable ground but the living mother. The rarefied air of the academy and the arena produce the six-hilling novel, the music-hall song. France produces the finest flower of corruption in Malarm, but the desirable life is revealed only to the poor of heart, the life of Homer's Phaeacians. From these words Mr. Best turned an unoffending face to Stephen. Malarm Dante, you know, he said, has written those wonderful prose poems Stephen McKenna used to read to me in Paris. The one about Hamlet, he says, "Il si promne, listen Oliver de l'Uem, Dante, you know, reading the book of himself." He describes Hamlet given in a French town, Dante, you know, a provincial town. They advertised it. His free hand graciously wrote tiny signs in air. Hamlet Ola Distray Pi C de Shakespeare, he repeated to John Eglinton's new-gathered frown. Pi C de Shakespeare, Dante, you know. It is so French. The French point of view. Hamlet the absent-minded beggar, Stephen ended. John Eglinton laughed. "Yes, I suppose it would be," he said. Excellent people, no doubt, but distressingly short-sighted in some matters. Sumptuous and stagnant exaggeration of murder. A deathsman of the soul, Robert Greene called him, Stephen said. Not for nothing was he a butcher's son, wielding the sledded poleaxe and spitting in his palms. 9 lives are taken off for his father's one. Our Father who art in purgatory. Khaki Hamlet's Don T. hesitate to shoot. The blood-boltered shambles in Act 5 is a forecast of the concentration camp sung by Mr. Swinburne. Cranley, I his mute orderly, following battles from afar. Whelps and dams of murderous foes whom none but we had spared, between the Saxon smile and Yankee yawp. The devil and the deep sea. He will have it that Hamlet is a ghost story, John Eglinton said for Mr. Best's behoof. Like the fat boy in Pickwick, he wants to make our flesh creep. List, list, oh list. My flesh hears him, creeping hears, if thou didst ever, what is a ghost? Stephen said with tingling energy. One who has faded into impalpability through death, through absence, through change of manners. Elizabethan London lay as far from Stratford as corrupt Paris lies from virgin Dublin. Who is the ghost from limbo patrum, returning to the world that has forgotten him? Who is King Hamlet? John Eglinton shifted his spare body, leaning back to judge. Lifted, it is this hour of a day in mid-June, Stephen said, begging with a swift glance their hearing. The flag is up on the playhouse by the bankside. The bear Sackerson growls in the pit near it, Paris garden. Canvas climbers who sailed with Drake chew their sausages among the groundlings. Local color. Work in all you know. Make them accomplices. Shakespeare has left the Huguenot-s house in Silver Street and walks by the Swan Mews along the river bank. But he does not stay to feed the pen, chivying her game of signets towards the rushes. The Swan of Avon has other thoughts. Composition of place. Ignatius Loyola, make haste to help me. The play begins. A player comes on under the shadow, made up in the cast-off mail of a court buck, a well-set man with a bass voice. It is the ghost, the king, a king and no king. And the player is Shakespeare, who has studied Hamlet all the years of his life, which were not vanity, in order to play the part of the spectre. He speaks the words to Burbage, the young player who stands before him beyond the rack of cerecloth, calling him by a name. Hamlet, I am thy father's spirit, bidding him list. To a son he speaks, the son of his soul, the prince, young Hamlet, and to the son of his body, Hamnet Shakespeare, who has died in Stratford that his namesake may live forever. Is it possible that that player Shakespeare, a ghost by absence, and in the vesture of buried Denmark, a ghost by death, speaking his own words to his own son's name? Had Hamnet Shakespeare lived, he would have been Prince Hamlet's twin. Is it possible, I want to know, or probable that he did not draw or foresee the logical conclusion of those premises? You are the dispossessed son. I am the murdered father. Your mother is the guilty queen, and Shakespeare, born Hathaway. But this prying into the family life of a great man, Russell began impatiently. Art thou there, Truepenny? Interesting only to the parish clerk. I mean, we have the plays. I mean, when we read the poetry of King Lear, what is it to us how the poet lived? As for living, our servants can do that for us, Villiers de L'Isle has said. Peeping and prying into green-room gossip of the day, the poet's drinking, the poet's debts. We have King Lear, and it is immortal. Mr. Best's face, appealed to, agreed. Flow over them with your waves and with your waters, Mannanon, Mannanon Mac Lure. How now, Sirrah, that pound he lent you when you were hungry? Marry, I wanted it. Take thou this noble. Go to. You spent most of it in Georgina Johnson's bed, clergyman's daughter. Agent Bite in wit, do you intend to pay it back? Oh, yes. When now? Well. No, when then? I paid my way, I paid my way. Steady on, he from Bayant Boyne Water, the northeast corner. You owe it, wait, 5 months. Molecules all change, I am other I now, other I got pound. Buzz, buzz. But I, intellici form of forms, am I by memory because under ever-changing forms. I that sinned and prayed and fasted. A child calm me saved from pandies. I and I. I-A-E-I-O-U. Do you mean to fly in the face of the tradition of 3 centuries? John Eglinton's carping voice asked. Her ghost at least has been laid forever. She died, for literature at least, before she was born. She died, Stephen retorted, 6 to 7 years after she was born. She saw him into and out of the world. She took his first embraces. She bore his children, and she laid pennies on his eyes to keep his eyelids closed when he lay on his deathbed. Mother's deathbed. Candle. The sheeted mirror. Who brought me into this world lies there, bronze-lidded under few cheap flowers. Liliata rutilantium. I wept alone. John Eglinton looked in the tangled glowworm of his lamp. The world believes that Shakespeare made a mistake, he said, and got out of it as quickly and as best he could. Bosh, Stephen said rudely. A man of genius makes no mistakes. His errors are volitional and are the portals of discovery. Portals of discovery open to let in the Quaker librarian, soft creek-footed, bald, eared, and assiduous. A shrew, John Eglinton said shrewdly, is not a useful portal of discovery, one should imagine. What useful discovery did Socrates learn from Xanthippe? Dialectic, Stephen answered, and from his mother how to bring thoughts into the world. What he learnt from his other wife Myato, obsit nomen. Socratididian s epipsychidian, no man, not a woman, will ever know. But neither the midwife-s lore nor the caudal lectures saved him from the archons of Sinn Fein and their naggin of hemlock. But Anne Hathaway, Mr. Best's quiet voice said forgetfully. Yes, we seem to be forgetting her as Shakespeare himself forgot her. His look went from Bruder's beard to Carper's skull, to remind, to chide them not unkindly, then to the bald pink lollard costard, guiltless though maligned. He had a good groat's worth of wit, Stephen said, and no truant memory. He carried a memory in his wallet as he trudged to Romeville whistling The Girl I Left Behind Me. If the earthquake did not time it, we should know where to place poor Watt, sitting in his form, the cry of hounds, the studded bridle and her blue windows. That memory, Venus and Adonis, lay in the bedchamber of every light of love in London. Is Catharine the shrew ill-favored? Hortensio calls her young and beautiful. Do you think the writer of Antony and Cleopatra, a passionate pilgrim, had his eyes in the back of his head that he chose the ugliest doxy in all Warwickshire to lie withal? Good. He left her and gained the world of men. But his boy-women are the women of a boy. Their life, thought, speech are lent them by males. He chose badly. He was chosen, it seems to me. If others have their will, Anne hath a way. By cock she was to blame. She put the comether on him, sweet and 26. The grayed goddess who bends over the boy Adonis, stooping to conquer, as prologue to the swelling act, is a bold-faced Stratford wench who tumbles in a cornfield a lover younger than herself. And my turn. When? Come, Ryefield, Mr. Best said brightly, gladly, raising his new book gladly, brightly. He murmured then with blonde delight for all. Between the acres of the rye these pretty countryfolk would lie. Paris, the well-pleased pleaser. A tall figure in bearded homespun rose from shadow and unveiled its cooperative watch. I am afraid I am due at the homestead. Whither away, exploitable ground, are you going? John Eglinton's active eyebrows asked. Shall we see you at Moore's tonight? Piper is coming. Piper, Mr. Best piped. Is Piper back? Peter Piper pecked a peck of pickled pepper. I don't know if I can. Thursday. We have our meeting, if I can get away in time. Yoggibogi box in Dawson Chambers. Isis unveiled. Their poly book we tried to pawn. Cross-legged under an umbral umbershoot he thrones in Aztec logos, functioning on astral levels their oversoul, Mahamahatma. The faithful hermetists await the light, ripe for celliship, ring-ground about him. Louis H. Victory. T. Caulfield Irwin. Lotus ladies tend them the eyes, their pineal glands aglow. Filled with his god he thrones, booed under plantain. Gulfer of souls engulfer, Hessels, Shessels, shoals of souls. Engulfed with wailing creakeries, whirled, whirling they bewail. In quintessential triviality for years in this flesh case, a Shessel dwelt. They say we are to have a literary surprise, the Quaker librarian said, friendly and earnest. Mr. Russell, rumor has it, is gathering together a sheaf of our younger poets' verses. We are all looking forward anxiously. Anxiously he glanced in the cone of lamplight where three faces, lighted, shone. See this, remember. Stephen looked down on a wide headless carbine, hung on his ashplant handle over his knee. My casque and sword, touch lightly with 2 index fingers, Aristotle's experiment. 1 or 2, necessity is that in virtue of which it is impossible that one can be otherwise. Argal, 1 hat is 1 hat. Listen, young Column and Starkey, George Roberts is doing the commercial part. Longworth will give it a good puff in the Express. Oh, will he? I liked Column S. Drover. Yes, I think he has that queer thing genius. Do you think he has genius really? Yeats admired his line, as in wild earth a Grecian vase. Did he? I hope you'll be able to come tonight. Malachi Mulligan is coming too. Moore asked him to bring Haynes. Did you hear Miss Mitchell's joke about Moore and Martin? That Moore is Martin's Wild Oats. Awfully clever, isn't he it? They remind one of Don Quixote and Sancho Panza. Our national epic has yet to be written, Dr. Siderson says. Moore is the man for it. A knight of the rueful countenance here in Dublin, with a saffron kilt. O'Neill Russell. Oh yes, he must speak the grand old tongue, and his Dulcinea. James Stephens is doing some clever sketches. We are becoming important, it seems. Cordelia. Cordaglio, Lur's loneliest daughter, Nookshin. Now your best French polish. Thank you very much, Mr. Russell, Stephens said, rising. If you will be so kind as to give the letter to Mr. Norman. Oh, yes. If he considers it important it will go in. We have so much correspondence. I understand, Stephens said. Thanks God Ilju, the pig's paper. Bullock befriending. Singe has promised me an article for Dana too. Are we going to be read? I feel we are. The Gaelic League wants something in Irish. I hope you will come round tonight. Bring Starkey. Stephen sat down. The Quaker librarian came from the leave-a-takers. Blushing, his mask said, Mr. Dedalus, your views are most illuminating. He creaked to and fro, tiptoeing up nearer heaven by the altitude of a chopping, and covered by the noise of outgoing, said low, Is it your view, then, that she was not faithful to the poet? Alarmed face asks me. Why did he come? Courtesy or an inward light? Where there is a reconciliation, Stephen said, there must have been first a sundering. Yes, Christfox in leather trews hiding, a runaway in blighted tree forks from hue and cry. Knowing no vixen, walking lonely in the chase. Women he won to him, tender people, a whore of Babylon, ladies of justices, bully tapsters' wives, fox and geese, and in new place a slack dishonored body that once was comely, once as sweet, as fresh as cinnamon, now her leaves falling all bare, frighted of the narrow grave and unforgiven. Yes, so you think. The door closed behind the outgoer. Rest suddenly possessed the discreet vaulted cell, rest of warm and brooding air, a Vestal lamp. Here he ponders things that were not. What Caesar would have lived to do had he believed the soothsayer? What might have been? Possibilities of the possible as possible, things not known. What name Achilles bore when he lived among women? Coffined thoughts around me in mummy cases, embalmed in spice of words. Thoth, god of libraries, a bird god moon-crowned. And I heard the voice of that Egyptian high priest. In painted chambers loaded with tile books, they are still, once quick in the brains of men. Still, but an itch of death is in them to tell me in my ear a maudlin tale, urge me to wreak their will. Certainly, John Eglinton mused, of all great men he is the most enigmatic. We know nothing but that he lived and suffered. Not even so much. Others abide our question. A shadow hangs over all the rest. But Hamlet is so personal, isn't he it? Mr. Best pleaded. I mean, a kind of private paper, don't you know, of his private life. I mean, I don't care a button, don't you know, who is killed or who is guilty. He rested an innocent book on the edge of the desk, smiling his defiance. His private papers in the original. Ta and bad are inter, tame and Moshagart, put Beulah on it, Little John. Quoth Little John Eglinton. I was prepared for paradoxes from what Malachi Mulligan told us, but I may as well warn you that if you want to shake my belief that Shakespeare is Hamlet, you have a stern task before you. Bear with me. Stephen withstood the bane of miscreant eyes glinting stern under wrinkled brows. A basilisk. E quando vide l'uomo e la tasca. Messer Brunetto, I thank thee for the word. As we, or Mother Dana, weave and unweave our bodies, Stephen said, from day to day, their molecules shuttled to and fro, so does the artist weave and unweave his image. And as the mole on my right breast is where it was when I was born, though all my body has been woven of new stuff time after time, so through the ghost of the unquiet father, the image of the unliving son looks forth. In the intense instant of imagination, when the mind, Shelley says, is a fatting coal, that which I was is that which I am, and that which in possibility I may come to be. So in the future, the sister of the past, I may see myself as I sit here now, but by reflection from that which then I shall be. Drummond of Hawthornden helped you at that style. Yes, Mr. Best said youngly, I feel Hamlet quite young. The bitterness might be from the father, but the passages with Ophelia are surely from the son. Has the wrong sow by the lug. He is in my father. I am in his son. That mole is the last to go, Stephen said, laughing. John Eglinton made a nothing-pleasing moe. If that were the birthmark of genius, he said, genius would be a drug in the market. The plays of Shakespeare's later years which Renan admired so much breathe another spirit. The spirit of reconciliation, the Quaker librarian breathed. There can be no reconciliation, Stephen said, if there has not been a sundering, said that. If you want to know what are the events which cast their shadow over the hell of time of King Lear, Othello, Hamlet, Troilus, and Cressida, look to see when and how the shadow lifts. What softens the heart of a man, shipwrecked in storms dire, tried like another Ulysses, Pericles, Prince of Tyre. Head, red cone-capped, buffeted, brine-blinded. A child, a girl, placed in his arms, Marina. The leaning of sophists towards the bypaths of Apocrypha is a constant quantity, John Eglinton detected. The highroads are dreary, but they lead to the town. Good bacon, gone musty. Shakespeare Bacon's wild oats, cipher jugglers going the highroads, seekers on the great quest. What town, good masters? Mumden names, A.E. Ian, Magi John Eglinton. East of the sun, west of the moon, Tur na Enog, booted the twain and staved. How many miles to Dublin? 70, sir. Will we be there by candlelight? Mr. Brands accepts it, Stephen said, as the first play of the closing period. Does he, what does Mr. Sidney Lee, or Mr. Simon Lazarus, as some aver his name is, say of it? Marina, Stephen said, a child of storm, Miranda, a wonder, Perdita, that which was lost. What was lost is given back to him, his daughter's child. My dearest wife, Pericles says, was like this maid. Will any man love the daughter if he has not loved the mother? The art of being a grandfather, Mr. Best gan murmur. L'art de tree grand. Will he not see reborn in her, with the memory of his own youth added, another image? Do you know what you're talking about? Love, yes, word known to all men. Amor viro aliquid aliqui bonum vult unde et equi concupiscimus. His own image to a man with that queer thing genius is the standard of all experience, material and moral. Such an appeal will touch him. The images of other males of his blood will repel him. He will see in them grotesque attempts of nature to foretell or to repeat himself. The benign forehead of the Quaker librarian enkindled rosily with hope. I hope Mr. Dedalus will work out his theory for the enlightenment of the public. And we ought to mention another Irish commentator, Mr. George Bernard Shaw. Nor should we forget Mr. Frank Harris. His articles on Shakespeare in the Saturday Review were surely brilliant. Oddly enough, he too draws for us an unhappy relation with the dark lady of the sonnets. The favored rival is William Herbert, Earl of Pembroke. I own that if the poet must be rejected, such a rejection would seem more in harmony with what shall I say, our notions of what ought not to have been. Felicitously he ceased and held a meek head among them, Auc's egg, prize of their fray. He thous and these her with grave husband words, dost love Miriam, dost love thy man. That may be too, Stephen said. There's a saying of Goethe which Mr. Maggie likes to quote, beware of what you wish for in youth because you will get it in middle life. Why does he send to one who is a beau in arroba, a bay where all men ride, a maid of honor with a scandalous girlhood, a lordling to woo for him? He was himself a lord of language and had made himself a coistrel gentleman, and he had written Romeo and Juliet. Why? Belief in himself has been untimely killed. He was overborn in a cornfield first, ryefield, I should say, and he will never be a victor in his own eyes after nor play victoriously the game of laugh and lie down. Assumed Dongiovanism will not save him. No later undoing will undo the first undoing. The tusk of the boar has wounded him there where love lies ableting. If the shrew is worsted, yet there remains to her woman's invisible weapon. There is, I feel in the words, some goad of the flesh driving him into a new passion, a darker shadow of the first, darkening even his own understanding of himself. A like fate awaits him, and the two rages commingle in a whirlpool. They list, and in the porches of their ears I pour. The soul has been before stricken mortally, a poison poured in the porch of a sleeping ear. But those who are done to death in sleep cannot know the manner of their quell unless their Creator endow their souls with that knowledge in the life to come. The poisoning and the beast with two backs that urged it King Hamlet's ghost could not know of were he not endowed with knowledge by his Creator. That is why the speech, his lean unlovely English, is always turned elsewhere backward. Ravisher and ravished, what he would but would not, go with him from Lucrece's blue-circled ivory globes to Imogen's breast bare, with its moles cinque-spotted. He goes back, weary of the creation he has piled up to hide him from himself, an old dog licking an old sore. But because loss is his gain, he passes on towards eternity in undiminished personality, untaught by the wisdom he has written or by the laws he has revealed. His beaver is up. He is a ghost, a shadow now, the wind by Elsinore's rocks or what you will, the sea's voice, a voice heard only in the heart of him who is the substance of his shadow, the Son consubstantial with the Father. Amen, was responded from the doorway. Hast thou found me, O mine enemy? A ribald face, sullen as a dean's, Buck Mulligan came forward, then blithe and motley, towards the greeting of their smiles. My telegram. You were speaking of the gaseous vertebrate, if I mistake not. He asked of Stephen. Primrose-vested he greeted gaily with his doffed Panama as with a bauble. They make him welcome. Was du verlacht worst du nach dienen. Brood of mockers, Photius, Pseudomalachi, Johann most. He who himself begot Midler, the Holy Ghost, and himself sent himself, Agenbuyer, between himself and others, who, put upon by his fiends, stripped and whipped, was nailed like bat to barn door, starved on cross-tree, who let him bury, stood up, harrowed hell, fared into heaven, and there these 1900 years sitteth on the right hand of his own self, but yet shall come in the latter day to doom the quick and dead when all the quick shall be dead already. He lifts his hands, veils fall, O flowers. Bells with bells acquiring. Yes, indeed, the Quaker librarian said, a most instructive discussion. Mr. Mulligan, Ill be bound, has his theory too of the play and of Shakespeare. All sides of life should be represented. He smiled on all sides equally. Buck Mulligan thought, puzzled. Shakespeare, he said. I seem to know the name. A flying sunny smile rayed in his loose features. To be sure, he said, remembering brightly. The chap that writes like Singe. Mr. Best turned to him. Haynes missed you, he said. Did you meet him? He'll see you after at the DBC. He s gone to Gill s to buy Hyde s love songs of Connet. I came through the museum, Buck Mulligan said. Was he here? The bard s fellow countryman, John Eglinton, answered, are rather tired perhaps of our brilliancies of theorizing. I hear that an actress played Hamlet for the 408th time last night in Dublin. Vining held that the prince was a woman. Has no one made him out to be an Irishman? Judge Barton, I believe, is searching for some clues. He swears His Highness, not His Lordship, by St. Patrick. The most brilliant of all is that story of Wilde s, Mr. Best said, lifting his brilliant notebook. That portrait of Mr. W.H., where he proves that the sonnets were written by a Willie Hughes, a man all Hughes. For Willie Hughes, is it not? The Quaker librarian asked. Or Huey Wills, Mr. William himself, W. H. Who am I? I mean for Willie Hughes, Mr. Best said, amending his gloss easily. Of course it has all paradox, Don T, you know, Hughes and Hughes and Hughes, the color, but it has so typical the way he works it out. It has the very essence of Wilde, Don T, you know. The light touch. His glance touched their faces lightly as he smiled, a blonde ephebe. Tame essence of Wilde. You ray darned witty. 3 drams of usquebaugh you drank with Dan Deasy's ducats. How much did I spend? Oh, a few shillings for a plump of pressmen. Humor wet and dry. Wit. You would give your 5 wits for youth's proud livery he pranks in. Lineaments of gratified desire. There be many mo, take her for me. In pairing time. Jove a cool runtime send them, yea, turtled of her. Eve naked wheat-bellied sin. A snake coils her fang in s kiss. Do you think it is only a paradox? The Quaker librarian was asking. The mocker is never taken seriously when he is most serious. They talked seriously of mocker-s seriousness. Buck Mulligan s again heavy face eyed Stephen a while. Then, his head wagging, he came near, drew a folded telegram from his pocket. His mobile lips read, smiling with new delight. Telegram, he said. Wonderful inspiration. Telegram, a papal bull. He sat on a corner of the unlit desk, reading aloud joyfully. The sentimentalist is he who would enjoy without incurring the immense debtorship for a thing done. Signed, Daedalus. Where did you launch it from? The Kips, No College Green. Have you drunk the 4 quid? The aunt is going to call on your unsubstantial father. Telegram. Malachi Mulligan, The Ship, Lower Abbey Street. Oh, you peerless mummer. Oh, you priestified kinchite. Joyfully he thrust message and envelope into a pocket but keened in a querulous brogue. It s what I am telling you, Mr. Honey. It s queer and sick we were, Haynes and myself, the time himself brought it in. 'Twas murmur we did for a gallus potion would rouse a friar, I am thinking, and he limp with leching. And we 1 hour and 2 hours and 3 hours in Canary, sitting civil waiting for pints apiece. He wailed, and we to be there, Mavron, and you to be unbeknownst sending us your conglomerations the way we to have our tongues out a yard long like the drouthy clerics do be fainting for a pussful. Stephen laughed. Quickly, warningfully Buck Mulligan bent down. The tramper Singe is looking for you, he said, to murder you. He heard you pissed on his hall door in Glassfuel. He out in Pampooties to murder you. Me, Stephen exclaimed. That was your contribution to literature. Buck Mulligan gleefully bent back, laughing to the dark eavesdropping ceiling. Murder you, he laughed. Harsh gargoyle face that warred against me over our mess of hash of lights in Rue Saint-Ander des Arts. In words of words for words, palabras, Oisin with Patrick. Faunman he met in Clamart Woods, brandishing a wine bottle. Si est vendredi saint, murthering Irish. His image wandering he met, I mine, I met a fool I the forest, in which everyone can find his own. So Mr. Justice Madden in his diary of Master William Silence has found the hunting terms. Yes, what is it? There's a gentleman here, sir, the attendant said, coming forward and offering a card. From the Freeman. He wants to see the files of the Kilkenny people for last year. Certainly, certainly, certainly. Is the gentleman. He took the eager card, glanced, not saw, laid down, unglanced, looked, asked, creaked, asked. Is he? Oh, there. Brisk in a galliard he was off, out. In the daylit corridor he talked with voluble pains of zeal, in duty bound, most fair, most kind, most honest broadbrim. This gentleman. Freeman's Journal. Kilkenny people, to be sure. Good day, sir. Kilkenny, we have certainly. A patient silhouette waited, listening. All the leading provincial, Northern Whig, Cork Examiner, and Enniscorthy Guardian, 1903. Will you please? Evans, conduct this gentleman, if you just follow the attend, or please allow me. This way, please, sir. Voluble, dutiful, he led the way to all the provincial papers, a bowing dark figure following his hasty heels. The door closed, the sheeny, Buck Mulligan cried. He jumped up and snatched the card. What's his name? Ikey Moses. Bloom, he rattled on. Jehovah, collector of prepuces, is no more. I found him over in the museum where I went to hail the foam-born Aphrodite. The Greek mouth that has never been twisted in prayer. Every day we must do homage to her. Life of life, thy lips enkindle. Suddenly he turned to Stephen. He knows you. He knows your old fellow. Oh, I fear me, he is Greeker than the Greeks. His pale Galilean eyes were upon her mesial groove. Venus Callipyge. Oh, the thunder of those loins. The god pursuing the maiden hid. We want to hear more. John Eglinton decided with Mr. Best's approval. We begin to be interested in Mrs. S. Till now we had thought of her, if at all, as a patient Griselda, a Penelope Stayathon. Antisthenes, pupil of Gorgias, Stephen said, took the palm of beauty from Cyrio's Menelaus Brudum, Argive Helen, the wooden mare of Troy in whom a score of heroes slept, and handed it to poor Penelope. 20 years he lived in London, and during part of that time he drew a salary equal to that of the Lord Chancellor of Ireland. His life was rich. His art, more than the art of feudalism as Walt Whitman called it, is the art of surfeit. Hot herring peas, green mugs of sack, honey sauces, sugar of roses, marchpane, gooseberried pigeons, ringa candies. Sir Walter Raleigh, when they arrested him, had 500,000 francs on his back, including a pair of fancy stays. The gamine woman Eliza Tudor had underlinen enough to vie with her of Sheba. 20 years he dallied there between conjugal love and its chaste delights, and scortatory love and its foul pleasures. You know Manningham's story of the burgher's wife who bade Dick Burbage to her bed after she had seen him in Richard II, and how Shakespeare, overhearing, without more ado about nothing, took the cow by the horns, and, when Burbage came knocking at the gate, answered from the capon's blankets. William the Conqueror came before Richard III. And the gay lacken, Mistress Fitton, mount and cry oh, and his dainty birdsneeze, Lady Penelope Rich, a clean quality woman is suited for a player, and the punks of the Bankside a penny a time. Curs la réunie. Encore 20 sous. Nous ferons de petites cochonneries. Minette, to view. The height of fine society. And Sir William Davenant of Oxford's mother with her cup of canary for any cock canary. Buck Mulligan, his pious eyes upturned, prayed, blessed Margaret Mary Anycock. And Harry of 6 wives' daughter, and other lady friends from neighbor seats, as Lon Tennyson, gentleman poet, sings. But all those 20 years, what do you suppose poor Penelope in Stratford was doing behind the diamond panes? Do and do. Thing done. In a rosary of Fetter Lane of Gerard, herbalist, he walks, grey at Auburn. An azured harebell like her veins. Lids of Juno's eyes, violets, he walks. One life is all, one body, do. But do, afar in a reek of lust and squalor, Hands are laid on whiteness. Buck Mulligan rapped John Eglinton's desk sharply. "Whom do you suspect?" he challenged. "Say that he is the spurned lover in the sonnets." "Once spurned, twice spurned. But the court wanton spurned him for a lord, his dear my love, love that dare not speak its name." "As an Englishman, you mean," John Sturdy Eglinton put in. "He loved a lord. Old wall where sudden lizards flash. At Charenton I watched them." "It seems so," Stephen said, "when he wants to do for him, and for all other and singular uneared wombs, the holy office an ostler does for the stallion. Maybe, like Socrates, he had a midwife to mother as he had a shrew to wife. But she, the giglot wanton, did not break a bed vow. Two deeds are rank in that ghost's mind. A broken vow and the Dublin yokel on whom her favor has declined, deceased husband's brother. Sweet Anne, I take it, was hot in the blood. Once a wooer, twice a wooer." Stephen turned boldly in his chair. "The burden of proof is with you, not with me," he said, frowning. "If you deny that in the 5th scene of Hamlet he has branded her with infamy, tell me why there is no mention of her during the 3 or 4 years between the day she married him and the day she buried him. All those women saw their men down and under. Mary, her goodman John, Anne, her poor dear Willen when he went and died on her, raging that he was the first to go, Joan, her 4 brothers, Judith, her husband, and all her sons, Susan, her husband too, while Susan's daughter, Elizabeth, to use granddaddy's words, wed her second, having killed her first. Oh yes, mention there is. In the years when he was living richly in royal London, to pay a debt she had to borrow 40 shillings from her father's shepherd. Explain you then. Explain the swan song too, wherein he has commended her to posterity. He faced their silence. To whom thus Eglinton, you mean the will. But that has been explained, I believe, by jurists. She was entitled to her widow's dower at common law. His legal knowledge was great, our judges tell us. Him Satan fleers, mocker. And therefore he left out her name from the first draft, but he did not leave out the presents for his granddaughter, for his daughters, for his sister, for his old cronies in Stratford and in London. And therefore when he was urged, as I believe, to name her, he left her his second debiest bed. Punct. Left there his second debiest, left there his bestabbed secabest leftabed. Woa, pretty countryfolk had few chattels then, John Eglinton observed, as they have still if our peasant plays are true to type. He was a rich country gentleman, Stephen said, with a coat of arms and landed estate at Stratford and a house in Ireland Yard, a capitalist shareholder, a bill promoter, a tithe farmer. Why did he not leave her his best bed if he wished her to snore away the rest of her nights in peace? It is clear that there were 2 beds, a best and a second debiest, Mr. Second debiest best said finely. Separatio immensa et a thalamo bettered Buck Mulligan and was smiled on. Antiquity mentions famous beds, Second Eglinton puckered, bed smiling. Let me think. Antiquity mentions that Stagirite schoolurchin and bald heathen sage, Stephen said, who when dying in exile frees and endows his slaves, pays tribute to his elders, whilst to be laid in earth near the bones of his dead wife, and bids his friends be kind to an old mistress. Don T. forget Nell Gwyn Hercules, and let her live in his villa. Do you mean he died so? Mr. Best asked with slight concern. I mean. He died dead drunk, Buck Mulligan capped. A quart of ale is a dish for a king. Oh, I must tell you what Dowden said. What? Asked Besteglinton. William Shakespeare and Company, Limited. The People S. William. For terms apply, E. Dowden, Highfield House. Lovely, Buck Mulligan suspired amorously. I asked him what he thought of the charge of pederasty brought against the bard. He lifted his hands and said, all we can say is that life ran very high in those days. Lovely, catamite. The sense of beauty leads us astray, said Beautiful in Sadness best to Ugling Eglinton. Steadfast John replied severe. The doctor can tell us what those words mean. You cannot eat your cake and have it. Sayest thou so, will they wrest from us, from me, the palm of beauty? And the sense of property, Stephen said. He drew Shylock out of his own long pocket. The son of a maltjobber and moneylender, he was himself a cornjobber and moneylender, with 10 tods of corn hoarded in the famine riots. His borrowers are no doubt those divers of worship mentioned by Chettle Falstaff, who reported his uprightness of dealing. He sued a fellow player for the price of a few bags of malt, and exacted his pound of flesh in interest for every money lent. How else could Aubrey S. Osler and Colby get rich quick? All events brought grist to his mill. Shylock chimes with the Jew-baiting that followed the hanging and quartering of the Queen S. Leach Lopez, his Jew-s heart being plucked forth while the Sheeny was yet alive. Hamlet and Macbeth, with the coming to the throne of a Scotch philosophaster, with a turn for witch-roasting. The Lost Armada is his jeer in Love-s Labor Lost. His pageants, the histories, sail full-bellied on a tide of mafeking enthusiasm. Warwickshire Jesuits are tried, and we have a Porter-s theory of equivocation. The Sea Venture comes home from Bermudas, and the play Renan admired is written with Patsy Caliban, our American cousin. The sugared sonnets follow Sidney S. As for Fay Elizabeth, otherwise Carroty Bess, the gross virgin who inspired the Merry Wives of Windsor, let some Mainhair from Almany grope his life long for deefed meanings in the depths of the buckbasket. I think you ray getting on very nicely. Just mix up a mixture of theologico-philological. Mingo, Minxie, Mictum, Minger. Prove that he was a Jew, John Eglinton dared, expectantly. Your Dean of Studies holds he was a holy Roman. Sufflemen and his sum. He was made in Germany, Stephen replied, as the champion French polisher of Italian scandals. A myriad-minded man, Mr. Best reminded. Coleridge called him myriad-minded. Amplius. In societate humana hoc est maxime necessarium ut sit amicitia inter multos. St. Thomas, Stephen began. Ora pro nobis, Monk Mulligan groaned, sinking to a chair. There he keened a wailing rune. Pog Mahon, Acushla Macri, it est destroyed we are from this day. It est destroyed we are surely. All smiled their smiles. St. Thomas, Stephen smiling said, whose gorbelid works I enjoy reading in the original, writing of incest from a standpoint different from that of the new Viennese school Mr. Maggi spoke of, likens it in his wise and curious way to an avarice of the emotions. He means that the love so given to one near in blood is covetously withheld from some stranger who, it may be, hungers for it. Jews, whom Christians tax with avarice, are of all races the most given to intermarriage. Accusations are made in anger. The Christian laws which built up the hordes of the Jews for whom, as for the Lollards, storm was shelter, bound their affections too with hoops of steel. Whether these be sins or virtues old Nobodaddy will tell us at doomsday leet. But a man who holds so tightly to what he calls his rights over what he calls his debts will hold tightly also to what he calls his rights over her, whom he calls his wife. No Sir Smile neighbor shall covet his ox or his wife, or his manservant, or his maidservant, or his jackass. Or his geniass Buck Mulligan antiphoned. Gentle will is being roughly handled, gentle Mr. Best said gently, which will. Gagged sweetly Buck Mulligan. We are getting mixed. The will to live, John Eglinton philosophized for poor Anne Will S. widow, is the will to die. Requiescat, Stephen prayed, what of all the will to do? It has vanished long ago. She lies laid out in stark stiffness in that second debiest bed, the mobbled queen, even though you prove that a bed in those days was as rare as a motor car is now, and that its carvings were the wonder of 7 parishes. In old age she takes up with gospelers. One stayed with her at New Place, and drank a quart of sack the town council paid for, but in which bed he slept at skills not to ask, and heard she had a soul. She read or had read to her his chapbooks, preferring them to the Merry Wives, and losing her nightly waters on the Jordan, she thought over hooks and eyes for believers' breeches, and the most spiritual snuff-box to make the most devout souls sneeze. Venus has twisted her lips in prayer. Agenbite of inwit, remorse of conscience. It is an age of exhausted whoredom groping for its God. History shows that to be true, inquit eglintonus chronologos. The ages succeed one another, but we have it on high authority that a man's worst enemies shall be those of his own house and family. I feel that Russell is right. What do we care for his wife or father? I should say that only family poets have family lives. Falstaff was not a family man. I feel that the fat knight is his supreme creation. Lean, he lay back. Shy, deny thy kindred the unco guid. Shy, supping with the godless, he sneaks the cup. A sire in Ultonian Antrim baited him. Visits him here on quarter days. Mr. Maggie, sir, there es a gentleman to see you. Me, says he es your father, sir. Give me my Wordsworth. Enter Maggie Moore Matthew, a rugged, rough, rug-headed kern in Strossers with a buttoned codpiece, his nether stocks bemired with clauber of 10 forests, a wand of wilding in his hand. Your own. He knows your old fellow, the widower. Hurrying to her squalid death lair from gay Paris on the quayside, I touched his hand. The voice knew warmth speaking. Dr. Bob Kenny is attending her, the eyes that wish me well, but do not know me. A father, Stephen said, battling against hopelessness, is a necessary evil. He wrote the play in the months that followed his father's death. If you hold that he, a graying man with 2 marriageable daughters, with 35 years of life, nel mezzo del camen di nostra vita, with 50 of experience, is the beardless undergraduate from Wittenberg, then you must hold that his 70-year-old mother is the lustful queen. No, the corpse of John Shakespeare does not walk the night. From hour to hour it rots and rots. He rests, disarmed of fatherhood, having devised that mystical estate upon his son. Boccaccio Calandrino was the first and last man who felt himself with child. Fatherhood, in the sense of conscious begetting, is unknown to man. It is a mystical estate, an apostolic succession, from only begetter to only begotten. On that mystery, and not on the Madonna which the cunning Italian intellect flung to the mob of Europe, the Church is founded, and founded irremovably because founded, like the world, macro and microcosm, upon the void, upon incertitude, upon unlikelihood. Amor matris, subjective and objective genitive, may be the only true thing in life. Paternity may be a legal fiction. Who is the father of any son that any son should love him or he any son? What the hell are you driving at? I know, shut up. Blast you, I have reasons amplius. Ed huc itrum postea. Are you condemned to do this? They are sundered by a bodily shame so steadfast that the criminal annals of the world, stained with all other incests and bestialities, hardly record its breach. Sons with mothers, sires with daughters, lesbic sisters, loves that dare not speak their name, nephews with grandmothers, jailbirds with keyholes, queens with prize bulls. The son unborn mars beauty. Born, he brings pain, divides affection, increases care. He is a new male. His growth is his father's decline, his youth his father's envy, his friend his father's enemy. In Rue Monsieur le Prince I thought it. What links them in nature? An instant of blind rut. Am I a father if I were? Shrunken, uncertain hand. Sabellius, the African, subtlest heresiarch of all the beasts of the field, held that the father was himself his own son. The bulldog of Aquin, with whom no word shall be impossible, refutes him. Well, if the father who has not a son be not a father, can the son who has not a father be a son? When Rutland back in Southampton Shakespeare, or another poet of the same name in the Comedy of Errors, wrote Hamlet, he was not the father of his own son merely, but, being no more a son, he was and felt himself the father of all his race, the father of his own grandfather, the father of his unborn grandson who, by the same token, never was born, for nature, as Mr. Maggie understands her, abhors perfection. Eglinton eyes quick with pleasure looked up shy brightly, gladly glancing a merry Puritan through the twisted eglantine. Flatter. rarely but flatter, himself his own father, San Maligan told himself. Wait, I am big with child. I have an unborn child in my brain. Pallas Athena, a play, the play s the thing. Let me parturiate. He clasped his paunch brow with both bird-hiding hands. As for his family, Stephen said, his mother's name lives in the forest of Arden. Her death brought from him the scene with Volumnia in Coriolanus. His Boyson's death is the death scene of young Arthur in King John. Hamlet, the Black Prince, is Hamnet Shakespeare. Who the girls in The Tempest, in Pericles, in Winter's Tale are we know. Who Cleopatra, fleshpot of Egypt, and Cressid and Venus are we may guess, but there is another member of his family who is recorded. The plot thickens, John Eglinton said. The Quaker librarian quaking, tiptoed in, quake his mask, quake with haste, quake, quack. Door closed. Sal day they list. 3 they ayuhide. Come mess. Stephen. He had 3 brothers, Gilbert, Edmund, Richard. Gilbert in his old age told some cavaliers he got a pass for nowt from Maester Gatherer, one time mass he did, and he seen his brud Maester Wall the playwriter up in Lunnon in a wrastling play wooed a man on s back. The playhouse sausage filled Gilbert's soul. He is nowhere, but an Edmund and a Richard are recorded in the works of Sweet William. Mageglinjohn. Names. What s in a name? Best. That is my name, Richard Don T. You know. I hope you are going to say a good word for Richard Don T. You know for my sake. Laughter buckmulligan. Piano, diminuendo, then outspoke Medical Dick to his comrade Medical Davy. Stephen. In his trinity of black wills, the villain Shakebags, Iago, Richard Crookback, Edmund, and King Lear, 2 bear the wicked uncle's names. Nay, that last play was written or being written while his brother Edmund lay dying in Southwark. Best. I hope Edmund is going to catch it. I don't want Richard my name. Laughter quakrlystер. A tempo, but he that filches from me my good name. Stephen. Stringendo, he has hidden his own name, a fair name, William, in the plays, a super here, a clown there, as a painter of old Italy set his face in a dark corner of his canvas. He has revealed it in the sonnets where there is will in overplus. Like John, O Gaunt his name is dear to him, as dear as the coat and crest he toadied for, on a bend sable a spear or steeled argent, honorificabilitudinitatibus, dearer than his glory of greatest shakescene in the country. What s in a name? That is what we ask ourselves in childhood when we write the name that we are told is ours. A star, a day star, a fire drake, rose at his birth. It shone by day in the heavens alone, brighter than Venus in the night, and by night it shone over Delta in Cassiopeia, the recumbent constellation which is the signature of his initial among the stars. His eyes watched it, lowlying on the horizon, eastward of the Bear, as he walked by the slumberous summer fields at midnight returning from Shottery and from her arms, both satisfied. I too. Dante tell them he was 9 years old when it was quenched, and from her arms, wait to be wooed and won. I Mecock who will woo you, read the skis. Autanta Morominos, boo Stephanalminos, where s your configuration? Stephen, cut the bread even, SD, Suadana. Guy de lui, Gelindo resolve de non amor SD. What is that, Mr. Dedellis? The Quaker librarian asked. Was it a celestial phenomenon? A star by night, Stephen said, a pillar of the cloud by day, what more is to speak? Stephen looked on his hat, his stick, his boots. Stefano's my crown, my sword. His boots are spoiling the shape of my feet. Buy a pair, holes in my socks. Handkerchief too. You make good use of the name, John Eglinton aloud. Your own name is strange enough. I suppose it explains your fantastical humor. Me, Maggie and Mulligan, fabulous artificer. The hawk-like man you flew, where to? New Haven Deep steerage passenger, Paris and back, lapwing. Icarus, Pater 8 seabedabbled, fallen, weltering. Lapwing you are, lapwing be. Mr. Best eager quietly lifted his book to say, That's very interesting because that brother motive, Don T, we find also in the old Irish myths. Just what you say. The three brothers Shakespeare. In Grimm too, Don T, the fairy tales. The third brother that always marries the sleeping beauty and wins the best prize. Best of best brothers. Good, better, best. The Quaker librarian spring halted near. I should like to know, he said, which brother you. I understand you to suggest there was misconduct with one of the brothers. But perhaps I am anticipating. He caught himself in the act, looked at all, refrained. An attendant from the doorway called, Mr. Lister. Father Dinning wants, oh Father Dinning, directly. Swiftly, rectly creaking, rectly, he was rectly gone. John Eglinton touched the foil. Come, he said. Let us hear what you have to say of Richard and Edmund. You kept them for the last, didn't he you? In asking you to remember those two noble kinsmen, Nuncle Richie and Nuncle Edmund, Stephen answered, I feel I am asking too much perhaps. A brother is as easily forgotten as an umbrella. Lapwing, where is your brother? Apothecary's Hall, my whetstone. Him then Cranley Mulligan, now these. Speech, but act, speech. They mock to try you, act be acted on. Lapwing, I am tired of my voice, the voice of Esau, my kingdom for a drink. On, you will say those names were already in the chronicles from which he took the stuff of his plays. Why did he take them rather than others? Richard, a whoreson crookback misbegotten, makes love to a widowed Anne, what s in a name? Woos and wins her, a whoreson merry widow. Richard the Conqueror, third brother, came after William the Conquered. The other four acts of that play hang limply from that first. Of all his kings, Richard is the only king unshielded by Shakespeare's reverence, the angel of the world. Why is the underplot of King Lear, in which Edmund figures, lifted out of Sidney's Arcadia and spatchcocked on to a Celtic legend older than history? That was Will S. way, John Eglinton defended. We should not now combine a Norse saga with an excerpt from a novel by George Meredith. Que voulez-vous, Moore would say. He puts Bohemia on the seacoast and makes Ulysses quote Aristotle. Why? Stephen answered himself. Because the theme of the false or the usurping or the adulterous brother, or all three in one, is to Shakespeare what the poor are not, always with him. The note of banishment, banishment from the heart, banishment from home, sounds uninterruptedly from the two gentlemen of Verona onward till Prospero breaks his staff, buries its certain fathoms in the earth and drowns his book. It doubles itself in the middle of his life, reflects itself in another, repeats itself, protasis, epitasis, catastasis, catastrophe. It repeats itself again when he is near the grave, when his married daughter Susan, chip of the old block, is accused of adultery. But it was the original sin that darkened his understanding, weakened his will, and left in him a strong inclination to evil. The words are those of my lords bishops of Maynooth. An original sin, and like original sin, committed by another in whose sin he too has sinned. It is between the lines of his last written words. It is petrified on his tombstone, under which her 4 bones are not to be laid. Age has not withered it. Beauty and peace have not done it away. It is in infinite variety everywhere in the world he has created, in Much Ado About Nothing, twice in As You Like It, in The Tempest, in Hamlet, in Measure for Measure, and in all the other plays which I have not read. He laughed to free his mind from his mind's bondage. Judge Eglinton summed up. The truth is midway, he affirmed. He is the ghost and the prince. He is all in all. He is, Stephen said. The boy of Act 1 is the mature man of Act 5, all in all. In Cymbeline, in Othello, he is bawd and cuckold. He acts and is acted on. Lover of an ideal or a perversion, like Jas, he kills the real Carmen. His unremitting intellect is the hornmad ego, ceaselessly willing that the more in him shall suffer. Cuckoo, cuckoo. Cuck Mulligan clucked lewdly. O word of fear, dark dome received, reverbed. And what a character is Iago, undaunted John Eglinton exclaimed. When all is said, Dumas fils, or is it Dumas Pere, is right. After God Shakespeare has created most. Man delights him not nor woman neither, Stephen said. He returns after a life of absence to that spot of earth where he was born, where he has always been, man and boy, a silent witness, and there, his journey of life ended, he plants his mulberry tree in the earth. Then dies. The motion is ended. Gravediggers bury Hamlet Pier and Hamlet Fills. A king and a prince at last in death, with incidental music. And what though murdered and betrayed, bewept by all frail tender hearts for Dane or Dubliner, sorrow for the dead is the only husband from whom they refuse to be divorced. If you like the epilogue, look long on it. Prosperous Prospero, the good man rewarded, Lizzie, Grandpa's lump of love, and Nuncle Richie, the bad man taken off by poetic justice to the place where the bad niggers go. Strong curtain. He found in the world without as actual what was in his world within as possible. Maeterlinck says, if Socrates leave his house today, he will find the sage seated on his doorstep. If Judas go forth tonight, it is to Judas his steps will tend. Every life is many days, day after day. We walk through ourselves, meeting robbers, ghosts, giants, old men, young men, wives, widows, brothers in love, but always meeting ourselves. The playwright who wrote the folio of this world and wrote it badly, he gave us light first and the sun 2 days later. The Lord of things as they are, whom the most Roman of Catholics call Dio Boia, hangman God, is doubtless all in all of us, ostler and butcher, and would be bawd and cuckold too. But that in the economy of heaven, foretold by Hamlet, there are no more marriages, glorified man, an androgynous angel being a wife unto himself. Eureka, Buck Mulligan cried, Eureka. Suddenly happy, he jumped up and reached in a stride John Eglinton's desk. May I? He said. The Lord has spoken to Malachi. He began to scribble on a slip of paper, take some slips from the counter going out. Those who are married, Mr. Best, Deuce Harold said, all save one shall live. The rest shall keep as they are. He laughed, unmarried, at Eglinton Johans of arts a bachelor. Unwed, unfancied, whereof whiles, they finger ponder nightly each his variorum edition of the taming of the shrew. You are a delusion, said roundly John Eglinton to Stephen. You have brought us all this way to show us a French triangle. Do you believe your own theory? No, Stephen said promptly. Are you going to write it? Mr. Best asked. You ought to make it a dialogue, Dante, you know, like the Platonic dialogues Wilder wrote. John Eclecticon doubly smiled. Well, in that case, he said, I don't see why you should expect payment for it, since you don't believe it yourself. Dowden believes there is some mystery in Hamlet, but will say no more. Herr Blabetrew, the man Piper met in Berlin, who is working up that Rutland theory, believes that the secret is hidden in the Stratford Monument. He is going to visit the present Duke, Piper says, and prove to him that his ancestor wrote the plays. It will come as a surprise to his grace. But he believes his theory. I believe, O Lord, help my unbelief. That is, help me to believe or help me to unbelieve. Who helps to believe? Egomen, who to unbelieve. Other chap, you are the only contributor to Dana who asks for pieces of silver. Then I don't know about the next number. Fred Ryan wants space for an article on economics. Fradrine, 2 pieces of silver he lent me. Tide you over, economics. For a guinea, Stephen said, you can publish this interview. Buck Mulligan stood up from his laughing scribbling, laughing, and then gravely said, honeying malice. I called upon the bard Kinch at his summer residence in Upper Mecklenburg Street, and found him deep in the study of the Summa Contra Gentiles in the company of 2 gonorrheal ladies, Fresh Nellie and Rosalie, the Colkie whore. He broke away. Come, Kinch, come, wandering angues of the birds. Come, Kinch, you have eaten all we left. I will serve you your orts and offals. Stephen rose. Life is many days. This will end. We shall see you tonight, John Eglinton said. Nodder Ami Moore says Malachi Mulligan must be there. Buck Mulligan flaunted his slip in Panama. Monsieur Moore, he said, lecturer on French letters to the youth of Ireland. I'll be there. Come quench the bards must drink, can you walk straight? Laughing he. Swill till 11, Irish night's entertainment, lubber. Stephen followed a lubber. One day in the National Library we had a discussion, shakes. After his lub back I followed, I gall his kibe. Stephen greeting then all a mort followed a lubber jester, a well-kempt head new-barbered out of the vaulted cell into a shattering daylight of no thought. What have I learned? Of them. Of me walk like Haynes now, the constant reader's room. In the reader's book Cashel Boyle, O'Connor Fitzmaurice Tisdall Farrell Paraphs his polysyllables. Item, was Hamlet mad? The Quaker S. Pate godlyly with a priestine in book talk. Oh please do, sir. I shall be most pleased. Amused Buck Mulligan mused in pleasant murmur with himself, self-nodding, a pleased bottom. The turnstile is that, blue-ribboned hat. Idly writing, what looked. The curving balustrade, smooth-sliding Mincius. Puck Mulligan, Panama-helmeted, went step by step, iambing, trolling. John Eglinton, my Joe John, why one you wed a wife? He spluttered to the air. Oh, the chinless Chinaman. Chin Chan, for example, Lin Tun. We went over to their playbox, Haynes and I, the Plumbers' Hall. Our players are creating a new art for Europe like the Greeks or M. Meterlink Abbey Theatre. I smell the pubic sweat of monks. He spat blank, forgot, any more than he forgot the whipping lousy Lucy gave him, and left the femme de Trent ends. And why no other children born, and his first child a girl, afterwit. Go back, the dour recluse still there, he has his cake, and the deuce youngling minion of pleasure, Fido s toyable fair hair. I just wanted, I forgot. He, Longworth and M. Curdy Atkinson were there. Puck Mulligan footed featly, trilling. I hardly hear the purloo cry or a Tommy talk as I pass one by before my thoughts begin to run on F. M. Curdy Atkinson, the same that had the wooden leg and that filibustering filibeg that never dared to slake his druth, Maggie that had the chinless mouth. Being afraid to marry on earth they masturbated for all they were worth. Just on. Know thyself. Halted below me a quizzer looks at me, I halt. Mournful mummer, Buck Mulligan moaned. Singe has left off wearing black to be like nature. Only crows, priests, and English coal are black. A laugh tripped over his lips. Longworth is awfully sick, he said, after what you wrote about that old hake Gregory. Oh, you inquisitional drunken Judasuit. She gets you a job on the paper, and then you go and slate her drivel to Jesus. Couldn't you do the Yeats touch? He went on and down, mopping, chanting with waving graceful arms. The most beautiful book that has come out of our country in my time. One thinks of Homer. He stopped at the stairfoot. I have conceived a play for the mummers, he said solemnly. The pillared Moorish hall, shadows entwined. Gone the 9 men S. Morris with caps of indices. In sweetly varying voices Buck Mulligan read his tablet. Every man his own wife or a honeymoon in the hand. A national immorality in 3 orgasms by Balaky Mulligan. He turned a happy patch-esque smirk to Stephen, saying, the disguise, I fear, is thin. But listen. He read Marcato, characters, TOBYTOSTOFF, a ruined pole crab, a bushranger medical dick, and 2 birds with 1 stone medical DAVY, mother GROGAN, a water carrier fresh Nelly and ROSALIE, the colky whore. He laughed, lolling a to and fro head, walking on, followed by Stephen, and mirthfully he told the shadows, souls of men. Oh, the night in the Camden Hall when the daughters of Erin had to lift their skirts to step over you as you lay in your mulberry-colored, multicolored, multitudinous vomit. The most innocent son of Erin, Stephen said, for whom they ever lifted them. About to pass through the doorway, feeling one behind, he stood aside. Part. The moment is now. Where then? If Socrates leave his house today, if Judas go forth tonight. Why, that lies in space which I in time must come to ineluctably. My will, his will that fronts me. Seas between. A man passed out between them, bowing, greeting. "Good day again," Buck Mulligan said. "The portico. Here I watch the birds for augury, and views of the birds. They go, they come. Last night I flew, easily flew." Men wondered, street of harlots after, a cream fruit melon he held to me. "In, you will see. The wandering Jew," Buck Mulligan whispered with clown-s awe. "Did you see his eye? He looked upon you to lust after you. I fear thee, ancient mariner. O Kinch, thou art in peril. Get thee a breechpad, manor of Oxenford. Day, wheelbarrow sun over arch of bridge." A dark back went before them, step of a par down, out by the gateway under portcullis barbs. They followed. "Offend me still, speak on." Kind air defined the coins of houses in Kildare Street. No birds. Frail from the housetops 2 plumes of smoke ascended, plumbing, and in a flaw of softness softly were blown. Cease to strive. Peace of the druid priests of Cymbeline, hierophantic, from wide earth an altar. Laud we the gods, and let our crooked smokes climb to their nostrils from our blessed altars.
Chapter 2, Part 4.
The Superior, the very Reverend John Conmee S.J., reset his smooth watch in his interior pocket as he came down the presbytery steps. 5 to 3, just nice time to walk to Arting. What was that boy's name again? Dignam? Yes. Vir dignum et eustum est. Brother Swan was the person to see. Mr. Cunningham's letter? Yes. Oblige him if possible. Good practical Catholic, useful at mission time. A one-legged sailor, swinging himself onward by lazy jerks of his crutches, growled some notes. He jerked short before the convent of the Sisters of Charity and held out a peaked cap for alms towards the very Reverend John Conmee S.J. Father Conmee blessed him in the sun, for his purse held, he knew, 1 silver crown. Father Conmee crossed to Mount G Square. He thought, but not for long, of soldiers and sailors, whose legs had been shot off by cannonballs, ending their days in some pauper ward, and of Cardinal Wolsey's words, "If I had served my God as I have served my King, he would not have abandoned me in my old days." He walked by the tree-shade of sunny-winking leaves, and towards him came the wife of Mr. David Sheehy, MP. "Very well indeed, Father." "And you, Father?" Father Conmee was wonderfully well indeed. He would go to Buxton probably for the waters. And her boys, were they getting on well at Belvedere? Was that so? Father Conmee was very glad indeed to hear that. And Mr. Sheehy himself, still in London. The house was still sitting, to be sure it was. Beautiful weather it was, delightful indeed. Yes, it was very probable that Father Bernard Vaughan would come again to preach. Oh yes, a very great success. A wonderful man, really. Father Conmee was very glad to see the wife of Mr. David Sheehy, MP. looking so well, and he begged to be remembered to Mr. David Sheehy, MP. Yes, he would certainly call. "Good afternoon, Mrs. Sheehy." Father Conmee doffed his silk hat and smiled as he took leave at the jet beads of her mantilla ink shining in the sun, and smiled yet again in going. He had cleaned his teeth, he knew, with arecanut paste. Father Conmee walked and, walking, smiled, for he thought on Father Bernard Vaughan's droll eyes and cockney voice. "Pille. Why don't you old back that owlin mob?" A zealous man, however, really he was. And really did great good in his way, beyond a doubt. He loved Ireland, he said, and he loved the Irish. Of good family too, would one think it. Welsh were they not? Oh, lest he forget. That letter to Father Provincial. Father Conmee stopped 3 little schoolboys at the corner of Mount G Square. Yes, they were from Belvedere. The little house, aha, and were they good boys at school? Oh, that was very good now. And what was his name? Jack Sohan, and his name Jur. Gallagher and the other little man. His name was Brunny Lynam. Oh, that was a very nice name to have. Father Conmee gave a letter from his breast to Master Brunny Lynam, and pointed to the red pillar box at the corner of Fitzgibbon Street. "But mind you don't post yourself into the box, little man," he said. The boys sixied Father Conmee and laughed. "Oh, sir." "Well, let me see if you can post a letter," Father Conmee said. Master Brunny Lynam ran across the road and put Father Conmee's letter to Father Provincial into the mouth of the bright red letterbox. Father Conmee smiled and nodded and smiled, and walked along Mount G Square East. Mr. Denny's J. Magini, professor of dancing and C, in silk hat, slate frock coat with silk facings, white kerchief tie, tight lavender trousers, canary gloves and pointed patent boots, walking with grave deportment, most respectfully took the curbstone as he passed Lady Maxwell at the corner of Dignam's Court. Was that not Mrs. M. Guinness? Mrs. M. Guinness, stately, silver-haired, bowed to Father Conmee from the farther footpath along which she sailed, and Father Conmee smiled and saluted. How did she do? A fine carriage she had, like Mary, Queen of Scots something. And to think that she was a pawnbroker, well now, such. What should he say? Such a queenly mien. Father Conmee walked down Great Charles Street and glanced at the shoot-up Free Church on his left. The Reverend T.R. Green, B.A. Will D.V. speak? The incumbent, they called him. He felt it incumbent on him to say a few words. But one should be charitable, invincible ignorance. They acted according to their lights. Father Conmee turned the corner and walked along the North Circular Road. It was a wonder that there was not a tram line in such an important thoroughfare. Surely there ought to be. A band of satcheled schoolboys crossed from Richmond Street. All raised untidy caps. Father Conmee greeted them more than once benignly. Christian Brother boys. Father Conmee smelt incense on his right hand as he walked. St. Joseph's Church, Portland Row. For aged and virtuous females, Father Conmee raised his hat to the Blessed Sacrament. Virtuous, but occasionally they were also bad-tempered. Near Aldborough House Father Conmee thought of that spendthrift nobleman. And now it was an office or something. Father Conmee began to walk along the North Strand Road and was saluted by Mr. William Gallagher, who stood in the doorway of his shop. Father Conmee saluted Mr. William Gallagher and perceived the odors that came from bacon flitches and ample cools of butter. He passed Grogan S. the tobacconist, against which newsboards leaned and told of a dreadful catastrophe in New York. In America, those things were continually happening. Unfortunate people to die like that, unprepared. Still an act of perfect contrition. Father Conmee went by Daniel Burgeon's public house, against the window of which two unlaboring men lounged. They saluted him and were saluted. Father Conmee passed H.J. O'Neill's funeral establishment, where Corny Kelleher totted figures in the daybook while he chewed a blade of hay. A constable on his beat saluted Father Conmee, and Father Conmee saluted the constable. In Yauxtetter's, the pork butcher's, Father Conmee observed pig's puddings, white and black and red, lie neatly curled in tubes. Moored under the trees of Charleville Mall, Father Conmee saw a turf barge, a tow horse with pendant head, a bargeman with a hat of dirty straw seated amidships, smoking and staring at a branch of poplar above him. It was idyllic, and Father Conmee reflected on the providence of the Creator who had made turf to be in bogs, whence men might dig it out and bring it to town and hamlet to make fires in the houses of poor people. On Newcomen Bridge, the very Reverend John Conmee, S.J. of St. Francis Xavier's Church, Upper Gardiner Street, stepped on to an outward-bound tram. Off an inward-bound tram stepped the Reverend Nicholas Dudley, C.C. of St. Agatha's Church, North William Street, onto Newcomen Bridge. At Newcomen Bridge, Father Conmee stepped into an outward-bound tram, for he disliked to traverse on foot the dingy way past Mud Island. Father Conmee sat in a corner of the tramcar, a blue ticket tucked with care in the eye of one plump kid glove, while 4 shillings, a sixpence and 5 pennies shooted from his other plump glove palm into his purse. Passing the Ivy Church, He reflected that the ticket inspector usually made his visit when one had carelessly thrown away the ticket. The solemnity of the occupants of the car seemed to Father Conmee excessive for a journey so short and cheap. Father Conmee liked cheerful decorum. It was a peaceful day. The gentleman with the glasses opposite Father Conmee had finished explaining and looked down. His wife, Father Conmee supposed. A tiny yawn opened the mouth of the wife of the gentleman with the glasses. She raised her small gloved fist, yawned ever so gently, tip-tapping her small gloved fist on her opening mouth, and smiled tinily, sweetly. Father Conmee perceived her perfume in the car. He perceived also that the awkward man at the other side of her was sitting on the edge of the seat. Father Conmee at the altar rails placed the host with difficulty in the mouth of the awkward old man who had the shaky head. At Annesley Bridge the tram halted, and when it was about to go, an old woman rose suddenly from her place to alight. The conductor pulled the bell strap to stay the car for her. She passed out with her basket and a market net, and Father Conmee saw the conductor help her and net and basket down. And Father Conmee thought that, as she had nearly passed the end of the penny fare, she was one of those good souls who had always to be told twice, "Bless you, my child, that they have been absolved. Pray for me." But they had so many worries in life, so many cares, poor creatures. From the hoardings Mr. Eugene Stratton grimaced with thick nigger lips at Father Conmee. Father Conmee thought of the souls of black and brown and yellow men, and of his sermon on St. Peter Claver S.J. and the African mission, and of the propagation of the faith, and of the millions of black and brown and yellow souls that had not received the baptism of water when their last hour came like a thief in the night. That book by the Belgian Jesuit, Le Nombre des Lus, seemed to Father Conmee a reasonable plea. Those were millions of human souls created by God in his own likeness, to whom the faith had not been brought. But they were God's souls, created by God. It seemed to Father Conmee a pity that they should all be lost, a waste, if one might say. At the Howth Road stop Father Conmee alighted, was saluted by the conductor and saluted in his turn. The Malahide Road was quiet. It pleased Father Conmee, road and name. The joybells were ringing in gay Malahide. Lord Talbot de Malahide, immediate hereditary Lord Admiral of Malahide and the seas adjoining. Then came the call to arms, and she was maid, wife and widow in one day. Those were old worldish days, loyal times in joyous townlands, old times in the barony. Father Conmee, walking, thought of his little book Old Times in the Barony, and of the book that might be written about Jesuit houses, and of Mary Rochfort, daughter of Lord Molesworth, first Countess of Belvedere. A listless lady, no more young, walked along the shore of Loch Ennell. Mary, first Countess of Belvedere, listlessly walking in the evening, not startled when an otter plunged. Who could know the truth? Not the jealous Lord Belvedere, and not her confessor if she had not committed adultery fully, Iaculatio seminis inter vas naturale mulieris, with her husband's brother. She would half confess if she had not all sinned as women did. Only God knew, and she and he, her husband's brother. Father Conmee thought of that tyrannous incontinence, needed however for man's race on earth, and of the ways of God which were not our ways. Don John Conmee walked and moved in times of yore. He was humane and honored there. He bore in mind secrets confessed, and he smiled at smiling noble faces in a beeswax drawing-room, sealed with full fruit clusters. And the hands of a bride and of a bridegroom, noble to noble, were empalmed by Don John Conmee. It was a charming day. The lychgate of a field showed Father Conmee breadths of cabbages, curtsying to him with ample underleaves. The sky showed him a flock of small white clouds going slowly down the wind. Mountaineer, the French said. A just and homely word. Father Conmee, reading his office, watched a flock of muttoning clouds over Rathcoffey. His thin-socked ankles were tickled by the stubble of Clongowes field. He walked there, reading in the evening, and heard the cries of the boys' lines at their play, young cries in the quiet evening. He was their rector. His reign was mild. Father Conmee drew off his gloves and took his reed-edged breviary out. An ivory bookmark told him the page. Nones. He should have read that before lunch. But Lady Maxwell had come. Father Conmee read in secret Pater and Ave and crossed his breast, Deus in adiutorium. He walked calmly and read mutely the nones, walking and reading till he came to res in bedi immaculati, principium verborum tuorum veritas, in aeternum omnia iudicia iestiti tu. A flushed young man came from a gap of a hedge, and after him came a young woman with wild nodding daisies in her hand. The young man raised his cap abruptly. The young woman abruptly bent and with slow care detached from her light skirt a clinging twig. Father Conmee blessed both gravely and turned a thin page of his breviary. Sin, principes persecuti sunt me gratis, et a verbis tuis formidavit cor meum. Corny Kelleher closed his long day-book and glanced with his drooping eye at a pine coffin lid sentried in a corner. He pulled himself erect, went to it, and spinning it on its axle, viewed its shape and brass furnishings. Chewing his blade of hay, he laid the coffin lid by and came to the doorway. There he tilted his hat brim to give shade to his eyes and leaned against the doorcase, looking idly out. Father John Conmee stepped into the Dolomount tram on Newcomen Bridge. Corny Kelleher locked his larger-footed boots and gazed, his hat down-tilted, chewing his blade of hay. Constable 57C on his beat stood to pass the time of day. "That 's a fine day, Mr. Kelleher," Corny Kelleher said. "It 's very close," the constable said. Corny Kelleher sped a silent jet of hay juice arching from his mouth, while a generous white arm from a window in Eccles Street flung forth a coin. "What 's the best news?" he asked. "I seen that particular party last evening," the constable said with bated breath. A one-legged sailor crutched himself round Mac Connell's corner, skirting Rab Yachty's ice cream car, and jerked himself up Eccles Street. Towards Larry O'Rourke in shirt-sleeves in his doorway he growled unamiably, "For England." He swung himself violently forward past Katy and Booty Dedalis, halted and growled, "Home and Beauty." J. O'Malley's white careworn face was told that Mr. Lambert was in the warehouse with a visitor. A stout lady stopped, took a copper coin from her purse, and dropped it into the cap held out to her. The sailor grumbled thanks, glanced sourly at the unheeding windows, sank his head and swung himself forward 4 strides. He halted and growled angrily, "For England." 2 barefoot urchins, sucking long licorice laces, halted near him, gaping at his stump with their yellow-slobbered mouths. He swung himself forward in vigorous jerks, halted, lifted his head towards a window and bayed deeply, "Home and Beauty." The gay, sweet chirping whistling within went on a bar or two, ceased. The blind of the window was drawn aside. A card unfurnished apartment slipped from the sash and fell. A plump, bare, generous arm shone, was seen, held forth from a white petticoat bodice and taut shift straps. A woman's hand flung forth a coin over the area railings. It fell on the path. One of the urchins ran to it, picked it up and dropped it into the minstrel's cap, saying, "There, sir." Katy and Booty Dedalis shoved in the door of the close-steaming kitchen. "Did you put in the books?" Booty asked. Maggie at the range rammed down a grayish mass beneath bubbling suds twice with her potstick and wiped her brow. "They wouldn't give anything on them," she said. Father Conmee walked through Clongowes fields, his thin-socked ankles tickled by stubble. "Where did you try?" Booty asked. M. Guinness's Booty stamped her foot and threw her satchel on the table. "Bad cess to her big face," she cried. Katy went to the range and peered with squinting eyes. "What's in the pot?" she asked. "Shirts," Maggie said. Booty cried angrily, "Cricky, is there nothing for us to eat?" Katy, lifting the kettle lid in a pad of her stained skirt, asked, "And what's in this?" A heavy fume gushed in answer. "Pea soup," Maggie said. "Where did you get it?" Katy asked. Sister Mary Patrick, Maggie said. The lack we rang his bell, bearing. Booty sat down at the table and said hungrily, "Give us it here." Maggie poured yellow thick soup from the kettle into a bowl. Katie, sitting opposite Booty, said quietly as her fingertip lifted to her mouth random crumbs, "A good job we have that much." "Where's Dilly?" "Gone to meet father," Maggie said. Booty, breaking big chunks of bread into the yellow soup, added, "Our Father who art not in heaven." Maggie, pouring yellow soup in Katie's bowl, exclaimed, "Booty, for shame." A skiff, a crumpled throwaway, Elijah is coming, rode lightly down the Liffey, under Loopline Bridge, shooting the rapids where water chafed around the bridge piers, sailing eastward past hulls and anchor chains, between the Custom House Old Dock and George S. Key. The blonde girl in Thornton S. bedded the wicker basket with rustling fiber. Blazes Boylan handed her the bottle swathed in pink tissue paper and a small jar. "Put these in first, will you?" He said, "Yes, sir," the blonde girl said, "and the fruit on top." "That LL do, game ball," Blazes Boylan said. She bestowed fat pears neatly, head by tail, and among them ripe shamefaced peaches. Blazes Boylan walked here and there in new tan shoes about the fruit-smelling shop, lifting fruits, young juicy crinkled and plump red tomatoes, sniffing smells. YS filed before him, tall white-hatted, past Tangier Lane, plodding towards their goal. He turned suddenly from a chip of strawberries, drew a gold watch from his fob and held it at its chain's length. "Can you send them by tram? Now." A dark-backed figure under Merchant's Arch scanned books on the Hawker's cart. "Certainly, sir. Is it in the city?" "Oh, yes," Blazes Boylan said. 10 minutes. The blonde girl handed him a docket and pencil. "Will you write the address, sir?" Blazes Boylan at the counter wrote and pushed the docket to her. "Send it at once, will you?" he said. "It asks for an invalid." "Yes, sir, I will, sir." Blazes Boylan rattled merry money in his trousers pocket. "What's the damage?" he asked. The blonde girl's slim fingers reckoned the fruits. Blazes Boylan looked into the cut of her blouse. A young pullet. He took a red carnation from the tall stem glass. "This for me?" he asked gallantly. The blonde girl glanced sideways at him, got up regardless, with his tie a bit crooked, blushing. "Yes, sir," she said. Bending archly, she reckoned again fat pears and blushing peaches. Blazes Boylan looked in her blouse with more favor, the stalk of the red flower between his smiling teeth. "May I say a word to your telephone, missy?" he asked roguishly. "Ma," Almedano Artifoni said. He gazed over Stephen's shoulder at Goldsmith's knobby pole. 2 carfuls of tourists passed slowly, their women sitting 4, gripping the handrests. Pale faces, men's arms frankly round their stunted forms. They looked from Trinity to the blind, columned porch of the Bank of Ireland where pigeons rucucooed. "Ench io ho avuto di quest iti," Almedano Artifoni said, "quando ero giovane come lei. Epi mi sono convinto che il mondo una bestia. Peccato per la sua voce, sarebbe un cespite di rendita via. Invis lei si sacrifica. Sacrificio incrunto," Stephen said smiling, swaying his ashplant in slow swing-swung from its midpoint lightly. Speriamo, the round mustachioed face said pleasantly. "Ma diareta a me, si I refletta." By the stern stone hand of Grattan bidding halt, an Inchicore tram unloaded straggling Highland soldiers of a band. "Si I rifleter," Stephen said, glancing down the solid trouser leg. "Ma sul serio, Almedano Artifoni said. His heavy hand took Stephen's firmly. Human eyes. They gazed curiously an instant and turned quickly towards a Dalkey tram. "Eccolo," Almedano Artifoni said in friendly haste. "Venga a trovarmi e ci pensi. Addio, caro." "Arrivaderla, maestro," Stephen said, raising his hat when his hand was freed. "E grazie, di chi." Almedano Artifoni said, "Scusi tant bel cose." Almedano Artifoni, holding up a baton of rolled music as a signal, trotted on stout trousers after the Dalkey tram. In vain he trotted, signaling in vain among the rout of bare-kneed gillies smuggling implements of music through Trinity gates. Miss Dunn hid the Capel Street Library copy of The Woman in White far back in her drawer and rolled a sheet of gaudy notepaper into her typewriter. Too much mystery business in it. Is he in love with that one, Marion? Change It and Get Another by Mary Cecil Hay. The disc shot down the groove, wobbled a while, ceased, and ogled them. 6. Miss Dunn clicked on the keyboard. 16 June 1904 5. Tall white-hatted sandwichmen between Montepenny S. Corner and the slab where Wolfe Tone S. statue was not, eeled themselves turning HEL. YS and plodded back as they had come. Then she stared at the large poster of Marie Kendall, charming soubrette, and listlessly lolling, scribbled on the jotter 16s and capital S's. Mustard hair and dauby cheeks. She s not nice looking, is she? The way she s holding up her bit of a skirt. Wonder will that fellow be at the band tonight. If I could get that dressmaker to make a concertina skirt like Sussy Nagel s, they kick out grand. Shannon and all the boat club swells never took his eyes off her. Hope to goodness he one tea keep me here till 7. The telephone rang rudely by her ear. Hello, yes sir, no sir. Yes sir, I'll ring them up after 5. Only those two, sir, for Belfast and Liverpool. All right, sir. Then I can go after 6 if you ray not back, a quarter after. Yes, sir, 27 and 6, I'll tell him. Yes, 176. She scribbled 3 figures on an envelope. Mr. Boylan. Hello, that gentleman from Sport was in looking for you. Mr. Lenehan, yes. He said he'll be in the Ormond at 4. No, sir. Yes, sir. I'll ring them up after 5. 2 pink faces turned in the flare of the tiny torch. Who's that? And Lambert asked. Is that Crotty? Ringabella and Crosshaven, a voice replied, groping for foothold. Hello, Jack, is that yourself? And Lambert said, raising in salute his pliant lath among the flickering arches. Come on. Mind your steps there. The Vesta in the clergyman's uplifted hand consumed itself in a long, soft flame and was let fall. At their feet, its red speck died, and moldy air closed round them. How interesting, a refined accent said in the gloom. Yes, sir, and Lambert said heartily. We are standing in the historic council chamber of St. Mary's Abbey, where Silken Thomas proclaimed himself a rebel in 1534. This is the most historic spot in all Dublin. O. Madden Burke is going to write something about it one of these days. The old Bank of Ireland was over the way till the time of the Union, and the original Jews' temple was here too before they built their synagogue over in Adelaide Road. You were never here before, Jack, were you? No, end. He rode down through Dame Walk, the refined accent said, if my memory serves me. The mansion of the Kildares was in Thomas Court. That's right, end Lambert said. That's quite right, sir. If you will be so kind then, the clergyman said, the next time to allow me perhaps. Certainly, end Lambert said. Bring the camera whenever you like. I'll get those bags cleared away from the windows. You can take it from here or from here. In the still faint light he moved about, tapping with his lath the piled seed bags and points of vantage on the floor. From a long face, a beard and gaze hung on a chessboard. I am deeply obliged, Mr. Lambert, the clergyman said. I one tea trespass on your valuable time. You ray welcome, sir, end Lambert said. Drop in whenever you like. Next week, say, can you see? Yes, yes. Good afternoon, Mr. Lambert. Very pleased to have met you. Pleasure is mine, sir, end Lambert answered. He followed his guest to the outlet and then whirled his lath away among the pillars. With J.J. O'Mall he came forth slowly into Mary's Abbey, where draymen were loading floats with sacks of carob and palm-nut meal. O'Connor, Wexford. He stood to read the card in his hand. The Reverend Hugh C. Love Rathcoffey, present address, St. Michael S. Salins, nice young chap he is. He writing a book about the Fitzgeralds, he told me. He well up in history, faith. The young woman with slow care detached from her light skirt a clinging twig. I thought you were at a new gunpowder plot, J.J. O'Malley said. And Lambert cracked his fingers in the air. God, he cried. I forgot to tell him that one about the Earl of Kildare after he set fire to Cashel Cathedral. You know that one. I am bloody sorry I did it, says he, but I declare to God I thought the Archbishop was inside. He mightn't he like it though. What, God, I'll tell him anyhow. That was the great Earl, the Fitzgerald Moore. Hot members they were all of them, the Geraldines. The horses he passed started nervously under their slack harness. He slapped a piebald haunch quivering near him and cried, "Woe a sonny." He turned to J.J. O'Malley and asked, "Well, Jack, what is it? What is the trouble?" Wait a while. Hold hard. With gaping mouth and head far back he stood still and after an instant sneezed loudly. Chow, he said, blast you. The dust from those sacks, J.J. O'Malley said politely. No, and Lambert gasped, I caught a cold night before, blast your soul. Night before last, and there was a hell of a lot of draft. He held his handkerchief ready for the coming. I was Glasnevin this morning, poor little. What do you call him? Chow, mother of Moses. Tom Rockford took the top disc from the pile he clasped against his claret waistcoat. See, he said. Say it turn 6, in here see, turn now on. He slid it into the left slot for them. It shot down the groove, wobbled a while, ceased ogling them. 6. Lawyers of the past, haughty, pleading, beheld pass from the Consolidated Taxing Office to Nici Prius Court Richie Gooding carrying the cost bag of Gooding, Collies and Ward, and heard rustling from the Admiralty Division of King's Bench. To the Court of Appeal, an elderly female with false teeth smiling incredulously, and a black silk skirt of great amplitude. See, he said, see now the last one I put in is over here, turns over. The impact, leverage see. He showed them the rising column of discs on the right. Smart idea, Nosey Flynn said, snuffling. So a fellow coming in late can see what turn is on and what turns are over, see. Tom Rockford said. He slid in a disc for himself and watched it shoot, wobble, ogle, stop, 4, turn now on. I'll see him now in the Ormond, Lenehan said, and sound him. One good turn deserves another. Do, Tom Rockford said. Tell him I am boiling with impatience. Good night, Coy said abruptly, when you two begin. Nosey Flynn stooped towards the lever, snuffling at it. But how does it work here, Tommy? He asked. Toriloo, Lenehan said. See you later. He followed Coy out across the tiny square of Crampton Court. He's a hero, he said simply. I know, Coy said. The drain, you mean. Drain, Lenehan said. It was down a manhole. They passed Dan Lowry's music hall where Marie Kendall, charming soubrette, smiled on them from a poster, a Dobby smile. Going down the path of Sycamore Street beside the Empire Music Hall, Lenehan showed Coy how the whole thing was. One of those manholes like a bloody gas pipe, and there was the poor devil stuck down in it, half choked with sewer gas. Down went Tom Rockford anyhow, Bookie's vest and all, with the rope round him. And be damned, but he got the rope round the poor devil, and the two were hauled up. The act of a hero, he said. At the Dolphin they halted to allow the ambulance car to gallop past them for Jervis Street. This way, he said, walking to the right. I want to pop into Lynham S to see Scepter's starting price. What is the time by your gold watch and chain? Coy peered into Marcus Tertius Moses' somber office, then at O'Neill's clock. After 3, he said. Who's riding her? Oh. Madden, Lenehan said. And a game filly she is. While he waited in Temple Bar, Coy dodged a banana peel with gentle pushes of his toe from the path to the gutter. Fellow might damn easy get a nasty fall, they're coming along tight in the dark. The gates of the drive opened wide to give egress to the viceregal cavalcade. Even money, Lenehan said, returning. I knocked against Bantam Leon and they're going to back a bloody horse someone gave him that hasn't tea and earthly. They went up the steps and under Merchant's Arch. A dark-backed figure scanned books on the Hawker-S cart. There he is, Lenehan said. Wonder what he s buying, McCoy said, glancing behind. Leopoldo or the Bloom is on the rye, Lenehan said. He s dead nuts on sales, McCoy said. I was with him one day and he bought a book from an old one in Liffey Street for £2 There were fine plates in it worth double the money, the stars and the moon and comets with long tails. Astronomy it was about. Lenehan laughed. I'll tell you a damn good one about comets' tails, he said. Come over in the sun. They crossed to the metal bridge and went along Wellington Quay by the river wall. Master Patrick Aloysius Dignam came out of Mangan S, late Fehrenbach S, carrying £1.5 pounds of pork steaks. There was a long spread out at Glencree Reformatory, Lenehan said eagerly. The annual dinner, you know. Boiled shirt affair. The Lord Mayor was there, Val Dillon it was, and Sir Charles Cameron and Dan Dawson spoke and there was music. Bartle Arcee sang and Benjamin Dollard. I know, McCoy broke in. My missus sang there once. Did she? Lenehan said. A card unfurnished apartments reappeared on the window sash of number 7 Eccles Street. He checked his tail a moment but broke out in a wheezy laugh. But wait till I tell you, he said. Delahunt of Camden Street had the catering and yours truly was chief bottle washer. Bloom and the wife were there. Lashings of stuff we put up, port wine and sherry and curacoa to which we did ample justice. Fast and furious it was. After liquids came solids, cold joints galore and mince pies. I know, McCoy said. The year the missus was there. Lenehan linked his arm warmly. But wait till I tell you, he said. We had a midnight lunch too after all the jollification, and when we sallied forth, it was blue o'clock the morning after the night before. Coming home, it was a gorgeous winter night on the Featherbed Mountain. Bloom and Chris Collinan were on one side of the car, and I was with the wife on the other. We started singing glees and duets. Lo, the early beam of morning. She was well primed with a good load of Delahunt S port under her belly band. Every jolt the bloody car gave I had her bumping up against me. Hell S delights. She has a fine pair, God bless her, like that. He held his caved hands a cubit from him, frowning. I was tucking the rug under her and settling her bawa all the time. Know what I mean? His hands molded ample curves of air. He shut his eyes tight in delight, his body shrinking, and blew a sweet chirp from his lips. The lad stood to attention anyhow, he said with a sigh. She s a gamey mare and no mistake. Bloom was pointing out all the stars and the comets in the heavens to Chris Collinan and the Jarve, the Great Bear and Hercules and the Dragon and the whole jingbang lot. But by God, I was lost, so to speak, in the Milky Way. He knows them all, Faith. At last she spotted a weeny-weeshy 1 mile away. And what star is that, Poldy? Says she. By God, she had Bloom cornered. That one is it, says Chris Collinan, sure that s only what you might call a pinprick. By God, he wasn't too far wide of the mark. Lenehan stopped and leaned on the river wall, panting with soft laughter. I am weak, he gasped. McCoy's white face smiled about it at instants and grew grave. Lenehan walked on again. He lifted his yachting cap and scratched his hind head rapidly. He glanced sideways in the sunlight at McCoy. He s a cultured all-roundman. Bloom is, he said seriously. He s not one of your common or garden. You know, there s a touch of the artist about old Bloom. Mr. Bloom turned over idly pages of the awful disclosures of Maria Monk, then of Aristotle's masterpiece. Crooked botched print, plates, infants cuddled in a ball in blood-red wombs like livers of slaughtered cows. Lots of them like that at this moment all over the world. All budding with their skulls to get out of it. Child born every minute somewhere. Mrs. Purifoy. He laid both books aside and glanced at the third, Tales of the Ghetto by Leopold von Sacher-Masoch. That I had, he said, pushing it by. The shopman let 2 volumes fall on the counter. "Them are 2 good ones," he said. Onions of his breath came across the counter out of his ruined mouth. He bent to make a bundle of the other books, hugged them against his unbuttoned waistcoat, and bore them off behind the dingy curtain. On O'Connell Bridge, many persons observed the grave deportment and gay apparel of Mr. Dennis J. Maginni, professor of dancing, and C. Mr. Bloom, alone, looked at the titles. Fair Tyrants by James Lovebirch. Know the kind, that is. Had it, yes. He opened it, thought so. A woman's voice behind the dingy curtain. Listen, the man. No, she wouldn't tea like that much. Got her at once. He read the other title, Sweets of Sin, more in her line. Let us see. He read where his finger opened. All the dollar bills her husband gave her were spent in the stores on wondrous gowns and costliest frillies. For him. For Raoul, yes, this. Here, try. Her mouth glued on his in a luscious, voluptuous kiss, while his hands felt for the opulent curves inside her dishabille. Yes, take this, the end. You are late, he spoke hoarsely, eyeing her with a suspicious glare. The beautiful woman threw off her sable-trimmed wrap, displaying her queenly shoulders and heaving embonpoint. An imperceptible smile played round her perfect lips as she turned to him calmly. Mr. Bloom read again, The beautiful woman. Warmth showered gently over him, cowing his flesh. Flesh yielded amply amid rumpled clothes, whites of eyes swooning up. His nostrils arched themselves for prey, melting breast ointments for him, for Raoul. Armpits oniony sweat, fish gluey slime her heaving embonpoint. Veal press. Crished sulphur dung of lions, young. Young. An elderly female, no more young, left the building of the courts of chancery. King's Bench, Exchequer and Common Pleas, having heard in the Lord Chancellor's court the case in lunacy of Potterton, in the Admiralty Division the summons, ex parte motion, of the owners of the Lady Cairns versus the owners of the Bark Mona. In the Court of Appeal reservation of judgment in the case of Harvey versus the Ocean Accident and Guarantee Corporation. Phlegmy coughs shook the air of the bookshop, bulging out the dingy curtains. The shopman's uncombed gray head came out, and his unshaven, reddened face, coughing. He raked his throat rudely, puked phlegm on the floor. He put his boot on what he had spat, wiping his sole along it, and bent, showing a raw-skinned crown scantily haired. Mr. Bloom beheld it. Mastering his troubled breath, he said, "I'll take this one." The shopman lifted eyes bleared with old rheum. "Sweets of Sin," he said, tapping on it. "That's a good one." The lackey by the door of Dillon's auction room shook his handbell twice again and viewed himself in the chalked mirror of the cabinet. Dilly Dedalus, loitering by the curbstone, heard the beats of the bell, the cries of the auctioneer within. 4 and 9. Those lovely curtains, 5 shillings, cozy curtains. Selling new at 2 guineas. Any advance on 5 shillings. Going for 5 shillings. The lackey lifted his handbell and shook it, bearing. Bang of the Laslett bell spurred the half-mile wheelmen to their sprint. J. A. Jackson, W.E. Wiley, A. Munro, and H.T. Gahan, their stretched necks wagging, negotiated the curve by the college library. Mr. Dedalus, tugging a long mustache, came round from Williams' Row. He halted near his daughter. "It's time for you," she said. "Stand up straight for the love of the Lord Jesus," Mr. Dedalus said. "Are you trying to imitate your Uncle John, the cornet player, head upon shoulder?" Melancholy God. Dilly shrugged her shoulders. Mr. Dedalus placed his hands on them and held them back. "Stand up straight, girl," he said. "You'll get curvature of the spine. Do you know what you look like?" He let his head sink suddenly down and forward, hunching his shoulders and dropping his underjaw. "Give it up, father," Dilly said. "All the people are looking at you." Mr. Dedalus drew himself upright and tugged again at his mustache. "Did you get any money?" Dilly asked. "Where would I get money?" Mr. Dedalus said, "There is no one in Dublin would lend me 4pence. You got some," Dilly said, looking in his eyes. How do you know that? Mr. Dedalus asked, his tongue in his cheek. Mr. Kernan, pleased with the order he had booked, walked boldly along James S. Street. I know you did, Dilly answered. Were you in the Scotch house now? I was not then, Mr. Dedalus said, smiling. Was it the little nuns taught you to be so saucy? Here. He handed her a shilling. See if you can do anything with that, he said. I suppose you got 5, Dilly said. Give me more than that. Wait a while, Mr. Dedalus said threateningly. You ray like the rest of them, are you? An insolent pack of little bitches since your poor mother died. But wait a while. You'll all get a short shrift and a long day from me. Low blackguardism. I am going to get rid of you. Wouldn't he care if I was stretched out stiff? He.S. dead. The man upstairs is dead. He left her and walked on. Dilly followed quickly and pulled his coat. Well, what is it? He said, stopping. The lacquey rang his bell behind their backs. Baring, curse your bloody blatant soul, Mr. Dedalus cried, turning on him. The lacquey, aware of comment, shook the lolling clapper of his bell but feebly. Bang. Mr. Dedalus stared at him. Watch him, he said. It's instructive. I wonder will he allow us to talk? You got more than that, Father, Dilly said. I am going to show you a little trick, Mr. Dedalus said. I'll leave you all where Jesus left the Jews. Look, there's all I have. I got 2 shillings from Jack Power and I spent 2pence for a shave for the funeral. He drew forth a handful of copper coins nervously. Can't you look for some money somewhere? Dilly said. Mr. Dedalus thought and nodded. I will, he said gravely. I looked all along the gutter in O'Connell Street. I'll try this one now. You ray very funny, Dilly said, grinning. Here, Mr. Dedalus said, handing her 2 pennies. Get a glass of milk for yourself and a bun or a something. I'll be home shortly. He put the other coins in his pocket and started to walk on. The viceregal cavalcade passed, greeted by obsequious policemen out of Parkgate. I am sure you have another shilling, Dilly said. The lacquey banged loudly. Mr. Dedalus amid the din walked off, murmuring to himself with a pursing, mincing mouth gently. The little nuns. Nice little things. Oh, sure they wouldn't do anything. Oh, sure they wouldn't really. Is it little sister Monica? From the sundial towards James S. Gate walked Mr. Kernan, pleased with the order he had booked for Pulbrook Robertson, boldly along James S. Street, past Shackleton S. offices. Got round him all right. How do you do, Mr. Crimmins? First rate, sir. I was afraid you might be up in your other establishment in Pimlico. How are things going? Just keeping alive. Lovely weather we ray having. Yes, indeed, good for the country. Those farmers are always grumbling. I'll just take a thimbleful of your best gin, Mr. Crimmins. A small gin, sir. Yes, sir. Terrible affair, that General Slocum explosion. Terrible, terrible. 1,000 casualties, and heartrending scenes. Men trampling down women and children. Most brutal thing. What do they say was the cause? Spontaneous combustion. Most scandalous revelation. Not a single lifeboat would float and the fire hose all burst. What I can understand is how the inspectors ever allowed a boat like that. Now you ray talking straight, Mr. Crimmins. You know why? Palm oil. Is that a fact? Without a doubt. Well, now look at that. And America, they say, is the land of the free. I thought we were bad here. I smiled at him. America, I said quietly, just like that. What is it? The sweepings of every country, including our own. Isn't that true? That's a fact. Graft, my dear sir. Well, of course, where there's money going, there's always someone to pick it up. Saw him looking at my frock coat. Dress, does it? Nothing like a dressy appearance. Bowls them over. Hello, Simon, Father Cowley said. How are things? Hello, Bob, old man, Mr. Dedalus answered, stopping. Mr. Kernan halted and preened himself before the sloping mirror of Peter Kennedy, hairdresser. Stylish coat beyond a doubt. Scott of Dawson Street. Well worth the half-sovereign I gave Neary for it. Never built under 3 guineas. Fits me down to the ground. Some Kildare Street Club toff had it probably. John Mulligan, the manager of the Hibernian Bank, gave me a very sharp eye yesterday on Carlisle Bridge as if he remembered me. Aham, must dress the character for those fellows. Knight of the road, gentlemen, and now, Mr. Crimmins, may we have the honor of your custom again, sir. The cup that cheers but not inebriates, as the old saying has it. North Wall and Sir John Rogerson S. Key, with hulls and anchor chains, sailing westward, sailed by a skiff, a crumpled throwaway, rocked on the ferry wash. Elijah is coming. Mr. Kernan glanced in farewell at his image. High color, of course, grizzled mustache, returned Indian officer. Bravely he bore his stumpy body forward on spatted feet, squaring his shoulders. Is that end Lambert S. brother over the way, Sam? What? Yes, he S as like it as damn it. Know the windscreen of that motor car in the sun there. Just a flash like that, damn like him, ahem. Hot spirit of juniper juice warmed his vitals and his breath. Good drop of gin, that was. His frocktails winked in bright sunshine to his fat strut. Down there Emmett was hanged, drawn and quartered. Greasy black rope. Dogs licking the blood off the street when the Lord Lieutenant's wife drove by in her noddy. Bad times those were. Well, over and done with. Great topers too, 4-bottle men, let me see. Is he buried in St. Michan S? Or no, there was a midnight burial in Glasnevin. Corpse brought in through a secret door in the wall. Dignam is there now, went out in a puff, well. Better turn down here. Make a detour. Mr. Kernan turned and walked down the slope of Waddling Street by the corner of Guinness S. Visitors' Waiting Room. Outside the Dublin Distillers Company S. stores an outside car without fare or jarvey stood, the reins knotted to the wheel. Damn dangerous thing. Some Tipperary basthoon endangering the lives of the citizens. Runaway horse. Denny's Breen with his tomes, weary of having waited an hour in John Henry Minton's office, led his wife over O'Connell Bridge, bound for the office of Messrs. Collies and Ward. Mr. Kernan approached Island Street. Times of the troubles. Must ask Ind Lambert to lend me those reminiscences of Sir Jonah Barrington. When you look back on it all now in a kind of retrospective arrangement. Gaming at Dolly S., no card sharping then. One of those fellows got his hand nailed to the table by a dagger. Somewhere here Lord Edward Fitzgerald escaped from Major Sir. Stables behind Mora House. Damn good gin that was. Fine dashing young nobleman. Good stock, of course. That ruffian, that sham squire with his violet gloves gave him away. Course they were on the wrong side. They rose in dark and evil days. Fine poem, that is, Ingram. They were gentlemen. Ben Dollard does sing that ballad touchingly, masterly rendition. At the siege of Ross did my father fall. A cavalcade in easy trot along Pembroke Quay passed, outriders leaping in their saddles. Frock coats. Cream sunshades. Mr. Kernan hurried forward, blowing pursily. His Excellency. Too bad, just missed that by a hair. Damn it, what a pity. Stephen Dedalus watched through the webbed window, the lapidary S-fingers prove a time-dulled chain. Dust webbed the window and the show trays. Dust darkened the toiling fingers with their vulture nails. Dust slept on dull coils of bronze and silver, lozenges of cinnabar on rubies, leprous and wine-dark stones. Born all in the dark wormy earth, cold specks of fire, evil lights shining in the darkness, where fallen archangels flung the stars of their brows. Muddy swinesnouts, hands, root, gripe and rest them. She dances in a foul gloom where gum bums with garlic. A sailorman, rust-bearded, sips from a beaker rum and eyes her. A long and seafed silent rut. She dances, capers, wagging her sowish haunches and her hips on her gross belly flapping a ruby egg. Old Russell, with a smeared chamois rag burnished again his gem, turned it and held it at the point of his Moses beard. Grandfather ape gloating on a stolen hoard, and you wrest old images from the burial earth. the brain-sick words of sophists, antisthenes. A lore of drugs, orient and immortal wheat standing from everlasting to everlasting. Two old women fresh from their whiff of the briny trudged through Irish town along London Bridge Road, one with a sanded tired umbrella, one with a midwife-s bag in which 11 cockles rolled. The whir of flapping leathern bands and hum of dynamos from the powerhouse urged Stephen to be on. Beingless beings, stop. Throb always without you and the throb always within. Your heart you sing of, I between them. Where, between two roaring worlds where they swirl, I shatter them, one and both. But stun myself too in the blow, shatter me you who can. Bawd and butcher were the words. I say not yet a while, a look around. Yes, quite true, very large and wonderful and keeps famous time. You say right, sir. A Monday morning, 'twas so, indeed. Stephen went down Bedford Row, the handle of the ash clacking against his shoulder blade. In Clohessy-s window, a faded 1860 print of Heenan boxing sayers held his eye. Starring backers with square hats stood round the roped prize ring. The heavyweights in tight loincloths proposed gently each to other his bulbous fists, and they are throbbing, heroes' hearts. He turned and halted by the slanted book cart. 'Tuppence each,' the huckster said, 4 for 6pence. Tattered pages, The Irish Beekeeper, Life and Miracles of the Cur of Ars. Pocket Guide to Killarney. I might find here one of my pawned school prizes. Stefano Dedalo, Alumno Optimo, Pomem Ferenti. Father Conmee, having read his little hours, walked through the hamlet of Donnycarney murmuring vespers. Binding too good probably. What is this? 8th and 9th Book of Moses, secret of all secrets, seal of King David. Thumbed pages, read and read. Who has passed here before me, how to soften chapped hands. Recipe for white wine vinegar, how to win a woman's love, for me this. Say the following talisman 3 times with hands folded. Cl Yillo Nebricata Femininum, Amor me solo, Sanctus. Amen, who wrote this. Charms and invocations of the most blessed Abbot Peter Salanka to all true believers divulged. As good as any other abbot's charms, as mumbling Joachim S. Down, Baldonado, or we LL wool your wool. What are you doing here, Stephen? Dilly's high shoulders and shabby dress. Shut the book quick, Don T. Let's see. What are you doing? Stephen said. A Stuart face of none such Charles, lank locks falling at its sides. It glowed as she crouched feeding the fire with broken boots. I told her of Paris. Late leibed under a quilt of old overcoats, fingering a pinchbeck bracelet, Dan Kelly's token. Nebricata Femininum, what have you there? Stephen asked. I bought it from the other cart for a penny, Dilly said, laughing nervously. Is it any good? My eyes they say she has. Do others see me so, quick, far and daring, shadow of my mind? He took the coverless book from her hand. Chardinal-s French primer. What did you buy that for? He asked to learn French. She nodded, reddening and closing tight her lips. Show no surprise, quite natural, here Stephen said. It's all right. Mine Maggie doesn't pawn it on you. I suppose all my books are gone. Some Dilly said, we had to, she is drowning. Agenbite save her, Agenbite. All against us. She will drown me with her eyes and hair. Lank coils of seaweed hair around me, my heart, my soul. Salt green death, we, Agenbite of Inwit. Inwit-s Agenbite, misery, misery. Hello, Simon, Father Cowley said. How are things? Hello, Bob, old man, Mr. Dedalus answered, stopping. They clasped hands loudly outside ready, and daughter-s Father Cowley brushed his mustache off and downward with a scooping hand. What-s the best news? Mr. Dedalus said. Why then not much, Father Cowley said. I am barricaded up, Simon, with 2 men prowling around the house trying to effect an entrance. Jolly, Mr. Dedalus said. Who is it? Oh, Father Cowley said. A certain gamine man of our acquaintance. With a broken back, is it? Mr. Dedalus asked. The same, Simon, Father Cowley answered. Reuben of that ilk. I am just waiting for Ben Dollard. He's going to say a word to Long John to get him to take those 2 men off. All I want is a little time. He looked with vague hope up and down the quay, a big apple bulging in his neck. I know, Mr. Dedalus said, nodding. Poor old Bockety Ben. He's always doing a good turn for someone. Hold hard. He put on his glasses and gazed towards the metal bridge an instant. There he is, by God, he said, arse and pockets. Ben Dollard's loose blue cutaway and square hat above large slops crossed the quay in full gait from the metal bridge. He came towards them at an amble, scratching actively behind his coat-tails. As he came near, Mr. Dedalus greeted, "Hold that fellow with the bad trousers." "Hold him now," Ben Dollard said. Mr. Dedalus eyed with cold wandering scorn various points of Ben Dollard's figure. Then, turning to Father Cowley with a nod, he muttered sneeringly, "That's a pretty garment, isn't it, for a summer-'s day?" "Why, God eternally curse your soul," Ben Dollard growled furiously. "I threw out more clothes in my time than you ever saw." He stood beside them beaming, on them first, and on his roomy clothes from points of which Mr. Dedalus flicked fluff, saying, "They were made for a man in his health, Ben, anyhow." "Bad luck to the Jewman that made them," Ben Dollard said. "Thanks be to God he's not paid yet. And how is that basso profondo, Benjamin?" Father Cowley asked. Cashel Boyle O'Connor Fitzmaurice Tisdall Farrell, murmuring, glasseyed, strode past the Kildare Street Club. Ben Dollard frowned and, making suddenly a chanter's mouth, gave forth a deep note. "Aw," he said. "That's the style," Mr. Dedalus said, nodding to its drone. "What about that?" Ben Dollard said, not too dusty. "What?" He turned to both. "That'll do," Father Cowley said, nodding also. The Reverend Hugh C. Love walked from the old chapter house of St. Mary's Abbey past James and Charles Kennedy's rectifiers, attended by Geraldines tall and personable, towards the thalsel beyond the ford of hurdles. Ben Dollard, with a heavy list towards the shop fronts, led them forward, his joyful fingers in the air. "Come along with me to the sub-sheriff's office," he said. "I want to show you the new beauty Rock has for a bailiff. He's a cross between Lobengula and Lynchihon. He's well worth seeing, mind you. Come along. I saw John Henry Minton casually in the bodega just now, and it will cost me a fall if I don tea. Wait a while. We ray on the right lay, Bob, believe you me." "For a few days, tell him," Father Cowley said anxiously. Ben Dollard halted and stared, his loud orifice open, a dangling button of his coat wagging bright-backed from its thread as he wiped away the heavy shrouds that clogged his eyes to hear aright. "What few days?" he boomed. "Hasn't he your landlord distrained for rent?" "He has," Father Cowley said. "Then our friend's writ is not worth the paper it's printed on," Ben Dollard said. "The landlord has the prior claim. I gave him all the particulars. 29 Windsor Avenue. Love is the name." "That's right," Father Cowley said. "The Reverend Mr. Love. He's a minister in the country somewhere. But are you sure of that?" "You can tell Barabbas from me," Ben Dollard said, "that he can put that writ where Jacko put the nuts." He led Father Cowley boldly forward, linked to his bulk. "Filberts, I believe they were," Mr. Dedalus said, as he dropped his glasses on his coat front, following them. "The youngster will be all right," Martin Cunningham said, as they passed out of the Castleyard gate. The policeman touched his forehead. "God bless you," Martin Cunningham said, cheerily. He signed to the waiting Jarvey, who chucked at the reins and set on towards Lord Edward Street. Bronze by gold, Miss Kennedy's head by Miss Douce's head, appeared above the cross-blind of the Ormond Hotel. "Yes," Martin Cunningham said, fingering his beard. "I wrote to Father Conmee and laid the whole case before him." "You could try our friend," Mr. Power suggested backward. "Boyd," Martin Cunningham said shortly. "Touch me not." John Wise Nolan, lagging behind, reading the list, came after them quickly down Cork Hill. On the steps of the City Hall, Councillor Nanetti, descending, hailed Alderman Cowley and Councillor Abraham Lyon ascending. The castle car wheeled empty into Upper Exchange Street. "Look here, Martin," John Wise Nolan said, overtaking them at the mail office. "I see Bloom put his name down for 5 shillings. "Quite right," Martin Cunningham said, taking the list. "And put down the 5 shillings too." Without a second word either, Mr. Power said. "Strange but true," Martin Cunningham added. John Wise Nolan opened wide eyes. "I'll say there is much kindness in the Jew," he quoted elegantly. They went down Parliament Street. "There's Jimmy Henry," Mr. Power said. "Just heading for Kavanagh's Rideau," Martin Cunningham said. "Here goes." Outside La Maison Claire blazes Boylan waylaid Jack Mooney's brother-in-law, humpy, tight, making for the Liberties. John Wise Nolan fell back with Mr. Power, while Martin Cunningham took the elbow of a dapper little man in a shower of hail suit, who walked uncertainly, with hasty steps past Mickey Anderson's watches. "The assistant town clerk's corns are giving him some trouble," John Wise Nolan told Mr. Power. They followed round the corner towards James Kavanagh's wine rooms. The empty castle car fronted them at rest in Essex Gate. Martin Cunningham, speaking always, showed often the list at which Jimmy Henry did not glance. "And Long John Fanning is here too," John Wise Nolan said, "as large as life." The tall form of Long John Fanning filled the doorway where he stood. "Good day, Mr. Subsheriff," Martin Cunningham said, as all halted and greeted. Long John Fanning made no way for them. He removed his large Henry Clay decisively, and his large fierce eyes scowled intelligently over all their faces. "Are the conscript fathers pursuing their peaceful deliberations?" he said with rich acrid utterance to the assistant town clerk. "Hell open to Christians they were having," Jimmy Henry said pettishly, "about their damned Irish language. Where was the marshal, he wanted to know, to keep order in the council chamber?" And old Barlow the mace-bearer laid up with asthma. No mace on the table, nothing in order, no quorum even, and Hutchinson, the Lord Mayor, in Llandudno, and little Lorcan Sherlock doing locum tenens for him. Damned Irish language, language of our forefathers. Long John Fanning blew a plume of smoke from his lips. Martin Cunningham spoke by turns, twirling the peak of his beard, to the assistant town clerk and the sub-sheriff, while John Wise Nolan held his peace. "What dignam was that?" Long John Fanning asked. Jimmy Henry made a grimace and lifted his left foot. "Oh, my corns," he said plaintively. "Come upstairs for goodness sake till I sit down somewhere. Uff. Ooh, mind." Testily he made room for himself beside Long John Fanning's flank and passed in and up the stairs. "Come on up," Martin Cunningham said to the sub-sheriff. "I don't think you knew him, or perhaps you did, though." With John Wise Nolan, Mr. Power followed them in. "Decent little soul he was," Mr. Power said to the stalwart back of Long John Fanning ascending towards Long John Fanning in the mirror. "Rather low-sized. Dignam of Menton's office that was," Martin Cunningham said. Long John Fanning could not remember him. Clatter of horse hoofs sounded from the air. "What's that?" Martin Cunningham said. All turned where they stood. John Wise Nolan came down again. From the cool shadow of the doorway he saw the horses pass Parliament Street, harness and glossy pasterns in sunlight shimmering. Gaily they went past before his cool, unfriendly eyes, not quickly. In saddles of the leaders, leaping leaders, rode outriders. "What was it?" Martin Cunningham asked, as they went on up the staircase. "The Lord Lieutenant General and General Governor of Ireland," John Wise Nolan answered from the stairfoot. As they trod across the thick carpet, Buck Mulligan whispered behind his Panama to Haines, Parnell's brother. "They're in the corner." They chose a small table near the window, opposite a long-faced man whose beard and gaze hung intently down on a chessboard. "Is that he?" Haines asked, twisting round in his seat. "Yes," Mulligan said. "That's John Howard, his brother, our city marshal." John Howard Parnell translated a white bishop quietly, and his gray claw went up again to his forehead whereat it rested. An instant after, under its screen, his eyes looked quickly, ghost-bright, at his foe and fell once more upon a working corner. "I'll take a M. Lange," Haynes said to the waitress. "2 M. Langes," Buck Mulligan said, "and bring us some scones and butter and some cakes as well." When she had gone he said, laughing, "We call it DBC because they have damn bad cakes. Oh, but you missed Daedalus on Hamlet." Haynes opened his new-bought book. "I am sorry," he said. "Shakespeare is the happy hunting ground of all minds that have lost their balance." The one-legged sailor growled at the area of 14 Nelson Street. "England expects." Buck Mulligan's primrose waistcoat shook gaily to his laughter. "You should see him," he said, "when his body loses its balance. Wandering Ungues I call him. I am sure he has an id-e fix," Haynes said, pinching his chin thoughtfully with thumb and forefinger. "Now I am speculating what it would be likely to be." "Such persons always have." Buck Mulligan bent across the table gravely. "They drove his wits astray," he said, "by visions of hell. He will never capture the Attic note. The note of Swinburne, of all poets, the White Death and the Ruddy Birth. That is his tragedy. He can never be a poet. The joy of creation. Eternal punishment," Haynes said, nodding curtly. "I see. I tackled him this morning on belief. There was something on his mind, I saw. It's rather interesting, because Professor Pokorny of Vienna makes an interesting point out of that." Buck Mulligan's watchful eyes saw the waitress come. He helped her to unload her tray. "He can find no trace of hell in ancient Irish myth," Haynes said, amid the cheerful cups. "The moral idea seems lacking, the sense of destiny, of retribution. Rather strange he should have just that fixed idea. Does he write anything for your movement?" He sank 2 lumps of sugar deftly longwise through the whipped cream. Buck Mulligan slit a steaming scone in 2 and plastered butter over its smoking pith. He bit off a soft piece hungrily. 10 years, he said, chewing and laughing. "He is going to write something in 10 years. Seems a long way off," Haynes said, thoughtfully lifting his spoon. "Still, I shouldn't wonder if he did after all." He tasted a spoonful from the creamy cone of his cup. "This is real Irish cream, I take it," he said with forbearance. "I don't want to be imposed on." Elijah skiff, light crumpled throwaway, sailed eastward by flanks of ships and trawlers, amid an archipelago of corks, beyond New Wapping Street past Benson's Ferry, and by the 3-masted schooner Rosevian from Bridgwater with bricks. Almedano Artifoni walked past Hall Street, past Sewell's yard. Behind him Cashel Boyle O'Connor Fitzmaurice Tisdall Farrell, with stick umbrella dustcoat dangling, shunned the lamp before Mr. Law Smith's house, and crossing, walked along Marion Square. Distantly behind him, a blind stripling tapped his way by the wall of College Park. Cashel Boyle O'Connor Fitzmaurice Tisdall Farrell walked as far as Mr. Lewis Werner's cheerful windows, then turned and strode back along Marion Square, his stick umbrella dustcoat dangling. At the corner of Wilda's house he halted, frowned at Elijah's name announced on the Metropolitan Hall, frowned at the distant pleasance of Duke's lawn. His eyeglass flashed frowning in the sun. With rat's teeth bared he muttered, "Coctus volui." He strode on for Clare Street, grinding his fierce word. As he strode past Mr. Bloom's dental windows, the sway of his dustcoat brushed rudely from its angle a slender tapping cane and swept onwards, having buffeted a thewless body. The blind stripling turned his sickly face after the striding form. "Goddess curse on you," he said sourly, "whoever you are. You ray blinder nor I am, you bitch bastard." Opposite Ruggie O'Donohoe's master Patrick Aloysius Dignam, pawing the £1.5 of Mangan late Fehrenbach's pork steaks he had been sent for, went along warm Wicklow Street dawdling. It was 2 blooming dulls sitting in the parlor with Mrs. Stower and Mrs. Quigley and Mrs. MacDowell, and the blind down, and they all at their sniffles, and sipping sups of the superior tawny sherry Uncle Barney brought from Tunny S. And they eating crumbs of the cottage fruitcake, jawing the whole blooming time and sighing. After Wicklow Lane, the window of Madame Doyle, court-dress milliner, stopped him. He stood looking in at the two puckers stripped to their pelts and putting up their props. From the side mirrors, two morning masters Dignam gaped silently. Myler Keogh, Dublin S. Pet Lamb, will meet Sergeant Major Bennett, the Portobello bruiser, for a purse of 50 sovereigns. Gob, that D be a good pucking match to see. Myler Keogh, that S the chap sparring out to him with the green sash. 2 bar entrance, soldiers half price. I could easy do a bunk on ma. Master Dignam on his left turned as he turned. That S me in morning. When is it? May the 22nd. Sure, the blooming thing is all over. He turned to the right, and on his right Master Dignam turned, his cap awry, his collar sticking up. Buttoning it down, his chin lifted, he saw the image of Marie Kendall, charming soubrette, beside the two puckers. One of them mows that do be in the packets of fag stower smokes that his old fellow welted hell out of him, for one time he found out. Master Dignam got his collar down and dawdled on. The best pucker going for strength was Fitzsimmons. 1 puck in the wind from that fellow would knock you into the middle of next week, man. But the best pucker for science was Jem Corbett before Fitzsimmons knocked the stuffings out of him, dodging and all. In Grafton Street, Master Dignam saw a red flower in a toff's mouth and a swell pair of kicks on him, and he listening to what the drunk was telling him and grinning all the time. No Sandymount tram. Master Dignam walked along Nassau Street, shifted the pork steaks to his other hand. His collar sprang up again and he tugged it down. The blooming stud was too small for the buttonhole of the shirt, blooming end to it. He met schoolboys with satchels. I am not going tomorrow either, stay away till Monday. He met other schoolboys. Do they notice I am in mourning? Uncle Barney said he get it into the paper tonight. Then they all see it in the paper and read my name printed and Pa's name. His face got all gray instead of being red like it was, and there was a fly walking over it up to his eye. The scrunch that was when they were screwing the screws into the coffin, and the bumps when they were bringing it downstairs. Pa was inside it and Ma crying in the parlor and Uncle Barney telling the men how to get it round the bend. A big coffin it was, and high and heavy looking. How was that? The last night Pa was boost, he was standing on the landing there bawling out for his boots to go out to Tunny S for to boost more, and he looked buddy and short in his shirt. Never see him again. Death, that is, Pa is dead, my father is dead. He told me to be a good son to Ma. I couldn't hear the other things he said, but I saw his tongue and his teeth trying to say it better. Poor Pa. That was Mr. Dignam, my father. I hope he is in purgatory now because he went to confession to Father Conroy on Saturday night. William Humble, Earl of Dudley and Lady Dudley, accompanied by Lieutenant Colonel Heseltine, drove out after luncheon from the Viceregal Lodge. In the following carriage were the Honorable Mrs. Paget, Mr. Kersey, and the Honorable Gerald Ward, A.D.C. In attendance, the cavalcade passed out by the lower gate of Phoenix Park, saluted by obsequious policemen, and proceeded past Kingsbridge along the northern quays. The Viceroy was most cordially greeted on his way through the metropolis. At Bloody Bridge, Mr. Thomas Kernan, beyond the river, greeted him vainly from afar. Between Queen S. and Whitworth bridges, Lord Dudley S. viceregal carriages passed and were unsaluted by Mr. Dudley White, B.L.M. A., who stood on Aaron Quay outside Mrs. M.E. White S., the pawnbroker S., at the corner of Aaron Street West, stroking his nose with his forefinger, undecided whether he should arrive at Phibsborough more quickly by a triple change of tram, or by hailing a car, or on foot through Smithfield, Constitution Hill and Broadstone terminus. In the porch of Four Courts, Richie Gooding with the cost bag of Gooding, Collies and Ward saw him with surprise. Past Richmond Bridge at the doorstep of the office of Reuben J. Dodd, solicitor. agent for the patriotic insurance company. An elderly female about to enter changed her plan, and retracing her steps by King's windows, smiled credulously on the representative of His Majesty. From its sluice in wood quay wall under Tom Devan's office, Pottle River hung out in fealty, a tongue of liquid sewage. Above the crossblind of the Ormond Hotel, gold by bronze, Miss Kennedy's head by Miss Douce's head watched and admired. On Ormond Quay, Mr. Simon Dedalus, steering his way from the greenhouse for the sub-sheriff's office, stood still in mid-street and brought his hat low. His Excellency graciously returned Mr. Dedalus' greeting. From Cahill's corner, the Reverend Hugh C. Love, M.A., made obeisance unperceived, mindful of lords deputies whose hands benignant had held of your rich advousance. On Grattan Bridge, Lenehan and M. Coy, taking leave of each other, watched the carriages go by. Passing by Roger Green's office and Dollard's big red printing house, Gertie MacDowell, carrying the Catesby's cork lino letters for her father who was laid up, knew by the style it was the Lord and Lady Lieutenant, but she couldn't see what Her Excellency had on because the tram and Spring's big yellow furniture van had to stop in front of her on account of its being the Lord Lieutenant. Beyond Lundy Foot S from the shaded door of Kavanagh's wine rooms, John Wise Nolan smiled with unseen coldness towards the Lord Lieutenant General and General Governor of Ireland. The Right Honourable William Humble, Earl of Dudley, GCVO, passed Mickey Anderson all times ticking watches and Henry and James wax smart-suited fresh-cheeked models. The gentleman Henry, Dernier cried James. Over against Dame Gate, Tom Rockford and Nosey Flynn watched the approach of the cavalcade. Tom Rockford, seeing the eyes of Lady Dudley fixed on him, took his thumbs quickly out of the pockets of his claret waistcoat and doffed his cap to her. A charming soubrette, great Marie Kendall, with dauby cheeks and lifted skirt, smiled daubily from her poster upon William Humble, Earl of Dudley, and upon Lieutenant Colonel H.G. Heseltine, and also upon the Honorable Gerald Ward A.D.C. from the window of the D.B.C. Buck Mulligan gaily, and Haynes gravely, gazed down on the viceregal equipage over the shoulders of eager guests, whose massive forms darkened the chessboard whereon John Howard Parnell looked intently. In Founds Street, Dilly Dedalus, straining her sight upward from Chardinal's first French primer, saw sunshades spanned and wheelspokes spinning in the glare. John Henry Menton, filling the doorway of commercial buildings, stared from wine-big oyster eyes, holding a fat gold hunter watch not looked at in his fat left hand, not feeling it. Where the foreleg of King Billy's horse pawed the air, Mrs. Breen plucked her hastening husband back from under the hoofs of the outriders. She shouted in his ear the tidings. Understanding, he shifted his tomes to his left breast and saluted the second carriage. The Honorable Gerald Ward A.D.C., agreeably surprised, made haste to reply. At Ponsonby's corner, a jaded white flagon H halted, and 4 tall-hatted white flagons halted behind him, ELYS, while outriders pranced past in carriages. Opposite Pigott's Music Warehams, Mr. Denny's J. Maginni, professor of dancing and C, gaily apparelled, gravely walked, outpassed by a viceroy and unobserved. By the provost's wall came jauntily Blazes Boylan, stepping in tan shoes and socks with sky-blue clocks to the refrain of My Girl, a Yorkshire Girl. Blazes Boylan presented to the leaders sky-blue frontlets and high action a sky-blue tie, a wide-brimmed straw hat at a rakish angle, and a suit of indigo serge. His hands in his jacket pockets forgot to salute, but he offered to the 3 ladies the bold admiration of his eyes and the red flower between his lips. As they drove along Nassau Street, His Excellency drew the attention of his bowing consort to the program of music which was being discoursed in College Park. Unseen brazen Highland laddies blared and drum-thumped after the court G, but though she a factory lass and wears no fancy clothes, Barabum. Yet I ve a sort of a Yorkshire relish for my little Yorkshire rose. Barabum, thither of the wall the quarter-mile flat handicappers, M. C. Green H. Schrift T. M. Patey C. Scaife J. B. Jeffs G.N. Morphy F. Stevenson, C. Adderley and W. C. Huggard, started in pursuit. Striding past Finn S. Hotel Cashel Boyle, O'Connor Fitzmaurice Tisdall Farrell stared through a fierce eyeglass across the carriages at the head of Mr. M. E. Solomons in the window of the Austro-Hungarian Vice-Consulate. Deep in Leinster Street by Trinity S. Postern, a loyal King S. man, hornblower, touched his tally-ho cap. As the glossy horses pranced by Marion Square Master Patrick Aloysius Dignam, waiting, saw salutes being given to the gent with the topper, and raised also his new black cap with fingers greased by porksteak paper. His collar, too, sprang up. The Viceroy, on his way to inaugurate the Murris Bazaar in aid of funds for Mercer S. Hospital, drove with his following towards Lower Mount Street. He passed a blind stripling opposite Broadbent S. In Lower Mount Street a pedestrian in a brown mackintosh, eating dry bread, passed swiftly and unscathed across the Viceroy S. path. At the Royal Canal Bridge from his hoarding Mr. Eugene Stratton, his blub lips agrin, bade all comers welcome to Pembroke Township. At Haddington Road corner 2 sanded women halted themselves. An umbrella and a bag in which 11 cockles rolled to view with wonder the Lord Mayor and Lady Mayoress without his golden chain. On Northumberland and Lansdowne roads, His Excellency acknowledged punctually salutes from rare male walkers. The salute of 2 small schoolboys at the garden gate of the house, said to have been admired by the late Queen when visiting the Irish capital with her husband, the Prince Consort, in 1849. And the salute of Almedano Artifoni as sturdy trousers swallowed by a closing door. Bronze by gold heard the hoofierns steely ringing. Imperthathan thn. Chips, picking chips off rocky thumbnail chips. Horrid and gold flushed more, a husky fife note blue. Blue bloom is on the gold pinnacled hair. A jumping rose on satiny breast of satin, rose of Castile. Trilling, idlers peep. Who s in the peep of gold, Tink cried to bronze in pity. And a call pure, long and throbbing, Longindian call, decoy. Soft word, but look, the bright stars fade, notes chirruping answer. O Rose Castile, the morn is breaking. Jingle, jaunted jingling, coin rang, clock clacked. Avowal son as I could. Rebound of garter, not leave thee, smack. La cloche thy smack avowal. Warm sweetheart goodbye, jingle. Blue boomed crashing chords, when love absorbs. War the tympanum. A sail, a veil, a wave upon the waves, lost. Throstle fluted, all is lost now, horn. Hawhorn when first he saw, alas. Full tup, full throb, warbling. Odd lure alluring Martha. Come clap clip. Clap it clap, good God hen of heard and all. Deaf bald Pat brought pad knife took up. A moonlit night call, far, I feel so sad, P.S. So lonely blooming. Listen, the spiked and winding cold seahorn. Have you the each and for other plash and silent roar, pearls when she. Listes rhapsodies, hiss, you don tea. Did not no, believe lidlid with a cock with a cara, black. Deep sounding, do ben do, wait while you wait. He, wait while you he, but wait. Low in dark middle earth, embedded ore, na mind mean. Preacher is he, all gone, all fallen, tiny, her tremulous fernfuls of maiden hair. Amen he gnashed in fury, fro. To fro, a baton cool protruding, bronze Lydia by Minigold. By bronze, by gold, in ocean green of shadow, bloom, old bloom. One rapped, one tapped with a cara with a cock, pray for him, pray good people. His gouty fingers knackering, big Beneben, big Benben. Last rose Castile of summer left bloom, I feel so sad alone, pee-wee, little wind piped wee. True men lid cur cow do indole, aye. Like you men will lift your tea-skink with tea-shunk, FFF. Wear bronze from Einar, wear gold from afar. Wear hoofs, RRRPR, cra. Crondle then not till then, my eprip staff. BPFR it, done, begin. Bronze by gold, Miss Deuce S. head by Miss Kennedy S. head. Over the crossblind of the Ormond bar heard the viceregal hoofs go by, ringing steel. Is that her? Asked Miss Kennedy. Miss Deuce said yes, sitting with his ex, pearl gray and eau de nil. Exquisite contrast, Miss Kennedy said. When all agog, Miss Deuce said eagerly, look at the fellow in the tall silk. Who, where? Gold asked more eagerly. In the second carriage, Miss Deuce S. wet lips said, laughing in the sun, he S. looking, mine till I see. She darted bronze to the backmost corner, flattening her face against the pane in a halo of hurried breath. Her wet lips tittered, he S. killed looking back. She laughed, oh wept. Aaron T. men frightful idiots. With sadness. Miss Kennedy sauntered sadly from bright light, twinning a loose hair behind an ear. Sauntering sadly, gold no more, she twisted twined a hair. Sadly she twined in sauntering gold hair behind a curving ear. It s them has the fine times, sadly then she said, a man. Blue who went by Moulin S. pipes bearing in his breast the sweets of sin, by wine S. antiques, in memory bearing sweet sinful words, by Carol S. dusky battered plate, for Rayall. The boots to them in the bar, them barmaids came. For them unheeding him, he banged on the counter his tray of chattering china. And there s your teas, he said. Miss Kennedy with manners transposed the tea tray down to an upturned lithia crate, safe from eyes, lo. What is it? Loud Boots unmannerly asked. Find out, Miss Deuce retorted, leaving her spying point. Your beau, is it? A haughty bronze replied. I'll complain to Mrs. Demassy on you if I hear any more of your impertinent insolence. Imperthneth THN. Bootsnout sniffed rudely, as he retreated as she threatened as he had come. Bloom, on her flower frowning, Miss Deuce said, most aggravating that young brat is. If he doesn't conduct himself, I'll ring his ear for him a yard long. Ladylike in exquisite contrast. Take no notice, Miss Kennedy rejoined. She poured in a teacup tea, then back in the teapot tea. They cowered under their reef of counter, waiting on footstools, crates upturned, waiting for their teas to draw. They pawed their blouses, both of black satin, 2 and 9 a yard, waiting for their teas to draw, and 2 and 7. Yes, bronze from Einar by gold from afar, heard steel from Einar, hoofs ring from afar, and heard steel hoofs ring hoof ring steel. Am I awfully sunburnt? Miss Bronze unbloused her neck. No, said Miss Kennedy. It gets brown after. Did you try the borax with the cherry laurel water? Miss Deuce half stood to see her skin askance in the Barmerer Gildetalterd, where hock and claret glasses shimmered, and in their midst a shell. And leave it to my hands, she said. Try it with the glycerine, Miss Kennedy advised. Bidding her neck and hands adieu, Miss Deuce, those things only bring out a rash, replied, receded. I asked that old fogey and Boyd S. for something for my skin. Miss Kennedy, pouring now a full-drawn tea, grimaced and prayed. Oh, Don T, remind me of him for mercy's sake. But wait till I tell you, Miss Deuce entreated. Sweet tea, Miss Kennedy, having poured with milk, plugged both 2 ears with little fingers. No, Don T, she cried. I one tea listen, she cried. But Bloom, Miss Deuce grunted in snuffy fogey-esque tone, for your what? Says he. Miss Kennedy unplugged her ears to hear to speak, but said, but prayed again. Don T, let me think of him, or I'll expire. The hideous old wretch. That night in the Antient concert rooms, she sipped distastefully her brew, hot tea, a sip, sipped, sweet tea. Here he was, Miss Deuce said, cocking her bronze head 3/4, ruffling her nose-wings. Hufa, hufa. Shrill shriek of laughter sprang from Miss Kennedy's throat. Miss Deuce huffed and snorted down her nostrils that quivered imperthneth like a snout in quest. Oh, shrieking, Miss Kennedy cried. Will you ever forget his goggle eye? Miss Douce chimed in deep bronze laughter, shouting, "And your other eye, blue whose dark eye read Aaron Figetner's name. Why do I always think fig-ether? Gathering figs, I think, and prosper lore s Huguenot name. By Bassay s blessed virgins Bloom s dark eyes went by, blue-robed, white under come to me. God they believe she is, or goddess. Those today I could not see, that fellow spoke. A student, after with Daedalus' son, he might be Mulligan. All comely virgins, that brings those rakes of fellows in her white, by when his eyes. The sweets of sin, sweet are the sweets of sin." In a giggling peal young gold bronze voices blended, Douce with Kennedy your other eye. They threw young heads back, bronze giggle gold, to let free fly their laughter, screaming your other signals to each other, high piercing notes. Ah, panting, sighing, ah, Fordham, their mirth died down. Miss Kennedy lipped her cup again, raised, drank a sip and giggled. Miss Douce, bending over the tea-tray, ruffled again her nose and rolled droll fattened eyes. Again Kennegiggles, stooping, her fair pinnacles of hair, stooping, her tortoise napecomb showed, spluttered out of her mouth her tea, choking in tea and laughter, coughing with choking, crying, "Oh, greasy eyes! Imagine being married to a man like that," she cried. With his bit of beard, Douce gave full vent to a splendid yell, a full yell of full woman, delight, joy, indignation, married to the greasy nose. She yelled, shrill with deep laughter, after gold after bronze, they urged each to peal after peal, ringing in changes, bronze gold bronze, shrill deep to laughter after laughter, and then laughed more. Greasy I knows. Exhausted, breathless, their shaken heads they laid, braided and pinnacled by glossycombed against the counterledge. All flushed, oh, panting, sweating, oh, all breathless. Married to Bloom, to Grease Bloom. Oh, saints above, Miss Douce said, sighed above her jumping rose. I wished I hadn't laughed so much, I feel all wet, oh, Miss Douce. Miss Kennedy protested, you horrid thing, and flushed yet more, you horrid, more goldenly. By Cantwell S. offices roved Grease Bloom, by Seppi S. virgins, bright of their oils. Nanetti S. father hawked those things about, wheedling at doors as I religion pays. Must see him for that par, eat first, I want. Not yet at 4, she said, time ever passing. Clock hands turning, on where eat. The Clarence Dolphin, on for Rayo. Eat if I net 5 guineas with those ads, the violet silk petticoats. Not yet the sweets of sin, flushed less, still less, goldenly paled. Into their bar strolled Mr. Daedalus, Chips, picking chips off one of his rocky thumbnails, Chips. He strolled, oh, welcome back, Miss Douce, he held her hand. Enjoyed her holidays, tip-top, he hoped she had nice weather in Rostrevor. Gorgeous, she said, look at the holy show I am, lying out on the strand all day. Bronze whiteness, that was exceedingly naughty of you, Mr. Daedalus told her and pressed her hand indulgently, tempting poor simple males. Miss Douce of Satin deuced her arm away. Oh, go away, she said. You're very simple, I don't think, he was. Well, now I am, he mused. I looked so simple in the cradle they christened me Simple Simon. You must have been a doty, Miss Douce made answer. And what did the doctor order today? Well now, he mused, whatever you say yourself. I think I'll trouble you for some fresh water and a half glass of whiskey. Jingle. With the greatest alacrity, Miss Douce agreed. With grace of alacrity towards the mirror-gilt Cantrell and Cochrane S. she turned herself. With grace, she tapped a measure of gold whiskey from her crystal keg. Forth from the skirt of his coat Mr. Daedalus brought pouch and pipe. Alacrity she served. He blew through the flue 2 husky fife notes. By Jove, he mused, I often wanted to see the Mourne Mountains. Must be a great tonic in the air down there. But a long threatening comes at last, they say. Yes. He fingered shreds of hair, her maidenhair, her mermaid S into the bowl. Chips, shreds. Musing, mute, none naught said nothing. Yes, gaily Miss Douce polished a tumbler, trilling. Oh, Idolors, queen of the eastern seas, was Mr. Lidwell in today? In came Lenehan. Round him peered Lenehan. Mr. Bloom reached Essex Bridge. Yes, Mr. Bloom crossed Bridge of Essex. To Martha I must write, by paper. Dolly S. girl there civil, Bloom. Old Bloom, Blue Bloom is on the rye. He was in at lunchtime, Miss Douce said. Lenehan came forward. Was Mr. Boylan looking for me? He asked. She answered. Miss Kennedy, was Mr. Boylan in while I was upstairs? She asked. Miss Voice of Kennedy answered, a second teacup poised, her gaze upon a page. No, he was not. Miss Gaze of Kennedy, heard not seen, read on. Lenehan round the sandwich bell wound his round body round. Peep, who s in the corner? No glance of Kennedy rewarding him, he yet made overtures, to mind her stops, to read only the black ones, round O and crooked S. Jingle jaunty jingle, gurgled she read and did not glance, take no notice. She took no notice while he read by rote a solfa fable for her, plappering flatly. A fox met a stork. Said the fox to the stork, will you put your bill down in my troth and pull up a bone? He droned in vain. Miss Douce turned to her tea aside. He sighed aside, ah me, oh my. He greeted Mr. Dedalus and got a nod. Greetings from the famous son of a famous father. Who may he be? Mr. Dedalus asked. Lenehan opened most genial arms. Who? Who may he be? He asked. Can you ask? Stephen the youthful bard, dry. Mr. Dedalus' famous father laid by his dry-filled pipe. I see, he said. I didn't recognize him for the moment. I hear he is keeping very select company. Have you seen him lately? He had. I quaffed the nectar bowl with him this very day, said Lenehan. In Mooney S. N. Ville and in Mooney S. Sir Mur. He had received the rhino for the labor of his muse. He smiled at bronze tea-bathed lips, at listening lips and eyes. The light of Aaron hung upon his lips. The ponderous pundit, Hugh Mac-Hugh, Dublin's most brilliant scribe and editor, and that minstrel boy of the wild wet west who is known by the euphonious appellation of the O. Madden Burke. After an interval Mr. Dedalus raised his grog, and that must have been highly diverting, said he. I see. He drank, with faraway morning mountain eye. Set down his glass, he looked towards the saloon door. I see you have moved the piano. The tuner was in today, Miss Douce replied, tuning it for the smoking concert, and I never heard such an exquisite player. Is that a fact? Didn't he, Miss Kennedy? The real classical, you know. And blind too, poor fellow. Not 20 I am sure he was. Is that a fact? Mr. Dedalus said. He drank and strayed away. So sad to look at his face, Miss Douce condoled. God-s curse on bitch-s bastard. Tink to her pity, cried a diner-s belle. To the door of the bar and dinning-room came bald Pat, came bothered Pat, came Pat, waiter of Ormond. Lager for diner. Lager without alacrity she served. With patience Lenehan waited for Boylan, with impatience for Jingle Jaunty Blaze's boy. Upholding the lid he who gazed in the coffin, at the oblique triple piano, wires. He pressed, the same who pressed indulgently her hand, soft pedaling, a triple of keys to see the thicknesses of felt advancing, to hear the muffled hammer fall in action. 2 sheets cream vellum paper, 1 reserve, 2 envelopes when I was in Wisdom Healy S. Wise Bloom and Dolly S. Henry Flower bought. Are you not happy in your home? Flower to console me and a pin cuts low, means something, language of flow. Was it a daisy, innocence that is, respectable girl meet after mass? Thanks awfully muchly. Wise Bloom eyed on the door a poster, a swaying mermaid smoking mid-nice waves. Smoke mermaids, coolest whiff of all. Hair streaming, lovelorn for some man, for Rael. He eyed and saw afar on Essex Bridge a gay hat riding on a jaunting car. It is, again. Third time, coincidence. Jingling on supple rubbers it jaunted from the bridge to Ormond Quay. Follow, risk it, go quick. At 4 near now, out. 2pence, sir, the shop girl dared to say. Aha, I was forgetting. Excuse and for at for she. Winsomely she on blew him whom smiled. Blue smike we go, turn noon. Think you ray the only pebble on the beach, does that to all for men. In drowsy silence gold bent on her page. From the saloon a call came, long in dying. That was a tuning fork the tuner had that he forgot that he now struck. A call again, that he now poised that it now throbbed, you hear. It throbbed, pure, purer, softly and softlier, its buzzing prongs. Longer in dying call. Pat paid for diner's pop-corked bottle, and over tumbler, tray, and pop-corked bottle ere he went he whispered, bawled and bothered with Miss Deuce. The bright stars fade. A voiceless song sang from within, singing, the morn is breaking. A duodene of bird notes chirruped bright treble answer under sensitive hands. Brightly the keys, all twinkling, linked, all harpsichording, called to a voice to sing the strain of dewy morn, of youth, of love-s leave-taking, life-s, love-s morn. The dewdrops purl. Lenehan's lips over the counter lisped a low whistle of decoy. But look this way, he said, Rose of Castile. Jingle jaunted by the curb and stopped. She rose and closed her reading, Rose of Castile, fretted, forlorn, dreamily rose. Did she fall or was she pushed? He asked her. She answered, slighting, ask no questions and you'll hear no lies. Like ladylike. Blazes Boylan's smart tan shoes creaked on the bar floor where he strode. Yes, gold from Einar by bronze from afar. Lenehan heard and knew and hailed him. See, the conquering hero comes. Between the car and window, warily walking, went Bloom, unconquered hero. See me he might. The seat he sat on, warm. Black wary Hecate walked towards Richie Gooding's legal bag, lifted aloft, saluting. And I from thee. I heard you were round, said Blazes Boylan. He touched to fair Miss Kennedy a rim of his slanted straw. She smiled on him, but Sister Bronze outsmiled her, preening for him her richer hair, a bosom and a rose. Smart Boylan bespoke potions. What-s your cry? Glass of bitter, please, and a slogan for me. Wirin yet, not yet at four she. Who said four? Cowley's red lugs and bulging apple in the door of the sheriff's office. Avoid. Gooding a chance. What is he doing in the Ormond car waiting? Wait, hello, we're off to. Something to eat. I too was just in here. What Ormond? Best value in Dublin, is that so? Dinning groom, sit tight there, see not be seen. I think I'll join you. Come on, Richie led on. Bloom followed bag. Dinner fit for a prince. Miss Deuce reached high to take a flagon, stretching her satin arm, her bust that all but burst, so high. Oh, jerked Lenehan, gasping at each stretch. Oh, but easily she seized her prey and let it low in triumph. Why don't you grow? Asked Blazes Boylan. Chevrons, dealing from her oblique jar thick syrupy liquor for his lips, looked as it flowed flour in his coat, who gave him, and syruped with her voice, fine goods in small parcels, that is to say she. Neatly she poured slow syrupy slow. Here's fortune, Blazes said. He pitched a broad coin down. Coin rang. Hold on, said Lenehan, till I. Fortune, he wished, lifting his bubbled ale. Scepter will win in a canter, he said. I plunged a bit, said Boylan, winking and drinking. Not on my own, you know. Fancy of a friend of mine. Lenehan still drank and grinned at his tilted ale and at Miss Deuce's lips that all but hummed, not shut, the ocean song her lips had trilled. Idlors. The eastern seas, clock word. Miss Kennedy passed their way, flower, wonder who gave, bearing away tea tray. Clock clacked. Miss Deuce took Boylan's coin, struck boldly the cash register. It clanged. Clock clacked. Fair one of Egypt teased and sorted in the till and hummed and handed coins in change. Looked to the west. A clack for me. What time is that? Asked Blazes Boylan. 4:00. Lenehan, small eyes ahunger on her humming, bust ahumming, tugged Blazes Boylan's elbow sleeve. Let us hear the time, he said. The bag of Gooding, collies, Ward led Bloom by Bloom flowered tables. Aimless he chose with agitated aim, bald Pat attending, a table near the door. Be near, at 4. Has he forgot, perhaps a trick, not come whet appetite I couldn't tea do. Wait, Pat waiter waited. Sparkling bronze azure-eyed blazer as sky-blue bow and eyes. Go on, pressed Lenehan. There s no one he never heard. To Flora s lips did high, a high note pealed in the treble clear. Bronzedouse communing with her rose that sank and rose sought blazes Boylan s flower and eyes. Please, he pleaded over returning phrases of avowal. I could not leave thee, afterwards Miss Douce promised coyly. No, now urged Lenehan. Sans la cloche, oh do, there s no one. She looked quick, Miss Ken out of earshot. Sudden bent, 2 kindling faces watched her bend. Quavering the chord strayed from the air, found it again, lost chord and lost and found it, faltering. Go on, do, Sans. Bending, she nipped a peak of skirt above her knee. Delayed, taunted them still, bending, suspending with willful eyes. Sans, smack. She set free sudden in rebound her nipped elastic garter smackworm against her smackable, a woman s warm-hosed thigh. La cloche, cried gleeful Lenehan, trained by owner. No sawdust there. She smiled smirked supercilious wept, Aaron T. men. But lightward gliding, mild she smiled on Boylan. You ray the essence of vulgarity, she in gliding said. Boylan eyed, tossed to fat lips his chalice, drank off his chalice tiny, sucking the last fat violet syrupy drops. His spellbound eyes went after her gliding head as it went down the bar by mirrors. Gilded arch for ginger ale, hock and claret glasses shimmering, a spiky shell where it concerted mirrored bronze with sunnier bronze. Yes, bronze from Ainarby. Sweetheart, goodbye. I am off, said Boylan with impatience. He slid his chalice brisk away, grasped his change. Wait a shake, begged Lenehan, drinking quickly. I wanted to tell you, Tom Rockford. Come on to Blazes, said Blazes Boylan, going. Lenehan gulped to go. Got the horn or what? He said, wait, I am coming. He followed the hasty creaking shoes but stood by nimbly by the threshold, saluting forms, a bulky with a slender. How do you do, Mr. Dollard? Eh? How do? Ben Dollard s vague bass answered, turning an instant from Father Cowley s woe. He won tea give you any trouble, Bob. Alf Bergen will speak to the long fellow. We'll put a barley straw in that Judas Iscariot s ear this time. Sighing, Mr. Dedalus came through the saloon, a finger soothing an eyelid. Ho, we will, Ben Dollard yodeled jollily. Come on, Simon. Give us a ditty. We heard the piano. Bald Pat, bothered waiter, waited for drink orders. Power for Richie, and Bloom, let me see. Not make him walk twice, his corns, for now. How warm this black is, coarse nerves a bit, refracts is it, heat. Let me see, cider, yes, bottle of cider. What s that, Mr. Dedalus said, I was only vamping, man. Come on, Ben Dollard called, begone dull care, come Bob. He ambled Dollard, bulky slops before them, hold that fellow with the, hold him now into the saloon. He plumped him Dollard on the stool, his gouty paws plumped chords. Plumped, stopped abrupt. Bald Pat in the doorway met tealess gold returning. Bothered, he wanted power and cider. Bronze by the window, watched, bronze from afar. Jingle a tinkle jaunted. Bloom heard a jaying, a little sound. He s off. Light sob of breath Bloom sighed on the silent blue-hued flowers, jingling. He s gone, jingle here. Love and war, Ben, Mr. Dedalus said. God be with old times. Miss Douce s brave eyes, unregarded, turned from the cross-blind, smitten by sunlight. Gone, pensive, who knows? Smitten the smitting light, she lowered the drop-blind with a sliding cord. She drew down pensive. Why did he go so quick when I? About her bronze, over the bar where Bald stood by Sister Gold, inexquisite contrast, inexquisite non-exquisite, slow, cool, dim sea-green sliding depth of shadow, eau de nil. Poor old Goodwin was the pianist that night, Father Cowley reminded them. There was a slight difference of opinion between himself and the Collard Grand. There was. A symposium all his own, Mr. Dedalus said. The devil wouldn't stop him. He was a crotchety old fellow in the primary stage of drink. God, do you remember? Ben Bulky Dollard said, turning from the punished keyboard. And by japers I had no wedding garment. They laughed all three. He had no all trio laughed. No wedding garment. Our friend Bloom turned in handy that night, Mr. Dedalus said. Where's my pipe, by the way? He wandered back to the bar to the lost chord pipe. Bald Pat carried 2 diners' drinks, Richie and Poldy, and Father Cowley laughed again. I saved the situation, Ben, I think. You did, averred Ben Dollard. I remember those tight trousers, too. That was a brilliant idea, Bob. Father Cowley blushed to his brilliant purply lobes. He saved the situa. Tight trow, brilliant-eyed. I knew he was on the rocks, he said. The wife was playing the piano in the Coffee Palace on Saturdays for a very trifling consideration, and who was it gave me the wheeze she was doing the other business? Do you remember? We had to search all Hall Street to find them till the chap in Keogh S. gave us the number. Remember, Ben remembered, his broad visage wondering. By God, she had some luxurious opera cloaks and things there. Mr. Dedalus wandered back, pipe in hand. Marion Square style, ball dresses by God and court dresses. He wouldn't take any money either. What? Any goddess quantity of cocked hats and boleros and truncos. What? Aye, Mr. Dedalus nodded. Mrs. Marion Bloom has left off clothes of all descriptions. Jingle jaunted down the quays. Blazes sprawled on bounding tires. Liver and bacon. Steak and kidney pie. Right, sir, right, Pat. Mrs. Marion, met him pike hoses, smell of burn. Of Paul de Kock, nice name he, what-s this her name was. A buxom lassie, Marion Tweedy. Yes, is she alive, and kicking? She was a daughter of the regiment, yes, begad. I remember the old drummager. Mr. Dedalus struck, whizzed, lit, puffed savory puff after Irish. I don't know, faith. Is she Simon? Puff after stiff, a puff strong, savory, crackling. Buccinator muscle is. What bit rusty? Oh, she is. My Irish Molly, oh, he puffed a pungent plumy blast. From the rock of Gibraltar. All the way. They pined in depth of ocean shadow, gold by the Beerpool, bronze by Maraschino, thoughtful all too. Mina Kennedy, 4 Lismore Terrace, Drumcondra with idolors, a queen, dolers, silent. Pat served uncovered dishes. Leopold cut liverslices. As said before, he ate with relish the inner organs, nutty gizzards, fried cods rose, while Richie Gooding, collies, Ward ate steak and kidney. Steak then kidney, bite by bite of pie he ate, Bloom ate, they ate. Bloom with Gooding, married in silence, ate. Dinners fit for princes. By Bachelor S. walk jogjaunty jingled Blazes Boylan, bachelor in sun and heat, Mare S. glossy rump atrot with flick of whip on bounding tires. Sprawled, warm-seated, Boylan impatience, ardent bold. Horn, have you the horn? Have you the ha-ha horn? Over their voices Dollard bassooned attack, booming over bombarding chords. When love absorbs my ardent soul. Roll of Bensel Benjamin rolled to the quivery love-chivery roofbents. War, war, cried Father Cowley. You ray the warrior, so I am Ben Warrior laughed. I was thinking of your landlord, love or money. He stopped. He wagged huge beard, huge face over his blunder huge. Sure, you burst the tympanum of her ear, man, Mr. Dedalus said through smoke aroma, with an organ like yours. In bearded abundant laughter Dollard shook upon the keyboard. He would, not to mention another membrane, Father Cowley added. Half-time, Ben. Amoroso ma non troppo. Let me there. Miss Kennedy served 2 gentlemen with tankards of cool stout. She passed a remark. It was indeed, first gentleman said, beautiful weather. They drank cool stout. Did she know where the Lord Lieutenant was going? and heard steel hoofs ring hoof ring. No, she couldn't say, but it would be in the paper. Oh, she need not trouble. No trouble. She waved about her outspread independent, searching, the Lord Lieutenant, her pinnacles of hair slow-moving, Lord Lieutenant. Too much trouble, first gentleman said. Oh, not in the least. Way he looked that. Lord Lieutenant. Gold by bronze heard iron steel. In liver gravy bloom mashed potatoes. Love and war someone is. Ben Dollard s famous. Night he ran round to us to borrow a dress suit for that concert. Trousers tight as a drum on him. Musical porkers. Molly did laugh when he went out. Threw herself back across the bed, screaming, kicking, with all his belongings on show. Oh, saints above, I am drenched. Oh, the women in the front row. Oh, I never laughed so many. Well, of course that S what gives him the bass barrel tone. For instance, eunuchs, wonder who S playing, nice touch. Must be Cowley, musical, knows whatever note you play. Bad breath he has, poor chap. Stopped. Miss Douce engaging Lydia Douce bowed to suave solicitor, George Lidwell, gentleman entering. Good afternoon. She gave her moist a Lady S hand to his firm clasp. Afternoon. Yes, she was back, to the old ding-dong again. Your friends are inside, Mr. Lidwell. George Lidwell, suave, solicited, held a Lydia hand. Bloom ain't live as said before. Clean here at least. That chap in the Burton, gummy with gristle. No one here. Gooding and I clean tables, flowers, miters of napkins. Pat to and fro, bald Pat, nothing to do. Best value in dub, piano again, Cowley it is. Way he sits into it like one together, mutual understanding. Tiresome shapers scraping fiddles, eye on the bow and sawing the cello remind you of toothache. Her high long snore. Night we were in the box. Trombone under blowing like a grampus between the acts, other brass chap unscrewing, emptying spittle. Conductor S legs too, bagstrausers, jiggity jiggity. Do right to hide them. Jiggity jingle jaunty, only the harp. Lovely gold glowering light, girl touched it. Poop of a lovely. Gravy S rather good fit for a golden ship. Aaron the harp that once or twice, cool hands. Ben Houth the rhododendrons, we are their harps, I. He old, young. Ah, I couldn't man, Mr. Dedalus said, shy, listless, strongly. Go on, blast you. Ben Dollard growled, get it out in bits. Appery, Simon, Father Cowley said. Downstage he strode some paces, grave, tall in affliction, his long arms outheld. Hoarsely the apple of his throat hoarsed softly. Softly he sang to a dusty seascape there, a last farewell. A headland, a ship, a sail upon the billows. Farewell. A lovely girl, her veil a wave upon the headland, wind around her. Cowley sang, Appery tut amor, il mio esgardo el encounter. She waved, unhearing Cowley, her veil to one departing dear one to wind, love, speeding sail, return. Go on, Simon. Ah, sure, my dancing days are done, Ben. Well, Mr. Dedalus laid his pipe to rest beside the tuning fork and sitting, touched the obedient keys. No, Simon, Father Cowley turned, play it in the original, one flat. The keys, obedient, rose higher, told, faltered, confessed, confused. Upstage strode Father Cowley. Here, Simon, I'll accompany you, he said. Get up. By Graham Lemon S. Pineapple Rock, by Elvery S. Elephant jingly jogged. Steak, kidney, liver, mashed, at meat fit for princes sat Princes Bloom and Gooding. Princes at meat they raised and drank, power and cider. Most beautiful tenor air ever written, Richie said. Sonambula. He heard Joe Moss sing that one night. Ah, what guckin', yes, in his way. Choirboy style, Moss was the boy, Maspa. A lyrical tenor if you like, never forget it, never. Tenderly Bloom over liverless bacon saw the tightened features strain. Backache he, bright eye. Next item on the program, paying the piper, pills, pounded bread worth a guinea a box. Stave it off a while, sings too down among the dead men, appropriate. Kidney pie, sweets to the, not making much hand of it. Best value in, characteristic of him, power. Particular about his drink, flaw in the glass, fresh Vartry water, fecking matches from counters to save. Then squander a sovereign in dribs and drabs, and when he wanted not a farthing, screwed refusing to pay his fare. Curious types, never would Richie forget that night, as long as he lived, never. In the gods of the old royal with little peak, and when the first note, speech paused on Richie's lips. Coming out with a whopper now, rhapsodies about damn all, believes his own lies. Does really, wonderful liar, but want a good memory. Which air is that? Asked Leopold Bloom. All is lost now. Richie cocked his lips apout. A low incipient note sweet banshee murmured, all a thrush. A throstle, his breath bird-sweet good teeth he proud of fluted with plaintive woe, is lost. Rich sound, two notes in one there, blackbird I heard in the Hawthorne Valley. Taking my motives he twined and turned them, almost two new call is lost in all, echo. How sweet the answer, how is that done, all lost now. Mournful he whistled, fall, surrender, lost. Bloom bent Leopold ear, turning a fringe of doily down under the vase. Order, yes I remember, lovely air. In sleep she went to him, innocence in the moon, brave. Don T know their danger, still hold her back, call name. Touch water, jingle jaunty, too late. She longed to go, that why, woman. As easy stop the sea. Yes, all is lost. A beautiful air, said Bloom, lost Leopold. I know it well. Never in all his life had Richie Gooding. He knows it well too. Or he feels, still harping on his daughter, wise child that knows her father dead, Alice said. Me Bloom askance over liverless saw, face of the all is lost. Rollicking Richie once, jokes old stale now, wagging his ear. Napkin ring in his eye, now begging letters he sends his son with. Crossed Walter, sir, I did, sir. Wouldn't tea trouble, only I was expecting some money. Apologize, piano again. Sounds better than last time I heard, tuned probably, stopped again. Dollard and Cowley still urged the lingering singer out with it. With it, Simon, it's Simon. Ladies and gentlemen, I am most deeply obliged by your kind solicitations. It's Simon. I have no money, but if you will lend me your attention, I shall endeavor to sing to you of a heart bowed down. By the sandwich bell in screening shadow Lydia her bronze and rose, a lady's grace gave and withheld. As in cool Glaucus owed a nil Mina to tankards to her pinnacles of gold. The harping chords of prelude closed. A chord, long drawn, expectant, drew a voice away. When first I saw that form endearing, Richie turned. See Daedalus' voice, he said. Brain-tipped cheek touched with flame, they listened feeling that flow, endearing flow over skin, limbs, human heart, soul, spine. Bloom signed to Pat, bald Pat is a waiter hard of hearing, to set ajar the door of the bar. The door of the bar. So that will do. Pat, waiter, waited, waiting to hear, for he was hard of hear by the door. Sorrow from me seemed to depart. Through the hush of air, a voice sang to them, low, not rain, not leaves in murmur, like no voice of strings or reeds or what thou call them, dulcimers touching their still ears with words, still hearts of their each his remembered lives. Good, good to hear. Sorrow from them each seemed to from both depart when first they heard. When first they saw, lost Richie Poldy, mercy of beauty, heard from a person wouldn't he expected in the least, her first merciful love-soft oft-loved word. Love that is singing, love's old sweet song. Bloom unwound slowly the elastic band of his packet, love's old sweet sonnes la gold. Bloom wound a skein round 4 forkfingers, stretched it, relaxed, and wound it round his troubled double, fourfold in octave, jived them fast, full of hope and all delighted. Tenors get women by the score, increase their flow, throw flower at his feet. When will we meet? My head it simply, jingle all delighted. He can sing for tall hats, your head it simply swirls, perfumed for him. What perfume does your wife? I want to know, jaying. Stop, knock. Last look at mirror always before she answers the door. The hall there, how do you? I do well there, what? Or file of cashews kissing comfits in her satchel, yes. Hands felt for the opulent. Alas, the voice rose, sighing changed, loud, full, shining, proud. But alas, 'twas idle dreaming. Glorious tone he has still, cork air softer also their brogue, silly man. Could have made oceans of money, singing wrong words, wore out his wife, now sings. But hard to tell, only the two themselves, if he dose and tea break down. Keep a trot for the avenue, his hands and feet sing too, drink. Nerves overstrung, must be abstemious to sing. Jenny Lind soup, stock, sage, raw eggs, half pint of cream. For creamy dreamy, tenderness it welled, slow, swelling, full it throbbed, that s the chat. Ha give take, throb, a pulsing proud erect. Words music, no, it s what s behind. Bloom looped, unlooped, noted, disnoted. Bloom. Flood of warm jam lickatup secretness flowed to flow and music out in desire, dark to lick flow invading. Tipping her, tapping her, topping her. Tup, pours to dilate, dilating. Tup, the joy, the feel, the warm, the tup. To pour sluices pouring gushes. Flood, gush, flow, joy gush, tup throb, now. Language of love, ray of hope is, beaming. Lydia for Lidwell squeak scarcely here, so ladylike the muse unsqueaked a ray of hawk. Martha it is. Coincidence. Just going to write, Lionel S. song, lovely name you have. Can T write, accept my little prees, play on her heartstrings, purse strings too. She essa I called you naughty boy, still the name, Martha. How strange today, the voice of Lionel returned, weaker but unwearied. It sang again to Richie Poldy. Lydia Lidwell also sang to Pat, open mouth, ear waiting to wait. How first he saw that form endearing, how sorrow seemed to part, how look, form, word charmed him good Lidwell, one Pat Bloom's heart. Wish I could see his face though. Explain better. Why the barber in Drago S always looked my face when I spoke his face in the glass. Still hear it better here than in the bar, though farther. Each graceful look. First night when first I saw her at Matt Dillon S in Tarranure, yellow, black lace she wore. Musical chairs, we to the last, fate. After her fate, round and round slow. Quick round we two, all looked. Halt down she sat, all ousted looked. Lips laughing, yellow knees, charmed my eye. Singing, waiting she sang, I turned her music. Full voice of perfume, of what perfume does your lilac trees? Bosom I saw, both full, throat warbling, first I saw. She thanked me, why did she me fate? Spanishy eyes, under a pear tree alone, patio this hour in old Madrid, one side in shadow dolors shedalors, at me. Luring, alluring Martha. Ah, Martha, quitting all languor Lionel cried in grief, in cry of passion dominant to love to return with deepening, yet with rising chords of harmony. In cry of Lionel loneliness that she should know, must Martha feel. For only her he waited, where, here there try there here all try where. Somewhere co-ome thou lost one, co-ome thou dear one. Alone one love, one hope. One comfort me, Martha chestnut return come. It soared a bird, it held its flight. A swift pure cry, soar silver orb it leaped serene, speeding sustained to come. Dunty spin it out too long breath he breath long life. Soaring high, high resplendent, a flame crowned, high in the effulgent symbolistic high of the ethereal bosom, high of the high vast irradiation everywhere all soaring all around about the all, the endlessness. To me Leopold consumed. Come well sung, all clapped. She ought to, come, to me to him to her you to me us. Bravo clap, good man Simon. Clappy clap, encore, clap. Sound as a bell, bravo Simon, clap. Encore and clap said, cried, clapped all, Ben Dollard, Lydia Deuce, George Lidwell, Pat, Mina Kennedy, two gentlemen with two tankards, Cowley, first gent with tank and bronze, Miss Deuce, and gold, Miss Mina. Blazes Boylan S. smart tan shoes creaked on the bar floor, said before. Jingle by monuments of Sir John Gray, Horatio One-Handled Nelson, Reverend Father Theobald Matthew, jaunted, as said before just now. Atrot in heat, heatsiated. Cloche. Sanesla cloche, Sanesla. Slower the mare went up the hill by the rotunda, Rutland Square. Too slow for Boylan, Blazes Boylan, Impatience Boylan, joggled the mare. An afterclang of Cowley-esque chords closed, died on the air, made richer. And Richie Gooding drank his power, and Leopold Bloom his cider drank, Lidwell his Guinness. Second gentleman said they would partake of 2 more tankards if she did not mind. Miss Kennedy smirked, deserving coral lips at first, at second. She did not mind. 7 days in jail, Ben Dollard said, on bread and water. Then you sing, Simon, like a garden thrush. Lionel Simon, singer, laughed. Father Bob Cowley played. Mina Kennedy served. Second gentleman paid. Tom Kernan strutted in. Lydia admired, but Bloom sang dumb. Admiring. Richie, admiring, descanted on that man's glorious voice. He remembered one night long ago. Never forget that night. She sang "Twas rank and fame." In end Lambert "Twas." Good God, he never heard in all his life a note like that. He never did then, false one, we had better part, so clear, so God, he never heard since love lives, not a clinking voice lives. Not ask Lambert, he can tell you too. Gooding, a flush struggling in his pale, told Mr. Bloom, face of the night, see in end Lambert dead Ella's house, sang "Twas rank and fame." He, Mr. Bloom, listened while he, Richie Gooding, told him, Mr. Bloom, of the night he, Richie, heard him, see dead Ellis, sing "Twas rank and fame" in his end Lambert's house. Brothers-in-law, relations. We never speak as we pass by. Rift in the lute, I think, treats him with scorn, see. He admires him all the more. The night sea sang. The human voice, 2 tiny silky chords, wonderful more than all others. That voice was a lamentation, calmer now, it's in the silence after you feel you hear. Vibrations, now silent air. Bloom unjived his crisscrossed hands and with slack fingers plucked the slender catgut thong. He drew and plucked. It buzzed, it twanged. While Gooding talked of Barraclough's voice production, while Tom Kernan, harking back in a retrospective sort of arrangement, talked to listening Father Cowley, who played a voluntary, who nodded as he played. While Big Ben Dollard talked with Simon Dedellis, lighting, who nodded as he smoked, who smoked. Thou lost one. All songs on that theme. Yet more Bloom stretched his string, cruel it seems. Let people get fond of each other, lure them on. Then tear asunder, death explodes. Knock on the head, out toil out off that, human life. Dignum, that rat's tail wriggling, 5 bob I gave. Corpus paradisum, corncrake croaker, belly like a poisoned pup, gone. They sing forgotten, I too. And one day she with, leave her get tired, suffer then. Snivel, big Spanishy eyes goggling at nothing. Her waviaviva hair uncombed. D. Yet too much happy bores, he stretched more and more. Are you not happy in your... Twang, it snapped, jingle into Dorset Street. Miss Deuce withdrew her satiny arm, reproachful, pleased. Don't make half so free, said she, till we are better acquainted. George Lidwell told her really and truly, but she did not believe. First gentleman told Mina that was so. She asked him was that so, and second tankard told her so, that was so. Miss Deuce, Miss Lydia, did not believe. Miss Kennedy, Mina, did not believe. George Lidwell, no. Miss Dew did not. The first, gent with the tank, believe, no, did not. Miss Ken, Lidladiol, the tank. Better write it here. Quills in the post office chewed and twisted. Bald patted a sign drew nigh. A pen and ink he went. A pad he went, a pad to blot. He heard deaf Pat. Yes, Mr. Bloom said, teasing the curling catgut line. It certainly is. Few lines will do. My present, all that Italian florid music is. Who is this wrote? Know the name you know better. Take out sheet notepaper, envelope, unconcerned. It is so characteristic. Grandest number in the whole opera, Gooding said. It is, Bloom said. Numbers it is. All music when you come to think. 2 multiplied by 2 divided by half is twice 1. Vibrations, chords those are. 1 plus 2 plus 6 is 7. Do anything you like with figures juggling. Always find out this equal to that. Symmetry under a cemetery wall. He doesn't see my mourning. Callous all for his own gut. Musa mathematics. And you think you ray listening to the ethereal. But suppose you said it like, Martha, 7 times 9 minus is 35,000. Fall quite flat. It s on account of the sounds it is. Instance he s playing now. Improvising might be what you like till you hear the words. Want to listen sharp, hard, begin all right, then hear chords a bit off, feel lost a bit. In and out of sacks, over barrels, through wire fences, obstacle race. Time makes the tune. Question of mood you ray in. Still always nice to hear. Except scales up and down, girls learning. 2 together next door neighbors. Ought to invent dummy pianos for that. Bloom and lead I bought for her. The name. Playing it slow, a girl, night I came home, the girl. Door of the stables near Cecilia Street. Millie no taste. Queer because we both, I mean. Bald deaf Pat brought quite flat pad ink. Pat set with ink pen quite flat pad. Pat took plate dish knife fork. Pat went. It was the only language Mr. Dedalus said to Ben. He heard them as a boy in Ringabella, Crosshaven, Ringabella, singing their barcarolles. Queenstown harbor full of Italian ships. Walking, you know Ben, in the moonlight with those earthquake hats. Blending their voices. God, such music Ben heard as a boy. Cross Ringabella Haven Mooncarole. Sour pipe removed, he held a shield of hand beside his lips that cooed a moonlight night call, clear from Einar, a call from afar, replying. Down the edge of his Freeman baton ranged Bloom S, your other eye, scanning for where did I see that. Callan Coleman, Dignam Patrick, heyo heyo. Fawcett, aha, just I was looking. Hope he s not looking, cute as a rat. He held unfurled his Freeman, can see now. Remember right Greek ease. Bloom dipped Bloomer, dear sir. Dear Henry wrote, dear matey. Got your lead in flow, hell did I put, some pock or oth. It is utteral impasse, underline impasse, to write today. Bore this, bored Bloom tambourine gently with I am just reflecting fingers on flat pad Pat brought. On. Know what I mean? No change that E, except my poor lit prise enclose. Ask her no answer, hold on 5 dig. 2 about here, Penny the gulls, Elijah is calm. 7 Davy Byan S is 8 about, say half a crown. My poor little prise, P02 and 6, write me along. Do you despise, jingle have you the, so excited? Why do you call me not, you naughty too, oh Mary lost the string of her. Bye for today, yes will tell you want to. To keep it up, call me that other world she wrote. My patience are exhaust, to keep it up, you must believe. Believe the tank it. Is true, folly am I writing. Husbands don T that s marriage does their wives, because I am away from. Suppose but how she must. Keep young if she found out, card in my high grade ha. No not tell all, useless pain if they don TC. Woman, sauce for the gander. A hackney car, number 324, driver Barton James of number 1 Harmony Avenue, Donnybrook, on which sat a fair, a young gentleman, stylishly dressed in an indigo blue serge suit made by George Robert Mejas, tailor and cutter, of number 5 Eden Key, and wearing a straw hat very dressy, bought of John Plasto of number 1 Great Brunswick Street, Hatter. This is the jingle that joggled and jingled. By D. Lugek's pork shop, bright tubes of agendeth trotted a gallant buttocked mare. Answering an ad, Keen Richie's eyes asked Bloom. Yes, Mr. Bloom said. Town traveler, nothing doing I expect. Bloom best references. But Henry wrote it will excite me. You know how in haste. Henry Greek E. Better add postscript. What is he playing now? Improvising intermezzo. P.S. The rum-tum-tum. How will you pun? You punish me, crooked skirt swinging whack by. Tell me I want to. No, o' course if I didn't I wouldn't ask. La 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 re, trails off their sad in minor. Why minor sad? Sign H they like sad tail at end. P.P.S. La 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 re, I feel so sad today. La re. So lonely, D. He blotted quick on pad of Pat. Invel address, just copy out of paper. Murmured, Messrs. Callan, Coleman and Co., Limited. Henry wrote, Miss Martha Clifford COPO Dolphin S. Barn Lane, Dublin. Blot over the other so he can read. There, right. Idea prize titbit. Something detective read off blotting pad. Payment at the rate of guinea per call matcham often thinks the laughing witch. Poor Mrs. Purifoy, UP, up. Too poetical that about the sad. Music did that. Music hath charms. Shakespeare said, quotations every day in the year, to be or not to be. Wisdom while you wait. In Gerard S. Rosary of Fetter Lane he walks, grey at Auburn. One life is all. One body, do but do. Done anyhow, postal order stamp, post office lower down. Walk now, enough. Barney Kiernan S. I promise to meet them. Dislike that job, house of mourning, walk. Pat Dosen T here, deaf beetle he is. Car near there now, talk. Pat Dosen T settling those napkins. Lot of ground he must cover in the day. Paint face behind on him then he DB2. Wish they sing more. Keep my mind off. Bald Pat who is bothered Mitrid the napkins. Pat is a waiter hard of his hearing. Pat is a waiter who waits while you wait. He. He waits while you wait. He, a waiter is he. He. He waits while you wait. While you wait if you wait he will wait while you wait. He. Ho, wait while you wait, Deuce now. Deuce Lydia, bronze and rose. She had a gorgeous, simply gorgeous time. And look at the lovely shell she brought. To the end of the bar to him she bore lightly the spiked and winding seahorn that he, George Lidwell, solicitor, might hear. Listen. She bade him. Under Tom Kernan S. Ginhot words the accompanist wove music slow. Authentic fact. How Walter Bapty lost his voice. Well, sir, the husband took him by the throat. Scoundrel, said he, ull sing no more love songs. He did faith, Sir Tom, Bob Cowley wove, tenors get wham. Cowley lay back. Now he heard she holding it to his ear. Here. He heard, wonderful, she held it to her own. And through the sifted light pale gold in contrast glided. To hear, tap. Bloom through the bar door saw a shell held at their ears. He heard more faintly that they heard, each for herself alone, then each for other, hearing the plash of waves loudly, a silent roar. Bronzed by a weary gold Einar afar, they listened. Her ear too is a shell, the peeping lobe there. Been to the seaside, lovely seaside girls. Skin tanned raw, should have put on cold cream first make it brown, buttered toast. Oh, and that lotion mustn't tea forget, fever near her mouth. Your head it simply, hair braided over, shell with seaweed. Why do they hide their ears with seaweed hair? And Turks the mouth, why? Her eyes over the sheet. Yashmak find the way in, a cave. No admittance except on business. The sea they think they hear, singing. A roar, the blood it is, souse in the ear sometimes. Well, it is a sea, Corpuscle Islands, wonderful really. So distinct, again. George Lidwell held its murmur hearing, then laid it by gently. What are the wild waves saying? He asked her, smiled. Charming, seasmalling and unanswering Lydia on Lidwell smiled. Tap. By Larry O'Rourke S. By Larry, bold Larry O. Boylan swayed and Boylan turned. From the forsaken shell Miss Mina glided to her tankards waiting. No, She was not so lonely archly Miss Douce s head let Mr. Lidwell know. Walks in the moonlight by the sea. No, not alone, with whom? She nobly answered, with a gentleman friend. Bob Cowley's twinkling fingers in the treble played again. The landlord has the prior. A little time, Long John, Big Ben. Lightly he played a light, bright, tinkling measure for tripping ladies, arch and smiling, and for their gallants, gentlemen friends. 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 2, 1, 3, 4. Sea, wind, leaves, thunder, waters, cows lowing, the cattle market, cocks, hens, Don T. Crow, snakes hiss. There's music everywhere. Ruddle's door creaking, no, that's noise. Minuet of Don Giovanni he's playing now. Court dresses of all descriptions in castle chambers dancing. Misery. Peasants outside, green starving faces eating dock leaves, nice that is. Look, 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 you look at us. That's joyful I can feel, never have written it. Why, my joy is other joy, but both are joys. Yes, joy it must be. Mere fact of music shows you are. Often thought she was in the dumps till she began to lilt. Then no, coy valise, my wife and your wife. Squealing cat, like tearing silk, tongue when she talks like the clapper of a bellows. They can manage men as intervals, gap in their voices too, fill me. I am warm, dark, open. Molly inquis est homo, mercadante, my ear against the wall to hear. Want a woman who can deliver the goods. Jog, jig, jogged, stopped. Dandy tan shoe of dandy Boylan socks, sky blue clocks came light to earth. Oh, look, we are so, chamber music, could make a kind of pun on that. It is a kind of music I often thought when she, acoustics that is, tinkling. Empty vessels make most noise. Because the acoustics, the resonance changes according as the weight of the water is equal to the law of falling water. Like those rhapsodies of Liszt s. Hungarian gypsied. Pearls, drops, rain. Diddle-iddle, addle-addle, oodle-oodle, hiss, now. Maybe now. Before. One rapped on a door, one tapped with a knock. Did he knock Paul de Kock with a loud, proud knocker with a cock, cara, cock? Cock, cock, tap. Qui estigno Ben, said Father Cowley. No, Ben, Tom Kernan interfered. The croppy boy, our native Doric. I do, Ben, Mr. Dedalus said. Good men and true. Do, they begged in one, ill go. Here, Pat, return. Come, he came, he did not stay, to me. How much, what key? 6 sharps. F sharp major, Ben Dollard said. Bob Cowley's outstretched talons griped the black deep-sounding chords. Must go, Prince Bloom told Richie Prince. No, Richie said. Yes, must, got money somewhere. He's on for a razzle backache spree. Much he see here's lip speech, 1 and 9. Penny for yourself, here, give him 2pence tip. Deaf bothered, but perhaps he has wife and family waiting Patty come home. He. Deaf wait while they wait, but here. Chords dark, lugubrious, low. In a cave of the dark middle earth, embedded ore, lump music. The voice of dark age, of unlove, earth's fatigue made grave approach and painful, come from afar, from hoary mountains, called on good men and true. The priest he sought. With him would he speak a word. Tap Ben Dollard's voice, bass barrel tone. Doing his level best to say it. Croak of vast manless moonless womanless marsh. Other come down. Big ship's chandler's business he did once. Remember, rosiny ropes, ship's lanterns. Failed to the tune of 10,000 pounds. Now in the Ivog home, cubicle number so and so. Number 1 bass did that for him. The priestess at home, a false priestess servant bade him welcome, step in. The Holy Father, with bows a traitor servant, curlicues of chords. Ruin them, wreck their lives, then build them cubicles to end their days in. Hushaby, lullaby, die dog. Little dog, die. The voice of warning, solemn warning, told them the youth had entered a lonely hall, told them how solemn fell his footsteps there, told them the gloomy chamber, the vested priest sitting to shrive. Decent soul. Bit addled now. Thinks he LL win in answers, poet's picture puzzle. We hand you crisp £5 note. Bird sitting hatching in a nest. Lay of the last minstrel he thought it was. See blank T what domestic animal. T dash our most courageous mariner. Good voice he has still. No eunuch yet with all his belongings. Listen, Bloom listened. Richie Gooding listened. And by the door deaf Pat, bald Pat, tipped Pat listened. The chords harped slower. The voice of penance and of grief came slow, embellished, tremulous. Ben-'s contrite beard confessed. In nomen Domini, in God's name he knelt. He beat his hand upon his breast, confessing, me culpa. Latin again. That holds them like birdlime, priest with the communion corpus for those women. Chap in the mortuary, coffin or coffee, corpus nomen. Wonder where that rat is by now. Scrape. Tap, they listened. Tankards and Miss Kennedy. George Lidwell, eyelid well expressive, full-busted satin. Kernan C. The sighing voice of sorrow sang, his sins. Since Easter he had cursed 3 times. You bitch s bast. And once at mass time he had gone to play. Once by the churchyard he had passed, and for his mother's rest he had not prayed. A boy, a croppy boy. Bronze listening by the beerpool gazed far away. Soulfully. Docent T half know I am Molly great dab at seeing anyone looking. Bronze gazed far sideways. Mirror there. Is that best side of her face? They always know. Knock at the door, last tip to titivate. Cock Karakara, what do they think when they hear music? Way to catch rattlesnakes. Knight Michael Gunn gave us the box, tuning up. Shah of Persia liked that best. Remind him of home sweet home. Wiped his nose in curtain too. Custom his country perhaps. That S music too, not as bad as it sounds, tootling. Brasses braying asses through uptrunks. Double basses helpless, gashes in their sides. Woodwinds mooing cows. Semigrand open crocodile music hath jaws. Woodwind like Goodwin S name. She looked fine. Her crocus dress she wore low-cut, belongings on show. Clove her breath was always in theater when she bent to ask a question. Told her what Spinoza says in that book of poor Papa S. Hypnotized listening, eyes like that she bent. Chap in dress circle staring down into her with his opera raglass for all he was worth. Beauty of music you must hear twice. Nature woman half a look. God made the countryman the tune. Met him pike hoses. Philosophy. O racks all gone, all fallen. At the siege of Ross his father, at Gorey all his brothers fell. To Wexford, we are the boys of Wexford he would. Last of his name and race. I too, last of my race, Millie young student. Well, my fault perhaps, no son, ruddy. Too late now, or if not, if not. If still he bore no hate, hate. Love, those are names, ruddy. Soon I am old. Big Ben his voice unfolded. Great voice Richie Gooding said, a flush struggling in his pale to bloom soon old. But when was young, Ireland comes now, my country above the king. She listens, who fears to speak of 1904, time to be shoving. Looked enough. Bless me, father, dollared the croppy cried. Bless me and let me go. Tap Bloom looked unblessed to go. Got up to kill on 18 bob a week. Fellows shell out the dibs. Wanna keep your weather eye open. Those girls, those lovely, by the sad sea waves. Chorus girl S romance. Letters read out for breach of promise. From Chickabiddy S. Oni Mumpsipum. Laughter in court, Henry, I never signed it. The lovely name you, low sank the music, air and words, then hastened. The false priest rustling soldier from his cassock, a yeoman captain, they know it all by heart. The thrill they itch for, yeoman cap tap. Tap thrilled she listened, bending in sympathy to hear, blank face. Virgin should say, or fingered only. Write something on it, page, if not what becomes of them. Decline despair, keeps them young, even admire themselves. See play on her, lip blow. Body of white woman, a flute alive, blow gentle, loud. 3 holes all women, Goddess I didn't TC, they want it. Not too much polite. That's why he gets them. Gold in your pocket, brass in your face. Say something, make her hear, with look to look. Songs without words. Molly, that hurdy-gurdy boy, she knew he meant the monkey was sick. Or because so like the Spanish, understand animals too that way, Solomon did. Gift of nature, ventriloquiz, my lips closed. Think in my stom, what will? You I want. You too, with hoarse rude fury the yeoman cursed, swelling an apoplectic bitch s bastard. A good thought boy to come. 1 hour s your time to live, your last, tap. Tap thrill now, pity they feel. To wipe away a tear for martyrs that want to dying to die. For all things dying, for all things born. Poor Mrs. Purifoy. Hope she s over, because their wombs. A liquid of womb of woman eyeball gazed under a fence of lashes, calmly hearing. See real beauty of the eye when she not speaks. On yonder river, at each slow satiny heaving bosom s wave her heaving embon, red rose rose slowly sank red rose. Heart beats her breath, breath that is life, and all the tiny fernfuls trembled of maidenhair. But look, the bright stars fade, O Rose Castile. The morn Lidwell. For him then not for, infatuated I like that. See her from here though. Popped corks, splashes of beer froth, stacks of empties. On the smooth jutting beerpool laid Lydia hand, lightly, plumply, leave it to my hands. All lost in pity for Croppy. Fro, to fro. Over the polished knob she knows his eyes, my eyes, her thumb and finger passed in pity. Passed, reposed, and gently touching, then slid so smoothly, slowly down. A cool, firm, white enamel baton protruding through their sliding ring. With a cock with a cara, tap, tap. Tap, I hold this house, amen. He gnashed in fury, traitors swing, the chords consented. Very sad thing, but had to be, get out before the end. Thanks, that was heavenly, whereas my hat, pass by her. Can leave that Freeman, let her I have, suppose she were the. No walk, like Cashel Boilo Canoro Coilo Tisdall Morris Tisentdall Farrell. Wow. Well I must be, are you off, Eophams buys? BLM stup, rai high blue, ow. Bloom stood up, soap feeling rather sticky behind, must have sweated music. That lotion, remember, well so long, high grade. Card inside, yes, by deaf pad in the doorway straining ear Bloom passed. At Geneva Barrack that young man died, at Passage was his body laid, Doler. Oh, he dolors. The voice of the mournful chanter called to dolorous prayer. By rose, by satiny bosom, by the fondling hand, by slops, by empties, by popped corks, greeting and going, past eyes and maiden hair, bronze and faint gold in deep-sea shadow, went Bloom, soft Bloom, I feel so lonely Bloom. Tab, tab, tab. Pray for him, prayed the bass of Dollard. You who hear in peace, breathe a prayer, drop a tear, good men, good people. He was the Croppy boy. Scaring eavesdropping boots, Croppy Bootsby Bloom in the Ormond hallway heard the growls and roars of Bravo, fat backslapping, their boots all treading, boots not the boots the boy. General chorus off for a swill to wash it down. Glad I avoided. Come on, Ben, Simon Dedalus cried. By God, you ray as good as ever you were. Better, said Tomjan Kernan. Most trenchant rendition of that ballad, upon my soul and honor it is. Lablash, said Father Cowley. Ben Dollard bulkily cachucha'd towards the bar, mightily praiseft and all big roseate on heavy-footed feet, his gouty fingers knackering castagnets in the air. Big Benaben Dollard, Big Benben. Big Benben, R. And deep moved all, Simon trumping compassion from foghorn nose, all laughing they brought him forth, Ben Dollard in right good cheer. You ray looking Rubicon, George Lidwell said. Miss Deuce composed her rose to wait. Ben Macri, said Mr. Dedalus, clapping Ben S. fat back shoulder blade. Fit as a fiddle, only he has a lot of adipose tissue concealed about his person. RRRRRRRSSS. Fat of death, Simon, Ben Dollard growled. Richie riffed in the lute alone sat, Gooding Collie's ward. Uncertainly he waited. Unpaid pat too. Tab, tab, tab. Tap, Miss Mina Kennedy brought near her lips to ear of Tankard one. Mr. Dollard, they murmured low. Dollard murmured Tankard. Tank one believed. Miss Ken when she that doll he was, she doll, the tank. He murmured that he knew the name. The name was familiar to him, that is to say. That was to say he had heard the name of. Dollard, was it? Dollard, yes. Yes, her lips said more loudly, Mr. Dollard. He sang that song lovely, murmured Mina. Mr. Dollard, and the last rose of summer was a lovely song. Mina loved that song. Tankard loved the song that Mina. Teased the last rose of summer Dollard left bloom felt wind wound round inside. Gassy thing that cider, binding too. Wait, post office near Reuben J.S. 1 and 8pence 2. Get shut of it. Dodge round by Greek Street. Wish I hadn't promised to meet. Freer in air. Music gets on your nerves. Beer pull. Her hand that rocks the cradle rules the Ben Houth that rules the world. Far, far, far. Far tap, tap. Tap, tap. Up the key went Lionel Leopold. Naughty Henry with letter for Mady. With sweets of sin with frillies for Rael with met him pike hoses went Poldy on. Tap blind walked tapping by the tap the curbstone tapping. Tap by tap. Cowley, he stuns himself with it. Kind of drunkenness. Better give way only halfway the way of a man with a maid. Instance enthusiasts, all ears, not lose a demi-semi-quaver. Eyes shut, head nodding in time, Dotty. You daren't budge, thinking strictly prohibited, always talking shop. Fiddle-faddle about notes, all a kind of attempt to talk, unpleasant when it stops because you never know exact. Organ in Gardiner Street. Old Glen 50 quid a year, queer up there in the cockloft alone with stops and locks and keys. Seated all day at the organ. Maunder on for hours, talking to himself or the other fellow blowing the bellows. Growl angry, then shriek cursing. Wanna have wadding or something in his no Don T, she cried. Then all of a soft sudden wee little pipey wind. Pee-wee, a wee little wind piped in Bloom s little wee. Was he, Mr. Dedalus said, returning with fetched pipe. I was with him this morning at poor little Paddy Dignam s. I the Lord have mercy on him. By the by there s a tuning fork in there on the tap. Tab, tab, tab. The wife has a fine voice, or had what? Lidwell asked. Oh, that must be the tuner, Lydia said to Simon Leonel first I saw, forgot it when he was here. Blind he was she told George Lidwell second I saw. And played so exquisitely treat to hear. Exquisite contrast, bronze-lid Minigold, shout. Ben Dollard shouted pouring, sing out, LLDO. Cried Father Cowley, ar, I feel I want. Tab, tab, tab. Tap, tap very, Mr. Dedalus said, staring hard at a headless sardine. Under the sandwich bell lay on a bier of bread one lonely, last sardine of summer. Bloom alone, very he stared the lower register for choice, tap. Tab, tab, tab. Tab, tab, tab. Tap, Bloom went by Barry S. Wish I could. Wait, that wonderworker if I had. 24 solicitors in that one house. Counted them, litigation, love one another. Piles of parchment. Messrs. Pick and Pocket have power of attorney. Gooding Collie's ward. But for example the chap that wallops the big drum. His vocation, Mickey Rooney S. Band. Wonder how it first struck him. Sitting at home after Pig S. Cheek and Cabbage nursing it in the armchair. Rehearsing his band part. Pom. Pompity jolly for the wife. Asses' skins. Welt them through life, then wallop after death. Pom, wallop. Seems to be what you call yashmak or I mean kismet. Fate, tap. Tap. A stripling blind with a tapping cane came tap-tap-tapping by Dolly S. window where a mermaid hair all streaming. But he couldn't see, blue whiffs of a mermaid, blind couldn't Mermaid, coolest whiff of all. Instruments. A blade of grass, shell of her hands, then blow. Even comb and tissue paper you can knock a tune out of. Molly in her shift in Lombard Street West, hair down. I suppose each kind of trade made its own Dante, you see. Hunter with a horn, haw. Have you the cloche, son is la. Shepherd his pipe, pee-wee little wee, policeman a whistle. Locks and keys sweep, 4 o'clock is all as well. Sleep all is lost now, drum. Pompedy wait I know. Town crier Bumbiliff, Long John, waken the dead. Palm dignum, poor little namandaman. Palm, it is music. I mean of course it is all palm very much what they call da capo. Still you can hear. As we march along, palm. I must really, FFF, now if I did that at a banquet. Just a question of custom Shah of Persia. Breathe a prayer, drop a tear. All the same he must have been a bit of a natural not to see it was a yeoman cap. Muffled up, wonder who was that chap at the grave in the brown mackin. Oh, the whore of the lane. A frowsy whore with black straw sailor hat askew came glazily in the day along the quay towards Mr. Bloom. When first he saw that form endearing. Yes, it is. I feel so lonely. Wet night in the lane, horn. Who had the hihocheso, offer beat here? What is she hope she pst? Any chance of your wash? New Molly had me decked. Stout lady does be with you in the brown costume. Put you off your stroke that. Appointment we made knowing we never, well hardly ever. Too dear too near to home sweet home, sees me does she, looks a fright in the day. Face like dip, damn her, oh well she has to live like the rest. Look in here. In Lionel Mark's Antique Sale Shop window haughty Henry Lionel Leopold dear Henry Flower earnestly Mr. Leopold Bloom envisaged battered candlesticks melodeon oozing maggoty blowbacks. Bargain. 6 bob. Might learn to play cheap, let her pass. Course everything is dear if you don't want it. That s what good salesman is. Make you buy what he wants to sell. Chap sold me the Swedish razor he shaved me with. Wanted to charge me for the edge he gave it. She s passing now. 6 bob. Must be the cider or perhaps the Burgund. Near bronze from Einar, near gold from afar they chinked their clinking glasses all, bright-eyed and gallant, before bronze Lydia's tempting last rose of summer, rose of Castile. First Lid de Cow Cur Doll a 5th, Lidwell C. Dedalis Bob Cowley Kernan and Big Ben Dollard. Tap. A youth entered a lonely Ormond Hall. Bloom viewed a gallant pictured hero in Lionel Mark's window. Robert Emmett's last words. 7 last words. Of Mayor Beer that is, true men like you men. I Ben. Well lift your glass with us. They lifted T skink. T shunk tip. An unseeing stripling stood in the door. He saw not bronze. He saw not gold. Nor Ben nor Bob nor Tom nor C nor George nor Tanks nor Richie nor Pat. He did not see. Seabloom Greasebloom viewed last words. Softly, when my country takes her place among, PRR. Must be the burr, FFF, RRPR, nations of the earth, no one behind. She s passed, then and not till then, tram cran. Good opper, coming, crandle cran. I am sure it s the Burgund, yes, 1 2. Let my epitaph be, Crya written. I have, PPRRPFFRRPPFFFF, done.
Will the weight of conviction crush the spirit, or will doubt give way to clarity? Can redemption rise from the ashes of despair? Discover the answers in next week's chapter. Join us Saturday on Raining Book. Subscribe and tap the bell to follow every intricate thread of thought and emotion. Tell us below, whose journey captivates you most? The restless wanderer's search for meaning, the steadfast soul's quiet resilience, or the silent struggles hidden beneath the city's veil? Every like, comment, or share fuels our mission to craft stories as profound and timeless as Joyce's own vision. Until then, Keep your lantern lit for whispered dreams and streets alive with secrets. Happy listening.